the same openings. He just never has long thinks, and I think a lot of chess players, even top players, sometimes are prone to time trouble. It just gets into your game. He doesn't have that. He's always spending 2-3 seconds a move, and maybe not always even playing the best move, but keeping a solid position. So just very practical, whereas other players are more but they're prone to time trouble. Magnus, we've seen it. Hikaru, sometimes he can, even though he's a very fast player. But I think Denis is just consistent. That's just how I describe his chess. Time management, everything about it, consistent.
Exactly, and that's actually a big asset as well. When you're consistent, you're not prone to the tilt as well that some of the players experience. We talk about this in chess all the time. If you have an adverse result, you're not looking to have that affect the next game. So I think Denis is one of the players that does that the best. You mentioned his style being more solid. The draw rate for Denis is one of the highest in the competition, and that just goes back to his openings. He always really does stick with those same openings, and he's confident enough in his work and his preparation to make those openings work. He's not going to probably adjust as the match goes on. We have seen that from some other players. So do you think that that's an area that perhaps could be exploited or might work to his strengths?
Well, Denis has been in these events for a few years now. So when he first came on the scene, I had the same comments. He's getting stronger every year. And what that means with his kind of play style, he's getting a bit sharper. He's expanding his openings and understanding. So, even little by little, I think that's where his area of focus is. And I think he'll probably demonstrate that today. Because at a certain point, if he is behind in matches, what can he do to change the direction of it? And I'm sure it's something he's working on.
That's right. Well, before we get into what is to come still in this finals, let's take a look at what happened last year.
We are in Paris. We are live. It's the 2024 Speed Chess Championship.
Here comes the king. It's going to D7.
It goes. Rook F6 is their checkmate.
It's a rook. And that's it. And Alireza Firouzja wins the 6th game. It really feels like Firouzja has completely seized control of the match.
Oh, he blundered a fork!
Hikaru just can't believe it. He's talking to himself.
Alireza wins 16-11. He is the first finalist. Hikaru will have a chance to redeem himself in the consolation match.
It's time. It's time.
This is the culmination of a 2-year saga.
Oh my God, Magnus is turning this around. That's a win for Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah.
And Hans seems pretty upset about something.
There's some resistance on my mouse when I move it, just so you know.
Do you want to change your mouse?
No, I assume it's fine, no. It's not the mouse. The mouse is working. It's something with the server and the website.
This is what Magnus won. Oh! Knight F64!
What a frustrating game. Magnus dominated, and he will play in another final.
I'm pretty excited here because Hans versus Hikaru, they're out for blood. It's actually a hard draw. He might be getting out of hand for Hans. He can take and keep. He missed it! Oh my gosh! Draw the Robert! Oh, look at Hikaru. He sees it, wind blowing in his hair. Nothing can stop his sails. This was Hikaru Nakamura's day. He gets bronze.
And we are down to 2. What an epic battle we have ahead.
Magnus is finding every move instantly, like a Terminator. And Alireza's gonna... He's not gonna play for... And he's not 96. Rook F7, Rook F7.
Mouse slipped. Alireza smiles, because that's all you can do.
Yeah.
Magnus Carlsen claims the SCC title for the 2nd year in a row.
Well, all smiles there from Magnus Carlsen last year, obviously winning the event, but he's up against Alireza, which is a possible matchup, Eric, in the finals this year. He has always mentioned that, that's a player that he views as tough competition. He loves matches against Alireza, but the fact of the matter is there's only been 2 players that have won this event, Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen. So is that the matchup, that Magnus, you think, expects coming into this one?
I'm not sure he expects it. Hikaru, on a good day, can beat anyone in the world, and he's proven that. But I think the reason he's rated Alireza highly is Alireza is considered like an internet prodigy, one of the top players in the world, and he hasn't yet achieved what I think a lot of fans and colleagues, top players, expected of him, that he would probably have an SCC title by now, or maybe a World Blitz and Rapid, because Alireza sees tactics and is very fast. And I feel like Magnus, when he says Alireza could be a problem, he knows he's not as quick maybe as Alireza in spotting some combinations, but we just haven't seen that come together in a full maybe SCC Final Four. We saw Alireza beat Hikaru, but then Magnus had a very comfortable time. Just the potential. I think a lot of times when you talk about Alireza, that potential is like best blitz player, best bullet player. That's what a lot of people would expect of him.
Yeah. And obviously with the players getting set up and soon to be getting underway, I wanted to ask you what you think of the nerves, Eric. That's an underrated part of this competition that all the players are going through. They are enduring. With Denis, maybe for the first time. But for someone like Magnus, Hikaru, very experienced, obviously Alireza being in the finals before. So where do you think everyone's at temperature-wise?
I'd like to think most of them are pretty experienced, but we're here in London. I saw a lot of fans here. Chess is growing in that esport direction. Maybe that adds an element where once you're playing in front of, you know, tons of people, lots of cameras, these new setups, that might add an element of nerves. Like, it's different than playing at home. And but for the most part, I think the players, these guys, part of the reason they're here is because they're the best at handling nerves, time scrambles, you name it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you and I have seen the inside of the venue. Looks fantastic. There's so many people in there, and I also saw that the way that they're set up, the way they're playing. You know, the audience can kind of see them. They can't see the audience. It makes an interesting experience. You know, you really are fully locked in. Music, if if you wish. I know if you and I were there, it'd probably be a very specific playlist.
Some techno. Yeah. No, that's definitely the case. I mean, you have the audience and the setup where, as the player, there's more potential distractions. And but I do think everyone's going to be pretty well prepared for that. And Denis, being the least experienced, I think there's different approaches. Yeah, you can play Magnus, maybe consider him, he's the GOAT or world champion in so many formats. But on the other hand, from what I'm noticing from the young generation, they don't fear the top players like
that's right.
previous generations or our generation. They're excited to play and believe they can beat anyone, and we're seeing that more and more in the world of chess. So
that's right.
I think Denis will be game today.
Yep, and you know we are sold out. We were told today. We can see the fan zone as well, hosted by Nemo up there, which is awesome. There's so many different areas of the venue as well for different ticket holders. Yeah, there you go. Hello, shout out to the fan zone. Hello, everyone. Yep. There you go. They're having a good time up there. We're in the booth, ready for the action to get started. You saw everyone on the stage as well. So there, you know, we got a whole production here, different areas, but fans are well taken care of.
We also have to mention, as the first SCC, Magnus and Hikaru are both fathers now.
That's right.
So some people say you lose rating after that. Some people say you gain rating, but maybe an opportunity for the other guys to finally take an SCC title.
Yeah, it's interesting. I've actually heard about that almost more as a buff. You know, it actually maybe makes you play better. And I'm curious to see how that does play out now that you mention it, because meanwhile, you've got one of the youngest players in the finals in Denis Lazavik. So many different storylines to pay attention to. Alireza, as you alluded to, ultimately looking to really get that title to prove that he's more than worth it, but it just hasn't happened yet.
Definitely, and I think every year that goes by, I mean, he's got to be asking himself, when is it my time? It feels like Hikaru and Magnus are the big two, kind of like the top three tennis players of the last 20 years, just winning everything. But at some point, they're going to break.
Yep.
This is, every year that goes by, they got to favor Alireza has to believe in himself and favor his chances.
Yep. And also, speaking about the SCC event just at large, I think this is something that the players, and I know this firsthand as well, that they actually really are starting to take it more and more seriously as the years go on. This is the 10th edition of the Speed Chess Championship. It's starting to become a routine part of the calendar, something that players individually prepare for, whereas it probably started off as, just an online speed chess event. But the prize fund is massive now, and it feels like it really is a measurement of the best speed chess player, and it's quite important for these players to win.
Yeah, I remember commentating the first year of the SCC, second year, and a lot of top players were showing up, having a good time, didn't know what to expect, or maybe didn't take it as seriously.
Yeah.
Now, everyone takes it very seriously, and you mentioned it's been going on for a long time, but also it's now part of the EWC, and there's some real stakes on the line here with qualification to the main event.
Yeah. Speaking of qualification, I want to mention that, of course, there's actually a situation that could happen where not everyone gets that spot. That EWC qualification spot is so valuable. So the winner of the 2 matches that you're going to see today will earn one of those qualification spots. But then we're going to have, of course, the 3rd place match. And somebody could be without a spot there, even if, Magnus is also there. It doesn't just go to the next person in this event. It goes to the leaderboard. So it actually really is probably the most impactful 3rd place match tomorrow that we're going to see in the SCC.
Yeah, no, in other years they didn't have this, and I think the players are, when they look at the chess calendar, SCC, EWC, these are some of the biggest prize money events, highest stakes, biggest audience ones. So this is now their focus.
That's right. We are ready. We've got everyone ready to go, and on stage is John Sargent to introduce the players. Take it away, John.
Thank you very much, folks. Guys, it's time. The players are ready to come out. You guys excited? First up to the stage in London. He won Title Tuesday when he was 15 years old. But importantly for this competition, he is the only player remaining to not drop a single segment. Ladies and gentlemen, Denis Lazavik! And 20 world titles to his name, the standard by which the world measures elite chess players against, and for very good reason. The reigning 4-time SCC champion, Magnus Carlsen! All right, the players are getting ready to start their first match now. And before we get the chess underway, ladies and gentlemen, I'd just like to take a moment. We're playing this weekend for a trophy with the name Daniel Naroditsky associated with it. And I think so many of us know Dania and have a connection to him in some way, whether it's family, friends, as a colleague, a coach, a streamer, a mentor, so much more. And I think it's important to acknowledge that he was and still is an aspiration and an inspiration to all of us. So I'd like to invite everyone here with me, if you are able, to please have a moment of silence before we continue. Thank you very much. Now, Dania loved speed chess more than anything else in the world. And I think the best way for us to honor him is to focus on the chess, bring his positive and infectious energy to every single corner of this arena, and have an absolutely phenomenal show this weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the games to begin?
Thank you, John. Thank you, everybody. It is with a heavy heart that I'm here with the person that said he always wanted to commentate with me at his funeral as a pallbearer. You know, I had the weight of his life, and I was supported by the community, the chess community, his family and friends. And while Dania, may he rest in peace, may his memory be for a blessing. I'm here to cover the first half of the first time control here. I'm excited to do it because Danya, you know, what he would want to do is keep talking with the chess. His love for the game, as John said, is infectious. I seek not to lionize or criticize, but humanize my dear friend and a beloved figure in the chess community. So Magnus and Denis, they're about to get started. I'm excited to cover this match of the Speed Chess Championship 2025. Danya, you know, he is here in spirit with all of us, and he will remain that way. And I can't wait. I can't wait for the liftoff that we're about to see, because Magnus Carlsen, he has been the #1 player in the world for well over a decade now, and he is playing against a youngster, Denis Lazavik, who has brought a lot of joy and inspiration to many youngsters across the world as he continues to climb the leaderboards and continues to grow as a chess player. And this match is just going to be super exciting, and the winner will go to the finals, and of course the Naroditsky Cup up for grabs at the end of the Speed Chess Championship. There we have Denis Lazavik on screen right now. He's looking around like, what's going on? When does this chess begin? That's all he wants to do, is play against this man, this beast of a man in Magnus Carlsen, who is afraid of no one, who has been at the top of the game for oh so long now, and who wants to win yet another Speed Chess Championship. And this Speed Chess Championship, it's a special one indeed. And for Denis Lazavik, I mean, this is his first foray into these live SCC finals. He has been a known name for a long time now, winning Speed Chess Championships, Title Tuesdays, and winning Speed Chess Championship matches, and here we go. The games are underway. Officially, the 5+1 has begun, and we have a quiet opening, the Italian game from Magnus Carlsen. We see him with the white pieces here. So far, just normal play. White at some point would like to strike in the center with the move pawn to d4, but the pawn on e4 could become vulnerable in that event. So first the bishop slides back. The knight now, if it attacks, the bishop can always retreat to a safe square, and we see Denis actually the first to retreat with his bishop. That way the pawn push in the center does not come with tempo. Instead, that would actually cause some problems in the white camp. That pawn e4, as mentioned, is a bit loose. The rook slides over to e1, protecting that pawn. It's kind of a prophylactic move. And h6, a nice reply from Denis. White often wants to play this move pawn to h3, but if that move is played in the near future before black castles, the move g5 followed by g4 can rip that side of the board open. It's only after the black king castles, as Denis has just played, then white should consider more seriously that move pawn to h3, and here it is. So Magnus plays it after a bit of a think. Quickly, Denis responds with rook to e8. The knight reroutes itself to f1. We have not had a single piece traded in the semifinals here of the Speed Chess Championship. We're over a minute in on the board time here, but they're just jockeying for position, maneuvering their pieces, and we see that white at some point would like to inch forward with d4, but instead it's black who's first to the punch in the center with d5. And after the capture, Denis here thinking, not sure which piece to recapture with. I personally like the bishop capturing on d5. That opens up this rook to the pawn on e5 that is otherwise vulnerable, and that I think is the best way forward, and there Denis does in fact play that move. So I think Magnus will continue with his typical plan here. He will bring his knight out from the first rank. There it goes to g3. At some point, the knight on f5 can be very dangerous for that black king. Watch out for sacrifices, and that's why this move queen to d7 was played here by Denis Lazavik. A quick choice by him. I like it a lot. He's connecting his rooks. He's stopping one of the main points of that knight jump, the knight leaping forward, but not forward enough if you want to go for an attack. So I really like the way both players are playing thus far. The queen slides forward. Now white is about to perhaps connect those rooks. This pawn e5 is defended enough times from the black perspective, and you see that rook a to d8. So in some ways, black has maximized his play. He has optimized the location of his pieces. So the question becomes, what next from Denis Lazavik's perspective? And in the meantime, for Magnus, he needs to come up with a plan, because if he plays quiet moves like bishop d2, he's not really accomplishing all that much. So a4, to me, that suggests that he wants to push forward on the queen side, but speaking of pushing forward on the queen side quickly, Denis Lazavik plays the move a5, stopping white from expanding so quickly with this move pawn to b4. I like the way both players are playing. I think that the level nature of the evaluation bar is accurate, and I see the many fans in attendance here who are just analyzing the position, trying to figure out what's next. And it's one of these dynamics here where both players, I mean, they're kind of waiting for the opponent to do something major. At the moment, everything is calm, cool, and collected, but maybe in the near future, black will reroute the bishop to f8. That's a common plan. That's why the bishop did slide back to c5. It keeps the king safe and sound. And in response, white can consider a move like knight to e4 at any moment, just trying to offer the exchange of pieces. And white does want to play this move d4, this bishop on c2. It wants to become a really nasty piece on the long diagonal, but you can't get away with that, not for the foreseeable future. So far, it seems like both players are acquitting themselves nicely, and it's, I think, a good moment just to sit and think about where the next direction is going to happen. And knight e4, well, it offers a trade. Denis does not trade on Magnus's terms. He doesn't want to allow this pawn to capture with hitting his bishop. Instead, he brings his queen to e6 to protect the knight. I prefer black's position. I think it's healthier. It's a bit more active. You can see many different pieces here. Let's turn that one blue because it's good, but all of these pieces are looking more active on more advanced squares than many of the white counterparts. So Denis ahead by half a minute on the clock, doing really well on the board. With the queen on e6, there could be a time and place where bishop to b3 is the move for choice. And I think that black is doing very, very well here. And we see the players here on camera. First, Magnus Carlsen in his little cubicle. I mean, it looks spacious. It looks well lit up. And for Magnus, he does want to find a way to do something active. And knight h2. He moves his knight, yes, on the rim, but it's a very clear plan. He wants to actually move forward with this knight up to the g4 square eventually and try to gain some space. But Denis with a direct attack on Magnus's queen. You see Denis here on camera. He's locked in, focused, just trying to make Magnus's life as difficult as possible, as now Magnus offers a queen trade. So in a typical match, Magnus Carlsen, the endgame maestro, he knows how to grind like a grandmaster, but Denis Lazavik lost precisely 0 games at the World Rapid Championship in 2025. He is as solid as they come. He is a player who just can compete with anybody after liquidation. So you see that Denis is unfazed. He brings his bishop to c5, a more active square, and Magnus says, let's trade off some pieces. Why don't we do this thing along the d file? And that is the only open file. So at the moment, the players are a bit restricted in terms of what they can really accomplish. But for Magnus Carlsen, he says, all right, let's get some of the pieces off the board. And the player with less space often wants fewer pieces on the board, because those players step on each other's toes. So here the bishop slides back to c1. Maybe one pair of rooks come off. Maybe both pairs come off in the near future. But there's nothing at the moment that Denis should really be afraid of. I guess the opponent in front of him, but as Denis has previously said in interviews, he loves playing online because those nerves, that psychology is not as impactful when you play into the screen versus staring into your opponent's eyes. So knight to f1 has been played by Magnus Carlsen. He is clearly trying to improve the location of his steed. Maybe bishop e3 next. If that knight can gallop into the d5 square, then we can be talking about a potential advantage for white, and that knight is trying to get to d5. I would not advise the capture of that knight. Just because the knight wants to gallop forward does not mean you want to do any of that. But for these two players at the moment, you see that they're making small moves, king into the center. You use the king as a weapon in the endgame. It's an active piece, or you would like it to be. But I'm just waiting for the moment that Magnus decides to bring his knight out to d5. I think that is the big thing that white can threaten, that pawn on c7 over here. And black can't easily attack anything, at least not yet. For example, the move f5 is not available as long as white's pieces are staring in that direction. So just to note, you see Magnus on screen here. He is trying to just nurse even a slight advantage, and I think really now is the moment for Magnus Carlsen. Denis has been playing really well, but if you're playing for a win, you are up 20 seconds on the clock. This is the first game of the match. You want to kind of put your feet down and just run with it. And Denis quickly responds with bishop d6. Give it an exclamation mark. Taking on d5 was pretty much out of the question, giving white the 2 bishops on an opening board in the endgame. So bishop d6, I do not mind backtracking if it means that everything is well defended. So bishop comes out to d3. I really like that move from Magnus. He's keeping a 10-second lead on the clock. The bishop can at some point pester this knight, and eventually white wants to play this move b2 to b4 and try to create some progress on the queen side, maybe an outside pass pawn. So the black king, it can go to e8, but that's not really making any progress. So that actually walks into some pins, and I don't think that's what Denis would want. So his king is kind of stuck. The white king, active on e2, would love to maybe run into the queen side in the future. And wow, big moment now after knight to e7. I see a jump, and I see the blue arrow. That is not my arrow. That's suggesting that bishop h6 check was just an annoying idea for Magnus. He missed it, and it would have put the king in some uncomfortable territory. So instead, the bishop enters along the b3 square. a4 is now targeted. Bishop b5 defending that weakness is actually not sufficient. That black would have played c6 to kick the bishop out of there. And look at Denis, avoiding trades for the moment. But if you're Magnus Carlsen, you're definitely thinking about this move, pawn b2 to b4, hoping that there's a trade on that square, because ultimately you would love to get an outside pass pawn running, dashing to the other side. So we have repeated moves here, and Magnus goes forward. That's actually really surprising. I thought the move here is c6, kicks the bishop out, and then the a4 pawn drops. So maybe Magnus has found something that allows him to get away with this, or perhaps he's just made a mistake, because to me, c6, that seems like a very obvious reply, and Denis has played it. So I'm curious for Magnus's reaction here. Quickly plays bishop c4, but what is he doing? He has dropped a pawn on a4. Objectively speaking, this was just a mistake. I don't actually think that there is a reason to mince words. Like, this gave his opponent a free pawn. The next move can be bishop b5. Your bishop's not going to get trapped by the pawn push to b3, and that leaves black a healthy pawn up. And if you take, now there's just going to be an outside pass pawn. So this has been Denis Lazavik actually, I don't want to say outplaying Magnus, because he could have repeated moves if he wanted, but Magnus, I guess, going for more against a player who is sort of his own preference style. He loves the end game. He loves playing these long, drawn-out battles where little nuances here and there could actually amount to big pluses. And right now, black is well ahead, an extra pawn. I'm not claiming it's enough to win, especially against such a strong endgame player like Magnus Carlsen, but it's clear that Denis Lazavik is the side for choice. It's playing for 2 results. Only he can win. He may even consider taking this knight on e3 and playing knight against bishop. The reason he may want to do that, bishops are great on open boards, but in the endgame, they're restricted inherently to their own color. The knight can jump from dark to light squares, and it can pose some serious issues for Magnus. As Magnus drops to about 20 seconds, okay, now we're in dangerous territory for sure. The knight drops back. And where's that knight going? Out to g3, okay. If it goes there, black pushes the pawn and gets out the way. The f5 square is covered. The blue arrow appeared for knight to g3. That wasn't my arrow. It was actually suggesting that was the only move that kept white really towards equality. But now bishop f2 played. The knight, it can't get to g3 where it wants to go. The bishop could safely run around to h4. And because, it goes to g1 instead, I guess that's a safe square as well. It's a little awkward all the way on opponent's starting rank. But you see Denis Lazavik here locked in, Magnus in the background. And right now, I think that Denis, he has pushing his rook pawns on both sides of the board. Magnus desperately trying to create some play for his own pieces. Both players under 10 seconds. You see the time ticking down. Magnus, he may look calm on the surface, but I think he is nervous because it looks like Denis Lazavik with the outside A pawn here. I mean, how do you stop that? The e4 pawn was actually just straight up hanging. It was overlooked by both players. Instead, we see a trade of pieces. I told you about this, the knight versus the bishop. That knight is hopping around the board. Knight e5, knight c4, a3 is coming. And it looks like the first victory of the match is coming for Denis Lazavik because the bishop has to give itself up. Denis wins by resignation 1-0 in the young Belarusian's favor. Denis Lazavik scores the first point of the match. You can call it an upset, but Denis truly has been here for years. He is a monster in all of these time controls, including classical. He's recently crossed 2,600 FIDE. He doesn't play as much as some of these other players, but when he does, he leaves his mark. So Denis Lazavik, a point ahead. I actually think he has the perfect style to bother Magnus because it's like looking in a mirror. Maybe the mirror is a little bit further down because Denis is younger, not as established, and frankly not as strong as Magnus. But in a match of this kind, watch out. Do not underestimate such a solid player like Denis. He really has very few weaknesses in his game. I think sometimes he's criticized for maybe not being ambitious enough, but perhaps he says the onus is on his opponent in a match of this nature. Magnus Carlsen, the #1 rated player in the world, of course the reigning speed chess champion, and Denis saying, this may be my first time in the semifinals, but why not make it my first final? So let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's focus on the position out of the opening. In true Denis Lazavik style, a solid game out of the Queen's Gambit declined. The knight comes out to f3. The knight would like to hop forward in the future to e5. Black, being Magnus Carlsen, has done nothing wrong. He actually can even bring his knight out to h5 if he's interested in going after this bishop, but that has some problems as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if at this moment, and Denis does it before I can even get my words out, h3 played, the bishop has a safe square on h2 to retreat to. So now these knight h5 ideas, they're not dangerous at all. In fact, that would just be a wasted move. So instead, you often see players try to strike on the queen side, maybe move like a5 and b5, gaining space, but that also creates some weaknesses. So Magnus Carlsen brings his bishop out to b4, pinning the knight on c3, trying to get access to this e4 square. You note that black has this pawn chain towards the center. You typically attack in the direction of your pawn chain. So white has a pawn chain aimed towards the queen side. Don't be surprised if he's able to arrange his pieces properly if Denis goes for a queenside pawn minority attack, as it's called, against the Carlsbad structure, these pawns from b7 to d5. So bishop on b4, maybe there will be a capture on b4. I don't really think that Magnus wants to do that. White captures towards the center, can then use that pawn to try to chisel at black's impressive pawn chain. So white castles, knight e4 quickly played, and now Denis brings the knight to d2. So f5, do not play this move. I blundered enough of Magnus's pieces in previous Speed Chess Championships. One of the famous calls alongside my good friend Daniel Naroditsky when I just put a bishop on a square, and Magnus eventually did it, and Hikaru took that piece. So f5 would have blundered a bishop. Instead, we saw the knight retreat quickly. Denis brings his bishop to e5. Bishop is threatening to take on f6. The e4 pawn is threatened, so perhaps it's time for Magnus to take on c3, but after b takes, white's pawn structure is improved. You're capturing towards the center. Denis is really playing some impressive chess, and quick chess. Look at that, queen to b3, hitting the bishop, eyeing the pawn on b7 behind it. How would you defend it? Pawn to a5, perhaps? Little move, pawn to a3. That bishop is going to move whether you like it or not, and it probably will leave the board after bishop takes d3. White can recapture with the pawn. Definite advantage for Denis Lazavik. I don't want to overstate the case. I don't want to pretend like he's winning, but this knight, without black's bishop on b4, can aim for the d6 square. The bishop on e5 is just chef's kiss in the center. It's perfectly situated, just causing some problems. And I want to note that rook takes e5, and some positions, it looks like you're gaining 2 pieces for that rook, but when the pawn recaptures on e5, it also threatens that knight on f6, so you're going to lose one of those pieces back. So it's something to keep in mind that if the situation changes a little bit, for example, after pawn takes c3 here, if that knight were to move to h7, that actually has a clear threat of rook takes e5, but it doesn't work right now. Knight h7 is a bad move, and he goes knight d7. That's a much better try, trying to get at that bishop. If you're Denis, he's getting these moves off even before I can complete my thought. Bishop f4, keeping that bishop on the board. It's a great piece. There is no rook coming to b8, no queen coming to c7. In fact, it's that white knight that wants to enter to d6, and b5 is just trying to stop that knight from going into d6. a4 seems like the automatic response. Black probably plays a6. White, he adds tinder to that fire, plays c4, goes after the b5 pawn, and Donnie always like to say that pawn structure was overrated, having double pawns. Sometimes you just think of that as a permanent weakness, but no, sometimes the position is more dynamic than just what the pawn structure looks like. And actually, black at some moment could consider move like knight to c5. There are some dynamics in the air here, but c4 played. Denis, a classically trained player, he is not afraid of Magnus. He's enough games against him to know that he can take him down in any one that they play. If they play a million games, yes, Magnus is going to come out on top. But this is both a long match in some ways because they play for hours, there are multiple time controls, but it's also quite a short match. If you get out to a few game deficit and you don't get your bearings on, you can really go awry, go on tilt in the early stages. So we see the queen has slid back to c2. It puts another piece to pressure this e4 pawn, and Magnus is like, have it. I'm going to clarify things over here on the queen side. Now the c4 pawn's hanging, the a4 pawn's hanging. There is no more a4 pawn because it takes on b5. I think that Magnus is trying to take on... Oh, he takes with the a pawn. Okay, maybe it just transposes into the same position after all the captures on b5. But Denis has not moved just yet. He can take the rook on a8 first. That makes a lot of sense to me. He can take on b5, and after the trade, try to go for this e4 pawn. I actually think that there are tactics that justify this from Magnus's side, because if the queen never takes, you're walking into the line of fire. That looks really dangerous, and there's going to be moves like bishop c4. And if the knight takes, you may walk into a pin here. So just these are the type of strategies you want to keep in mind, that maybe this pawn is poison. Surprising, but it might be a poisonous pawn. And the evaluation is slightly in White's favor. There must have been something there that was actually even stronger for Denis, but I don't blame him for doing what he's done, because now there's an isolated pawn on b5. We often consider pawns like this weak, but they can also be a clear strength. Why is that a strength? It's a passed pawn, and there are no pawns that can really challenge it. It's unopposed. If that can continue rumbling forward, it can be a nuisance. So black has this outer pawn. White has a very healthy pawn chain, only one island, and that means that instead of using minor pieces or heavy pieces to protect the pawns, Denis is just saying, my pawn chain from f2 to d4, that's solid and safe. So Denis pauses. He is now up under 10 seconds. He was well ahead in the clock throughout this game, but he is trying to calculate, can I actually get away with taking this pawn on e4? I wouldn't do it if I were Denis. I do think that there are some dynamic issues if he does capture, but look at him on camera there. He's really trying to figure out a deep line here, if it's worth it, because sometimes you actually end up a pawn ahead, but then black has compensation in the form of active pieces and maybe some long-term threats. But Denis is really trying to lock it in here. He trades rooks first. After queen takes a8, the queen does protect that pawn on e4, gives it one defender, and I think that now knight takes e4, there's bishop c4 hitting this rook, and then that knight is under attack 2 different times. So right now, we're looking at this e4 pawn. It does seem protected. Queen takes e4. We get the trade of queens. And in the end, after the knight lands there, I've been saying this for a while, the rook on e8, it's doing a good job of defending through the bishop. There's going to be a bishop c4 idea. So instead, Denis goes rook to b1. He wants to win that b5 pawn directly. But now the evaluation has gone in Magnus Carlsen's favor. Why could that be? It might mean that the pawn on b5 is immune, and I actually see why. Knight to c4. If rook takes b5, that looks good, but imagine this knight going to a3. That looks like a magical arrow, but it's actually doesn't take so much effort. Once the knight goes to c4, that rook cannot capture on b5 because there's a fork on a3. So knight c4 is a great opportunity here for Magnus. And you see, he sees something. Like, he's looking at this board like a man who knows that he has something available to him. He's actually bopping his head a little bit, and knight c4 is that move. Now, trading off pieces with bishops of opposite color, we often think that leads directly to a draw, but not in a position of this nature where black has that outside pass pawn that white needs to use his forces to prevent from continuing to go to the other side. Magnus, he leans back in the chair. He's not sure what to do. I think if this were a bullet game, he would have played knight c4, but it's quickly becoming a bullet game as Magnus now is dropping to 50 seconds. Denis a minute 8. That's bad news for Magnus. We heard that Denis maybe not as strong as the others in bullet in this field. He gets that 1 second bonus time with each and every move played, and he is in good shape. We know that from the first game that was played here, and even in this position, he is doing just fine. So rook c8 played, hitting the queen. That's blue arrow is not mine, I promise you. That's the the board telling us that that is the only move here that keeps the balance. But it's an uncomfortable move to make in some ways, because there will be some pins, and maybe after queen takes e4, this is my arrow now, bishop d5. It aims right towards the white king. But queen takes e4, that is the only move here that allows equality and is played. So Denis is actually now better because bishop d5 was not the correct response. Instead, knight d5 was played. Bishop takes g2 actually walks into e4, and the bishop is trapped on g2. The queen and bishop, the circulation is cut off, and g2 would you win a pawn but lose a bishop. Not worth it. Knight c4 played, given an exclamation point. But I actually think that the previous move, maybe it gets an exclamation point because it's the only choice in this position, but is a sign that things have gone a bit wrong. So now Denis can take. He can also play this move f3, shutting down the queen and bishop. That bishop will be biting on granite if the pawn goes to f3 and then e4. So I like this opportunity for Denis. It's his moment. He can play it, but he's now down to 13, 12. His time is ticking. He looks a bit nervous. He does capture that knight after B takes. He's getting passive here. The queen goes to F1, protecting the pawn on G2. That pawn can go all the way to C2. The bishop can reinforce it via E4. The queen can come down to A4. So unless Denis can get his pawns rolling, here they go quickly. Pawn to F3, I like it a lot. E4 hits the bishop. It allows the bishop on F4. That's why I like G5 in response. It may be a risky move from Magnus, but that bishop is not actually helping to prevent that black passer. So queen E3 check, do not block with the queen. That drops the rook. The king has to move now. Goes to H2. Good choice. The bishop on D5 is under attack. I would play bishop C4, hitting the queen on F1. But you have to watch out. Maybe rook takes C2, rook takes C8, and there's rook H8, rook G8, a drawing mechanism there. So bishop B3 played. Magnus clearly trying to play for a win. But queen G1, a passive move from Denis, what he would really love. Okay, the queens are gone now. I was going to say he would love to get a queen over on F6. No longer possible. D5 played, going bishop B2. So now it looks like white is stuck. You can't move your rook to take. That allows black to get a queen. Now F5 hits the pawn E4. F4 check. The king goes back. It seems like black is winning. The engine suggests as much. It's because the black king is now being used as a weapon in this endgame. And at some moment, the bishop can slide back to stop the white pawns, and perhaps the black king can move in. Here, the bishop will go to F5. What beautiful rerouting here by Magnus, because he's able to stop the pawns. But now he goes bishop to F5, protecting the pawn. The rook covers. Now the rook can capture. The extra pawn is now for Magnus Carlsen. He is definitely going to take this game unless something goes wildly wrong for him. And, well, 2 seconds on the clock for both players. Rook A6 check. The king goes up. The rook can come down to B1 in the near future. The king and the bishop, that's badly coordinated pieces. Rook to A1. It's very passive. The black king can come in. And this, I think, is game over. Magnus Carlsen wins game 2 by resignation. It would have been checkmate on the board next move. And you hear the fans applauding. They are championing the champion, Magnus Carlsen, the reigning SCC title holder, also the world #1, the player from Norway. He has too many accolades to name, but he did find his footing. It was shaky at some points, but he was able to win game 2, even up this match, and Denis Lazavik now has his work cut out from the black side of a Spanish opening. So we saw something like this in the first game, a bit of a slower approach. Now we see a different one where there's a pawn on C5. So what black is trying to do is use all of this firepower to aim towards the white center, right? All these pieces, I can't draw the arrows in time because the moves are trickling in so quickly. But now when you have pawns 2 squares apart like that, think about the square in between. Knight comes to E3. You would love to bring a knight into D5. Black doesn't have the same access because white has a pawn on C3. So there is a potential hole in the black center, but you also have gained a lot of space. And I've said this before, when you decide with less space you want to trade pieces, playing A4 and taking on B5, that allows white to develop his rook from the starting square. We often think of development as moving rooks towards the center and then trying to use an open middle of the board, but actually this rook is on its best square. The A file, the only open file on the board, is white's. And so with that command of the A file, now he strikes in the center, does Magnus Carlsen. Instead of capturing, the bishop slides back to F8. I think it's a good choice. If this pawn gets on D5, not only does it attack a knight on C6, it actually clears the path for this bishop on C2. And in the first game of this match, I was talking about how that bishop, it would love an open diagonal. You would like to get an attack going. It's not so easy when you're playing someone like Denis Lazavik. The fans are waving. We see people having a good time here in London. It's nice to see everybody showing up for this event, for the players. I assume there are many Magnus fans out there. Hopefully, many Denis fans as well, as the youngster continues to shine on the biggest stages. And here we see, at the moment, he has no problems from the black side. I would actually say, out of the openings, throughout the first, I don't know exactly what percentage, but let's call it the first 60, 70% of the games, Denis has been playing just maybe even better than Magnus. And you can see sort of a smirk on Magnus's face as he's trying to figure out, like, what's my actual plan here? I'm playing a guy who rarely breaks. He also rarely bends. So, like, what am I supposed to do when he plays as solidly as he does? And I think for Denis, this is a moment to actually say, well, if Magnus is going to keep rerouting his pieces, taking his time, trying to use that D5 square, you often want to fill that square yourself. Instead, Denis does, I think, an equally good idea. Rook to A8, trying to trade off the rooks, using the open file for himself. I did like the move pawn to D5. I guess there is some inherent risk there that this pawn is protecting these pawns, and so by pushing it, you actually are leaving your pawns a little bit vulnerable. So right now we see that Magnus brings his bishop out. He's connecting his queen to his rook, so he's not blundering anything along that line, and both players, they're settling into this third game. Plenty of time on the clock. We see nearly 4 minutes for both. It's the type of game where it's not about this individual moment, like unless you, blunder the house, but in reality, what's happening is finding the key squares, finding the way to parry off threats. Queen to b7 says, are you sure you want to bring that knight to d5? Because if you do that, my queen is actually staring through that black knight towards that central square. So Magnus says, I do want that square. Please let me have it. And this is a critical moment because Denis Lazavik has an ambitious move, a forward move here, but it's a committal move as well. And if he pushes his c pawn to c4, it is explosive. He is opening up many files. He's actually temporarily sacrificing a pawn. But I think that allows his queen to see the light of day along the b file. It causes some serious issues in the white camp, and I do think Denis spots it. The way he's looking at this board, he looks like someone ready to pounce. And for Magnus Carlsen, I mean, he's used to being the one who's always the aggressor, always the one with the upper hand. But Denis Lazavik says, you know, I don't need to take that ambitious, that maybe overly committal line. I'm instead just going to reroute my own pieces. What Magnus does, I can do just as well in this game. And black has full equality. There's no issue at the moment for Denis. But how many times have we said this throughout Magnus Carlsen's career? It's even until it's not. And so at the moment, I'm trying to come up with a plan for Magnus. Maybe there's an opportunity, not now, but in the near future to play for the move f4. It looks risky. He starts with h4, alpha 0 style, trying to gain space. Perhaps put this pawn on h5 because the pawn gets there. The black knight does not have forward squares to jump to. And that's a critical idea for many people. A key thing to take note of is that, like, it's not just about directly threatening checkmate, trying to win your opponent's queen. You actually want to clamp down on essential squares and make your opponent's life as difficult as possible. So at this moment, we see the move rook to d8. I think it's pretty clear what Denis is drumming up. d5. Let's open that d file, get the rook behind a pawn that's moving. And I think for Magnus, the key is, do I play this move c4 right now? He doesn't. He plays h5. And if you're Denis, I mean, you went rook d8 for a reason. And it's okay to actually change your mind, especially in a position of this nature where nothing is all that concrete. But he wanted to play d5. He should play d5. But he's definitely looking at this e5 pawn and saying, can I get away with it? Am I going to be okay? Or am I actually walking into some danger? d5 is played. Go Denis, you know, he knows what he needs to do, and Magnus is responding with knight to g4, just like we were talking about. So this moment here, you're going to walk into a pin. f6 protects e5. You always want to create a pawn chain. A pawn's best friend is another pawn, and here f6 keeps that pawn safe. You are allowing a pin, but white doesn't have a way to pile pressure on the pin piece. Knight e3, you're going back where you came from. Black already has enough protectors here. On that knight, the king will slide away. That's that. And black actually can threaten c4 to break that pin. And then the knight can try to move out the way. So be careful if you're Magnus. I mean, c4 for black is an idea. Maybe c4 for white can be played just to try to trade some pieces, make this bishop look a little bit better. Perhaps that bishop could slide all the way out to a5 because it's really not doing all that much at the moment. So a good play from both sides here. c4 played by Magnus. You see the clock is about equal, slight advantage on time for Carlsen at the moment. And after c4, Lazavik sitting here thinking, okay, do I take that pawn? He does. Queen takes c4. So Magnus voluntarily damages his own structure. He has two isolated pawns that he's going to have to deal with, but they're pins in multiple directions. I mentioned the knight is pinned, but so is the c5 pawn. So that means pawn to b4 is actually a ridiculous looking move because it looks like black has three pieces covering the square, pawn, knight, bishop, but none of them can take it because the c pawn is pinned to the black queen. The knight cannot legally move because the king is behind it. So queen e6 played. Now if you play b4, the pawn can capture. You're no longer pinned. So great move there, queen to e6 by Denis Lazavik. He can move his knight, and he probably will do that, knowing the type of player that he is. Retreating the knight to trade queens. It seems like that's the type of move that he would like to play. You have to be a little bit worried about his time at the moment because Denis down to a minute and a half. We see that Magnus at 2 minutes and 18 seconds. That's quite a healthy lead on the clock, especially if the queens stay on the board. There could be some knight sacrifices in front of the black king that you just have to keep an eye on. So Denis, he's really deep in the think tank right now. He goes knight c7. He could have played that move in 2 seconds. Instead, he played it in 29. Rook d4 is the follow-up. Great move there by Denis. It doesn't get an exclamation point, but the knight on c7 was under attack and pinned. He goes rook d4 to force the queen trade. The knight had to move back because it was under attack. He takes the d3 pawn. So not the first time we have seen Denis Lazavik steal a pawn from Magnus Carlsen. So Denis is playing great chess, but you can see on the big screen there, he is down a minute. His time is ticking. And you see Denis before, he was calm. He was able to win up that pawn. Then in game 2, he was up a pawn, but it didn't go his way. So he needs to have a memory of a goldfish, as Ted Lasso would say. Forget about that second game and just play the position right now. He is up a healthy pawn. Like, there is no reason why he should be worried about pretty much anything in this position. And if I were Denis, I would even consider moving my knight into e2, just posing some potential threats. I mean, is that a threat, capturing the bishop on c3? I don't think that Magnus is all that afraid of it, but there's an f4 square to jump into. So Denis really needs to keep himself safe on the clock, but on the board, he is playing excellent chess. He offers a trade of rooks. Magnus says no. The king slides into e6. Now it's got a little bit of a home there. If you're Magnus, you're tempted to take this knight on d4 and play knight to f5. And I think Denis overlooked this. He has to take with the rook. He wants to take with the pawn. He wants to connect his pawns, get a passer. But if he takes with the pawn, he actually loses the game on the spot. So just to be clear, the knight on e3 is jumping into a light square. I've talked about why knights can be so dangerous against bishops. Rook takes d4. It actually stops knight f5 at least for one turn because the g4 pawn is hanging. So rook takes d4, knight f5 is a blunder because of rook takes g4. He takes with the pawn. He allows knight f5, knight takes g7 check. This is really bad news for Denis because at the end of this, what's going to happen is the knight's going to take. It's going to go back to f5. I'm just going to let this all play out. He's going to trade rooks. The h6 pawn drops. And now it's actually a reverse of game 1. Magnus is giving Denis a taste of his own medicine, and it was the clock that was his greatest asset, was Magnus Carlsen, because Denis, he ran low, he ends up taking with a pawn. Oh, he takes on h6 now, and that's that. That is really that, because the king is going to stop the black passers, and then the knight will take, retreat back, the h-pawn goes, and black will have to give up the bishop, much like what happened in game 1, roles reverse. So the white king, there it goes. It's stopping the c-pawn. Here, I think you can even just bring your knight back to f5, as Magnus does, because the h-pawn is so powerful. The white pawn can then slide to f3. The king can go to d3. This is it. I mean, you can just put all your pawns and pieces on light squares, and that should be the game. And he first goes h6 because he can't stop the pawn. That's game over. Magnus Carlsen does win game 3. It's his first lead of the 2025 Speed Chess Championship semifinals. Takes a swig of water. Donnie would always say that a player is happy with their position when they take that drink, but Denis is doing the same. I think they're just thirsty this time around. So we have an English opening for knights. Denis plays g3. Magnus has played this so many times from the white side. So both of these players very experienced in these positions. And we see the bishop for Denis on g2. It's on the long diagonal. You want to make use of it. He plays e3 here, and that indicates that he wants to play d4. So don't play this move bishop e6. That would be a huge blunder. You're walking into d4 and then d5 with a fork. That would be very bad. So Magnus, he learns from all of the great contemporaries. In the first game, Denis brought his bishop back quickly to a7. He didn't want d4 to happen with the tempo, so bishop a7 seems to be the retreating square if d4 is played right now. So Denis is thinking, if this were a game of 1-minute chess, he would have just played d4 already, I believe, but perhaps he'll go for a different route. No, he does in fact play d4, not playing in a cagey style, playing a very direct approach, gaining space in the center. Magnus taking his time. So both players, I think that they're just, each and every game, they're trying to understand the dynamics of play, the nuances, because it may look like a position you've studied before, but perhaps the bishop is better placed on b6 rather than a7. These are the little things that make up great players. And rook e8 played, given a question mark, bishop g5, the position calls for a pin of this knight. And I think the point, everyone, is that h6, bishop h4 is the plan. You actually can't break the pin with pawn and g5 because there will be a knight sack and a vicious attack against the black king. So Denis, I mean, he's got a big opportunity right now. Bishop g5, go for a piece sacrifice. What's he risking there? I mean, it just feels like it's going to be fun at the very least. He plays bishop e3. Speaking of risk-free chess, bishop e3 is that type of move. He doesn't want to calculate a piece sacrifice, but it was there. It was in the air. And for Denis, I mean, maybe it's worth just exploring that just a little bit, because I think Denis might regret that slip. I mean, I don't want to be harsh, but if we can sort of analyze that moment, like, he could have pinned that knight, and yes, the piece would have been given up, but just to show you that bishop g5, h6, yes, the bishop slides back, and g5 traps that bishop. That's what always happens when you have fianchetto. Black can do this. But after the trade of pieces here, like, this is really dangerous. That's a pin that's not going anywhere. The king is open. If you take on d4 with the bishop, then you lose this piece on c6. The bishop is hanging, so you actually can't really effectively take this pawn on d4. So we'll go back to the game, but I think that was looking really, really dangerous because the black king was going to be ripped open, and instead we have a much calmer approach. We're back to the live board. We see that now Magnus doesn't have to worry about that pin. He didn't like where his knight was placed. He would prefer to go to f5, hitting this bishop on e3, again applying pressure on this pawn on d4, and Denis says, I see what you're doing. I'll play knight to h4. I just talked about g5. Even winning a piece wasn't the type of move you want to play. So at the moment, I think Magnus is saying, that's too much. Why expose my king to such serious problems when I can play a safe move like c6, maybe play d5 in the near future, shutting down this bishop on g2. It was once a powerful piece. Now it's kind of a little stuck. d5 allows black to take on e3 at some moment. So yeah, white just allows black to press forward. Magnus is clearly better now because white's pieces are passive and or awkward. The knight on h4 is really just trying to stop black from putting a piece on f5. It's not an attacking piece. On the queen side here, this pawn on c4 is now directly threatened. You do not want to take on d5 and give yourself an isolated pawn. Jose Raul Capablanca would look at this position from the black side and say, let's just sign those score sheets. I'm going to take this one home. And we see that Denis says not one knight, but both knights on the rim are they dim? Are they grim? I don't really know what to make of them right now. Maybe this knight can go to c5, and that perhaps encourages or strongly suggests that this bishop has to come off the board. White will get the bishop pair on an opening board, but for the meantime, we see the bishop does attack the white queen. Slide out the way. Don't blunder that piece. That would be a huge mistake. Queen c1. If you're Magnus, look out for a sack on h6. I don't believe it works here. Magnus doesn't believe it works here. Denis is just trying to coordinate his pieces as best as possible. Rook to e1. There is only one fully open file. That's that e file here. So you should, in fact, place this rook here. But if the bishop moves, the d4 pawn is loose. So it's not easy to figure out how to make these trades work. And for Magnus, huge lead on the clock right now. We see 3 minutes, 30 seconds for him, 2:17 for Denis. Bishop e4, I really like those type of moves because you're trying to exchange that fianchetto bishop. The fianchetto piece is such an important defender of the white king. So f3 played, making this bishop look a bit silly. I mean, that bishop is staring into a brick wall, its own pawn on f3, but what he can do is now move his bishop back along this dark square diagonal, and in doing so, the bishop keeps the center defended. It allows white to trade rooks, and it means that maybe the worst will be behind Denis because he has finally activated his knight over there on the queen side. He has gained much needed space, and now Magnus takes a page out of Denis's book. He shuts down his own bishop, but he wanted to kick the knight out of c5. c4 is captured here. White can capture back. You take with the pawn, because you took the queen, there would have been this b5 move anyway. But I love the way Magnus has handled this, because now he can actually, in fact, take this knight on c5 and leave white with, oh, he takes on c4. That move surprised me. I actually thought he was going to play pawn to b4, but he's instead going for activity. What he could have done was leave white saddle with two isolated c-pawns, those double pawns there. Instead, he goes for the immediate activity. The rook was challenging the bishop. Behind is that light square bishop. So I really like this as well. A lead on the clock. I think the one downside, I would say, is that when you're well ahead on time like this, without so many pieces on the board, the moves start to get perhaps a bit easier for Denis. And rook c2 played, okay, a direct shot against the white. That queen should slide over 2 squares to the left. That way it keeps the a2 pawn defended. Okay, it goes to b3. Similarly, defending that a2 pawn. I thought the queen on a4 was a little bit more active. The queen on b3 is trying to use an open file. And don't be surprised if Denis goes for queen to b6 at some moment. I wouldn't do that right now because Magnus's last move, I think he's strongly hinting that his queen wants to join the party and go for an attack. But speaking of attack, the a6 pawn is vulnerable. Bishop f1. Rerouting the bishop, it hits that a6 pawn. Now with queen to d2, which was one of Magnus' ideas, rook e2. That rook can safely slide forward, trade those rooks. Actually trading pieces, I know I talk about how Denis likes the endgame, but trading pieces is just objectively good for white here because you have a bishop pair and those targets on the queen side. Knights are notoriously bad at defending both sides of the board. They're slow-moving pieces. So if Denis can somehow trade off the rooks or trade off the queens without giving away material, he would be a very, very happy chess player. So this scene is great. I mean, look at the colors there. Look like I'm going down Rainbow Road and just trying to win this race to the end. But I think these players right now, they're not focused on the colors except for the black and white pieces right now and trying to figure out what the next best move is. And you see Denis, the time there, as going near to a minute. And for Magnus, knight d5, the only move that gives him an advantage. With king g2 a mistake, it's not actually like super obvious that knight d5 is that problematic for white. It's just a good square to be on, but rook c3, queen f6, now f3 is super vulnerable. So knight on d5 is a healthy square in the center, but it also gives black key access points. Here comes rook c3. I mean, this is getting very bad very quickly. You see Denis, he puts his hand up in frustration. He just completely missed that this idea was in the air. And f3 now, the move he played so long ago, it's protected by a king. You don't want to use your king as a defender with so many pieces on the board. It's the worst defender to have, because if it's checked, it kind of has to move. If two pieces attack one square, well, that's a problem. So queen f6, I think that Denis will have to push his pawn to f4 after queen to f6. And that opens up the light square diagonal. You don't really want to push pawns in front of your own king. It gives key points of access to your opponent. It makes it easier to attack. Queen f6 played, f4 should be the quick response. I don't really see another move for Denis. And he plays it, but now there are all sorts of ideas. Bishop d3 is just one of them. The rook's under attack. You could trade bishops behind it. Maybe the rook slides bishop e4 check is something to consider as well. And queen g6, the blue arrow, it's saying that that is the only move that keeps the advantage as significant as it currently is. Trading bishops, apparently not enough, even though that does look really good for black with a knight on a light square and white lacking a piece that can knock it off it. And here queen g6 says, okay, we can trade those light square bishops, but on my terms, and it threatens up knight takes f4 check. So queen to g6, I mean, that's such a nice move, but Magnus, he's frustrated. He looks like somebody who is trying to create a symphony there with that hand gesture, but he trades bishops on f1, and the direct approach was not the correct one. Queen g6, not an easy move to play, and you can tell, he knows that he's been better. He has the upper hand, but actually converting on these advantages is really difficult, especially when you play someone like Denis, because small advantages often are not enough. And king on f1, it looks like it can be quite exposed, but what? You play your queen to f5? Okay, so what? The king can go back to g2 and maybe tuck itself on h2. There aren't so many targets to work with. So rook f3 played, offering an exchange of queens that, wow, he takes with a pawn on f6. That's how much Magnus likes his knight on d5, and he wants to restrict the white rook. He takes with the pawn. Pawn structure, overrated. Danya would say exactly that in this endgame. Rook d4, protecting a4. Watch out at some point, like rook takes d5 is not working anytime soon, really, but then the c-pawn can go to the other side. So just look out for that kind of thing. And the reason why Magnus took on f6 with the pawn rather than knight was he didn't want to allow that rook to d6. So the knight goes to e3. Okay, the king can choose where it goes. I think e2 looks the most natural to me. He goes to f2, which is approved. The evaluation bar stays right in the center because a5 is actually hanging. So he's giving up g3 to go for a5, and rook d8 is the move. When he plays it, I mean, Denis Lazavik he continues to amaze me and his opponents, because I thought that he would just defend the a4 pawn to win a5. No, he actually wants to get activity here, and he can go for the c pawn, and maybe he should throw in a check on g8 first. Bishop d2, I mean, that is the calmest move in the position. He wants g4, f5. He wants to go after this black king. So all of a sudden, it's Magnus who needs to be on the defensive. And objectively, Magnus is doing fine. Maybe he needs to use that a pawn as a distraction at some point soon. But like, this king is boxed in. If this bishop actually gets out somehow into d6, there could be some issues. But if c5 falls here, and it has, I think now it's Denis just trying to make sure he has enough for equality. He actually trades rooks. That's counterintuitive. When you're down material, you often do not want to be the side trading. But he's suggesting that this h6 pawn is a permanent weakness. Not enough material on the board. The black king can't get around quickly enough. And the c pawn alone is maybe not going to do it because the white king steps forward to e4, winning king of the hill, but drawing this game. And wow, capturing on h5, that's a brave decision. But he's just going back and forth, defending the pawn. Bishop d2 comes with a check. It forces the black king back. King f3 now, king e4 is the idea, going after this black knight. And king e4, though, c3 is just in time here. So king e2, the correct choice. I mean, Denis brings his king back rather than forward. How tempted would we have all been? I was tempted to move forward. And no, he decides to bring his king around, go after this c4 pawn. All the pieces are getting traded off, and peace will be had. I mean, if this game does not result in a draw, something has gone terribly wrong with their connection or just with their looking at the timer. But right now, as soon as the pawn goes to f4, the bishop will take it. So, well, okay, you have to be careful. Knights are tricky pieces, but what Denis needs to do is not trade his bishop for the knight, not allow a fork, and that's why he's going his king to e2. If his king and bishop are in opposite colors, it's impossible to fork them. right? A knight attacks the same color complex. A knight on the light squares attacks dark squares. And here, you cannot, you're thinking about taking this knight, but don't go for take now. You could take now, and then king f2. You create opposition, you make the draw. So Denis timed everything perfectly. He is able to escape this one with a draw, and we see 2.5, 1.5 as the first half of the 5+1 comes to a close. The players get a much-deserved round of applause, but they also get a much-deserved break. And Magnus immediately goes to analyzing that game, and he's shaking his head because at some point it was -2. But Denis, I mean, he should be happy he escaped in that one, but he's had some good opportunities that he has let slip. And Magnus, I mean, he shakes his head because he always wants perfection out of himself. That's what makes him the GOAT. It's what makes him so strong. And there, the players are getting cheered on as they are stepping aside from the playing area. They're going to get some rest, maybe get some hydration, because the London weather can be rainy outside, but it's important that in these heated moments you get, oh my goodness, look at that. That's Denis in the middle of his match signing things. That's beautiful. But here we have it. Magnus Carlsen beardless in this photo, but a 2.5, 1.5 lead. That is clear as Denis Lazavik, he's still got that, childhood look to him. He is growing in chess, in life, but right now he needs to get some more points on the board because Magnus Carlsen has a 1-point lead in this match. 2.5, 1.5 in his favor. And we actually are going to throw it to an interview as John Sargent awaits with Denis Lazavik.
Denis, thank you very much for joining us here. Obviously quite a tense match and some very interesting positions. Ultimately, you came out here in front of the live audience in London and you won the first game. It's a long way to go. How are you feeling?
Well, I think I played quite good, but maybe when I got low on time, I made some mistakes and also tactical mistakes. So in third game, I just blundered. It was terrible, but so far so good. No, not so bad actually.
Well, time to reset now. We've got the second half to go. Best of luck to you. Thank you very much. We're going to hop back over to the studio. Thanks very much, guys, and we'll be back with more chess in just a second.
Thanks, John. Appreciate that so much, and good to hear Denis's thoughts. He's really happy with his play, and I mean, he's not 100%, but it's clear that he's in this match, and I just want to thank everybody so much. I mean, this is a really heavy time, and it's been a heavy time, but Danya's chair is here. I know that everyone is trying to do right by his legacy, and I just want to say a few words about my dear friend, somebody who I loved commentating this very event with in the past. He is somebody who we cherish. Some people had the honor of being in his inner circle, knowing him personally. I'm so glad that I was one of those people, and I just want to say the Naroditsky Cup is so well named. It's such a great honor for someone who's such a great man. He was brilliant. He was full of surprises. He was so funny and punny and all of the above. But ultimately, he was just so lovely in the best way, so human. And he brought the best out of so many of us. So I just want to say thank you to everybody. I want to continue with the Speed Chess Championship 2025, but I would be remiss not to commentate with my dear friend just one last time as we send it onward. So thank you so much, everybody. See you soon.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Danya. Don't go anywhere, everybody. The 2025 Speed Chess Championship Finals from London will continue in just a few.
I think one of the things that maybe can be overlooked with Danya's commentary is like the amount of empathy he has, like not only for his co-commentator and the way he's able to adjust and work with so many different styles of co-commentators, but also his empathy for the viewers, understanding that a lot of the people who have watched chess online are quite new to the game, are beginners.
Oh, he's go! He played it with 0.1 seconds!
Oh my gosh, he's getting a queen! But knight takes a2.
Knight takes a2. Oh my god, it's c2!
Dimitri on Jake. Drake is a wizard.
He wins again.
And he had such a great way of breaking down very high-level, complex concepts in a very understandable way for the general audience.
As soon as White's king goes to c5, whoop, king comes back to d7. King goes back to d4, whoop, king goes back to e6. And there's literally nothing that White can do.
I've always appreciated him as a co-host, as a colleague, but I also truly enjoyed the moments when he was just the goofball Danya and he would do impressions.
And not to say that he would, actively lie, but, sometimes he could fudge it a little bit. Yes, this was preparation, but, okay, not this exact position, but something similar, okay.
Also, he's one of my most favorite commentators. The way he uses the English language is just something I could never hope to achieve. Very beautiful to watch.
He's not bobbing his head any longer. You can see the sort of consternation on his face. I mean, both players are just locked in concentration.
What are these words? Consternation?
Consternation. Like he's...
That's not a word.
At one period, only for one period, we were both commentators at the same time. I was looking forward to doing it with him, but it was a rotating roster, and he was with Levy. And when I was watching them commentate, him and Levy, I thought this is probably the best duo chemistry that I've seen. But also his commentary with Robert, with Danny, I think you could just see how much fun they were having. It was not at all performative. It was just a very genuine love to talk about chess.
And welcome back to the Speed Chess Championship. Hello to the fan zone, hello to the players, the audience, everyone watching around the world. Eric, we're about to get into the remaining part of this 5+1 section here in the Speed Chess Championship. Just want to say that was amazing, seeing Robert here and having him commentate that section. That was really special to watch, and I'm glad that you and I get to continue to commentate in Daniel's favorite thing, speed chess.
Definitely. I mean, that was world-class commentary. It's not easy to do alone, so I definitely enjoyed watching that. It was great to see Robert.
Yeah, and it's nice to have, we got a balance here, so it's nice to be able to go back and forth. Now, getting into the chess, Eric, I was impressed, much like the rest of us watching, at just how this match started, right? Denis Lazavik coming out of the gate and taking a win against Magnus Carlsen just indicates to everyone who thought this might be a blowout that he's here to play.
I think it's good for the fans, but psychologically, it's so important for Denis. When you're the big underdog in a one-on-one match, we've seen some SCC matches. You start off poorly, you start questioning yourself, can I actually beat this guy? But Denis pulling off that early win, and then the most recent game where he held the draw in a position that guys like Magnus thrive in, that's going to give him the confidence boost needed, and that's so important when you're playing Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, and what do you think of, as the players were heading to that break there, couldn't help but notice that Denis was taking the time to even sign an autograph as well, and he gave a very short interview as well. Eric, what do you make of that? Can you really remove yourself from the intense match like that? I don't know that I could. It just speaks to his maturity.
I think that's very tough, but it shows that probably he is more relaxed, and that's very good for a young player playing on such a big stage like this. And part of the maturity of him as he's an elite speed chess player online, getting better year by year. He feels more comfortable, and it's going to pay off.
That's right, and here he is. Did he just sign another one on the way back to his seat? That's Denis Lazavik, ladies and gentlemen, as there he is taking his seat to continue this 5-minute section. Would you say, Eric, that at the moment, more or less, is he in a spot that he'd be happy with, thinking before the match started?
I mean, I'm not sure you want to be down, a point against Magnus, but you know that it might happen.
Yeah.
Having that win under his belt, also holding that tough position, I think he's okay. He's good at every time control, and there's no margin right now that's intimidating or that can cause second, doubting yourself, tilt. No, right now he has all the reason to be optimistic.
Exactly right. Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen taking his seat as well, and what was obviously a rocky start, I think same can be said for Magnus, that he's held his composure and he didn't let that first result really change how this 5+1 portion has gone thus far.
Yeah, I think he knows that Denis is, on paper, Magnus being the big favorite, but he knows going into today it wasn't going to be easy, and he's ready for it. At what point do we start calling him Mustache Magnus? This is a trial of his new look as well.
It is. We'll be obviously paying close attention to the results that he's scoring with this look because, maybe we're wondering if it's going to disappear if he doesn't win the match for tomorrow.
Yeah, I had to bring it up because, you were one of the guys who grew out your beard for maybe chess results, so trying to find some correlation there.
I'll take any correlation to Magnus Carlsen at this point, Eric. Completely agree. Look at the audience as well. It's just a sold-out arena here. Very excited to get into these matchups, and I could hear actually from a different part of the venue, Eric, the fans, just that reaction when Denis won that first game. So I think in terms of the intrigue for the fans, having that result early for Denis has just made this an incredibly close one.
Yeah, and I think having the fans and having this in London, a city with a storied chess history, like the visibility, everyone knows who Magnus is, maybe Hikaru, but there's a lot of new players coming in. It'd be great for them to know about Denis Lazavik, and this is a great opportunity for him to gain a lot of fans, and especially those young players growing up saying, you know what, he can beat Magnus, maybe I can be like him too.
There you go. We have the games are underway in the second half of the 5+1 portion, and Eric, looks like we have a King's Indian to start things off.
Yeah, I didn't know this was part of his repertoire, but that's good for us, good for the fans. Typically, very sharp opening. Hikaru used to use the King's Indian all the time for moments when you need a decisive result.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and one thing I've noticed already about the position is the rook has slid to the e8 square, and then we saw the position close with the move d5. That's something that usually you want to time when the black rook moves over, you play d5, because the plan for black that most chess players are familiar with is to strike with f5. And so the rook honestly wants to be back on that f8 square. So cleverly waiting for the rook to shift and then closing the center.
Yeah, I guess with rook e8, I'm not sure if Denis is striving for a closed position against Magnus. Typically, when you look at the styles, Magnus is known as a very good player in maneuvering and understanding closed positions, but at the same time, Denis is very positionally solid, and look at this move, king h8. That's attached to the idea that I know of knight g8 and bishop h6, trading off that dark squared bishop that's blocked by, the the pawn on e5.
Exactly. You talk about good and bad bishops. Your good bishop, that bishop on d7 for black, the opposite color of where most of those pawns are fixed. And so you mentioned a nice plan, trading off black's, let's say, poor bishop on g7 for white's good bishop on e3 is a great plan to follow. I'm not used to the queen side actually being closed like this for white with the move a4, Eric. This move struck me as a little bit weird because I often see white go for b3, a3, and b4 to continue to expand, but the move a4 completely shuts things down until the move b4 later, but you can't achieve it at the moment.
Yeah, I don't understand a4 at all, I have to be honest. I'm really used to white playing a3, b4. Look at the knights on c3 and d3. Look at the bishop on e3. They're ready to support this b4, c5 push with the pawn on a3. But with the pawn on a4, like generally in the King's Indian, white's supposed to push on the queen side, and you need pawn flexibility. You need to be able to push your pawns forward. Here, even if white prepares b4 in the future, you'll notice the a4 pawn will then be isolated, the c4 pawn won't have any support to move forward. Yeah. I'm not familiar with this.
Yeah, this seems unusual. The move king h8 might feel unusual as well, but connected with that idea of knight g8 and bishop h6, for the moment, it looks like white's going to play queen d2, and it's just been played on the board. That prevents that knight g8 move for the moment from having an impact with bishop h6, but you can still achieve it. h5, king h7, bishop h6 if you want to go for that plan, or rook f8, clearly indicating, Eric, that now it's time for f5, which is the most traditional plan when it comes to the King's Indian structures.
Yeah, I'm really curious what Magnus is striving for here, because once f5 is played, I mean, even this rook on a3, I'm not exactly sure where it's headed. Investing some time with moves like that, it feels like a good King's Indian. Black's plan is clear, and sometimes that's a huge advantage in blitz. This time controls, we've moved to the 3-1 portion, so having a clear plan where you know your next 3-4 moves, you want to pressure the king side, that should probably manifest into a time advantage for Lazavik.
Yeah, now pay attention to the maneuvering here. The rook on a3 now comes alive to perhaps go over to the g3 square in the future, or at least exert some support along the third rank. The bishop is going to go to that d4 square, as you're highlighting. That knight on f2, multi-purpose. You can bring it to d1 and to e3, where it's going to blockade that e4 pawn perfectly. And from f2 or e3, it supports the move g4. So it could, Eric, actually be white that expands on the king side, and we see it right away.
G4 before preparing it with maybe like king h2, that's ambitious. And I think we simply have to look at the move right now, queen h4. Is white risking a lot here? Is that king weak?
Absolutely. This is a big risk. I think that rook on a3, the placement is what's being relied on here, because otherwise it looks quite scary to allow the queen to come out. In terms of adding more pressure, though, how do you continue? It does look like white has that bishop to d4 move in order to have that rook sliding over to g3, so everything looks defended for the moment.
Well, I think it's clear for black. The queen looks nice on h4 and it can't be harassed easily, but you need more pieces. So knight e7, the knight might join on g6, and then on g6 it supports h4, also pressures f4. Black needs more pieces, and I'm curious what Magnus is going to decide. Do you play g5 at some point? Are you worried about the g file opening up? But it's a very risky approach, and it's at some point the position is going to open up, and then clock will be a big factor. You don't want a position like this when you're under a minute.
Exactly right. This is a position that's going to be very difficult to play very soon. The opening, I think most of the time I would say the players kind of minded their own business. They each had their plans they were trying to achieve. Now there's tension in the position, and things need to be decided. At some point, black can capture on the g4 square, and that will open up that f file for pressure on the f4 pawn.
g5 I was looking at, the idea is maybe you can try to trap the queen. The queen doesn't have any room, and maybe in the future you go knight h1, bishop f2. But after h6, I don't think it's in time. h6, knight h1, takes, bishop f2, there's queen takes f4. Not sure if Magnus missed the tactic here, because if the g file opens up, it feels like black's attacking chances increase exponentially.
Yeah, that's exactly right. You talk about the odds coming in for Magnus on Polymark are definitely going to be affected by even just a single game when it comes to a match like this. I see this position as one that could go very, very wrong, if not wrong already for white. We weren't sure about this a4 plan, and honestly, Eric, the queen side has been totally forgotten. It's all about the king side. This is a King's Indian dream.
Yeah, I think you want to look at imbalances. The knight on b5 looks nice there, but the knight on a6 defends c7. So then we have to look at the rest of the pieces. And black's goal is to use every other piece, the bishop, the knight, the rooks, transfer them over to the king side and attack this weak king on g2. So expecting to see knight g6, rook g8. The f4 pawn's also pretty loose. I don't see the compensation from Magnus opening up his king side, but there's no pressure on black.
Yeah, there's also this idea, this knight on a6 is really just covering the c7 pawn at the moment. But, you know, in the future, we could see the bishop trade for the knight on b5. That knight will jump into the c5 square. And as the pieces shift over to the king side, look for that knight to potentially wedge itself from c5 into d3. That will disconnect that rook from a3. That could play a major role in the future.
In knight c5, white, when you look at exchanges, you generally don't want to trade off your dark squared bishop. It's holding the f4 pawn. With bishop d4, you can trade it off because it's black's dark squared bishop, but that's maybe the only exchange. Because if this black bishop can stay there, unchallenged, that's just a very strong piece.
Exactly. There's weak pawns here. f4, h3. The king on h2 is, you know, sheltered for the moment, but the knight on h4 is very strong. The f3 and d3 squares are two destinations I can see those black knights arriving to. The bishop can only cover one at a time. So there could be a situation where, and we're starting to see, bishop takes b5 and very likely knight c5, but could be also knight b4 into the d3 square.
Yeah, I think we'll see knight c5 just because it has the additional benefit of keeping maybe the rook honest on a3, hitting a4. And Denis knows that Magnus is not trading off this dark square bishop for the knight. But if you don't trade it off for the knight, then this knight has an outpost for the rest of the game, and that's a huge improvement.
That's right. Knight c5, if white were to play a move like b3 to guard the a-pawn, disaster really, because the coordination is completely ruined. The rook on a3 can no longer help on the king side, and the rooks are shifting and probably doubling soon on the g-file.
I love black's position here. When I compare the pieces, once the knight reaches to c5, it's an outpost. The bishop on e2 is blocked by white's own pawns. The knight on h4 is better than knight on g3. Why? It defends f5, it opens up the g-file, and maybe black can start doubling on the g-file. And I just don't see the initiative or compensation from Magnus whatsoever.
Yeah, we see knight to h5 played. So hitting the f6 square, the g7 square, and you see the blue arrow indicating knight d3. I highlighted this move earlier in the game because I knew at some point the coordination could be ruined. Knight f3 instead, though.
Rook e4, that's an exchange sacrifice.
Wow.
But if you give black connected passed pawns, that's probably worth much more than an exchange.
Yep. And immediately declined. The knight can take that rook eventually, but for now, priority on eliminating that strong f3 pawn. So more to think about here for Denis.
That was a great, like Magnus could not take the exchange. That was a forced move, I think.
Absolutely. And the rook has to join the game. There was no way to play b3. Because the rook on a3, you're almost down a rook at that point. So despite the a pawn hanging here, this move was forced, and already we see a sacrifice.
Rook and knight for a queen, but the f5 pawn is weak. And so then if you can pick that up, that's a rook, knight, and a pawn for a queen. Might not be equal, but getting close to equality.
Yeah, but this is a type of equal that there's going to be big chances for both sides. This isn't the equal where, you know, you change the channel and say this is going to be a draw. Not at all. Look at that eval bar climbing.
Rook 2 to f3, preparing rook h4, pinning the queen, and I'm not sure where Magnus can place the queen safely.
Yeah, at this point I'm wondering...
that's a good one.
I'm wondering how Denis is going to get out of this because rook h4 is just so strong. And look at the best move is b3, just improving the position slowly, Eric.
That is a Magnus move, but under 20 seconds he finds it.
Amazing.
Rook h4 isn't ready to be played yet, so white wants to slowly improve the position because it's hard for black to find a move. Where do you place your queen? Where do you place the king? There's forks, there's pins.
Yeah, and you can play rook to h4, and then rook...
That just blunders, by the way.
Well, rook takes f5 can be played, but the problem is b3 has solidified the a pawn. That's a big deal for this variation, and the king placement on h8 is not where it wants to be.
No, the c7 pawn falls, then b6 and d6 are weak.
Let's have a look at this endgame. Rook endgames are so tricky. We're even starting to see the possibility that those pawns could just run. The H pawn and the B pawn split the attention.
Yeah, the only counterplay for black is this D pawn and maybe cutting the white's king off and coming up with some backbreaking threats. But rook B5, that looks like it's it.
Amazing technique. Getting the rook behind the pawn and a few checks, but once that rook has to go backwards, there's no hope here. And that will be a resignation. And despite the head shake, great technique when it came down to it.
Yeah, it's easy to misplay. You'd have no time to calculate in those rook and pawn endgames, so it's pure instincts. And it paid off for Magnus there in a position that I thought he was in trouble.
Yeah, no, he absolutely was. A critical moment was that knight move, choosing the right one. But, we're on to the next game immediately. And we sort of see this London system making an appearance with the bishop on f4.
Are you familiar with d6? Is that too common of a move?
Not very. Honestly, there are so many ways you can play against the London, but d6 is a move that indicates the intention to play knight h5. You're trying to take away that e5 square from the bishop, and that's why h3 was played very early, so that you have space to bring that bishop back.
b6, a pretty flexible setup for Magnus. You fianchetto the light squared bishop, and then in the future, because you've played your pawn at d6, you can decide if you want c5 as the break to challenge the center, or maybe castles, put a rook on 8, and try to play for e5. And e5 right away.
Yeah, we see it immediately. The g2 pawn being loose, and specifically with the pawn on h3 as well, means it's a difficult pawn to capture in the middle. And so what we actually see is that e5 was achieved in a way that you might not expect earlier. So it's kind of a move that you haven't had to prepare with queen e7.
Yeah, this d5 move by Denis, to explain, it might look a bit early. It shuts down the light squared bishop, but it does improve black's dark square diagonal. So double edge, knight c5. Magnus wants to play a5 next move to install this knight, taking away the b4 possibility. And if you go b4 right away, there's knight c to e4, and all of a sudden, there could be some pressure on this long diagonal.
Yeah, the bishop on h2, the reason that black has played e5 and e takes d4, the bishop on h2 is no good against that pawn structure. c7, d6 completely neutralizes that London dark squared bishop. So we'll probably see rook e1, the bishop can slide back to the f1 square, and at some point white does want to play knight to d4 into the center of the board, but it's a difficult move to play when the bishop on g7 is eyeballing it, and currently it would be a loose piece.
Yeah, I mean, before I do that, I guess we have to start considering bishop back to f4. Doesn't feel good, but it's not part of the game right now. I'd love to maybe pin the knight or bring it back to e3.
Yep, and e3 would support that idea of knight d4, so I don't mind that at all. Bishop to f4, bishop back to e3. Meanwhile, for black, the bishop on b7 is not ideal. So you're either going to have to break the position with c6 or reroute that bishop back to c8.
Well, knight b5, just like last game, you put the knight here, long-term pressure on c7, but it's hard to sometimes evaluate. What if black's bishop on b7 was already blocked by the pawn? Might not be such a bad idea to trade it off for a knight.
Yeah, absolutely. Knight d4. So basically, we're seeing knight d4 achieved. This is the plan that we outlined, and it was done in a nice way with knight b5 first. And now if the bishop captures on b5, you can recapture nicely with the knight or with the pawn and sink the knight on c6 as well.
Quite a few trades coming in. Position's not changing too much evaluation-wise. Both players have, some space here. Magnus has this good dark squared bishop. Denis has this nice knight on b5. It's just optimizing some pieces that require it. And for me, when I'm looking at this from Denis's perspective, it's bishop f4 screaming to be played.
Yep.
Needs to get back in the game.
Exactly right. This is you can just see the demeanor here. I don't think this is a position that's too scary to handle, but the space advantage, maybe I give the slight nod to white in this position. However, it's a game of color complexes. Light squares versus dark squares. You can see the control that white has of the light squares in the position, and for black, that dark squared bishop is so powerful.
One thing I want to mention from the previous game is Magnus at a4. In this position, if Denis has time, he'd like to play b3, a3, and then b4, dislodging the knight and gaining some space on the queen side. That takes a bit of time, so I'm not sure if he'll go for it, but it's an opportunity later on down the road.
Exactly, and that's why we were so stunned by that a4 move, because it completely removes that possibility, and that is how white is going to kick that knight out from the c5 square and continue to actually make some progress in this position, which looks slightly better, but very difficult to actually break through. There's no targets, there's no weaknesses.
I really like this maneuver from Denis, though. Queen e2 and then queen e3, control of the e-file. The pieces are all coordinated for the most part. And b3, we're seeing the setup, a3, b4, and white does have a bit of a space advantage. Once b4 hits, there'll be some serious questions for Magnus, so he's got to be urgent.
Agree, and speaking of urgent, knight into e4. Now, a3, b4 would be a challenging move, but okay, we see f3. He does not want to deal with that knight, despite weakening the dark squares. Eric, he might be planning, if the knight goes back to f6, to continue a bit more aggressively with g4 and bishop f4 and just gaining all the space in the position.
Plays h4, earning control over the g5 square long term. But it's hard to come up with a plan for Magnus here. I have to say, the more time that's elapsed, I'm liking white's position because I see how white generates space. a3, b4, maybe the knight circles back to d4 and plants itself on c6.
Now, what we are seeing is a little bit of the experience, perhaps, playing a role here as well. One thing about this position is, Magnus is playing it a lot faster, and if black achieves this dark square bishop trade, bishop on g7 for the bishop on f4, we could get in a situation where there's a lot of light squared pawns for white and this light squared bishop on f1. That's not a situation that you'd like to be in as white. So the bishop pair is so important to keep protected. And all of a sudden, that h4 pawn that he moved before, it's a target.
It is, and you don't want to play a move like queen f2, queen e1. Feels passive, feels like you're going in the wrong direction.
That's right.
And black has just a bunch of easy moves. King g7, slowly encroaching in.
Yeah, the c7 pawn is maybe the weakest part of black's position, but so easy to keep defended. The computer is never going to represent a huge advantage here, Eric, but it just feels from a practical point of view that the pressure of that dark square bishop trade plus the h4 pawn is more significant than perhaps the bishop pair and the c7 pawn.
For sure, I think a lot of blitz chess comes down to who has the easier moves. And Denis's position has not been easy to improve. Besides this, a3 is no longer in the position. King h2, Magnus can play king g7. No matter what, h4 is a long-term liability.
That's right. Knight to d3. Now, you could consider that exchange, and he does so. The bishop on f1 was not the best piece in the position. The h4 pawn needs support, but of course the knight needs to be dealt with here. So I wonder,
maybe bishop e5 was the plan here. Oh, okay.
Bishop e5 is very tricky, actually. I was going to say we might see repetition depending on the mindset of the players, but a4 indicates not that Magnus is going all out, but he's willing to play a few more moves, and perhaps bishop e5 now.
I think there's positions to look at in the future where Magnus might be willing to sacrifice the c7 pawn for counterplay elsewhere. That might be the h4 pawn, might be the c4 pawn. But he's not intending to keep his queen on d8 for the rest of the game, just for the sake of defending c7.
Well, we're going to see something now, because in that position, the c4 pawn was hanging, and so was h4. I didn't see a good way to keep everything defended, because queen d4 was impossible. Now, the game is completely opened up.
Bishop f2. Bishop f2. If Magnus finds that, there's mate threats on h4. And the dark squares are looking very weak.
Yep, this is all about the dark squares. Bishop f2, he needs to calculate the move g3, so instead goes back to e7, not the right direction.
No, that's a missed opportunity. After a3, white has a bit of stability all of a sudden. Yep. The knight on b5 covers d6, which is the main concern. You can play g3 in the future, cover up your king. Oh, now we have an endgame.
And this almost looks like perhaps a missed opportunity turned into Magnus not wanting to risk too much, although as I say that, c takes on d6. I wonder is Magnus actually happy to be here, because it looks like white has an easier job at creating something in terms of a pass pawn.
Yeah, queen endgames are really tough to evaluate. Computers might say this is equal, but that's based on maybe finding a perpetual.
There it is.
In this case, Denis maybe down on time, didn't want to press things.
Yep, that makes perfect. And you do probably need to take it here. You could grab the pawn on c4, and then there might be still a perpetual in the position after that, but it's obviously at this point simple enough to take that repetition. And another draw in this one. We mentioned the draw rate of Denis Lazavik, and we're seeing a few of them here so far.
But it wasn't his typical draw, because it felt like he maybe lost control of the position a bit and then still hung in there. So I think from his perspective, he's probably okay with that result. He didn't quite get the push he wanted, and then Magnus let him back in the game.
Yeah, as you know, any good chess game ends with both players upset at the result.
Lazavik's the type of player, after a loss, he's not coming out the next game guns a-blazing.
That's right.
Still sticks to his style. A draw might be a way to build back some momentum, some confidence, and just stay in the match. It's still close enough.
Yeah, no, we talked about this in the pregame as well, just how consistent Denis is, and that is what you have to do in the Speed Chess Championship. Stay in the match because anything can happen. One blunder can change things. So what we've got here is a new position, as Magnus with the white pieces certainly has a lot of experience in these structures, Eric, from both sides, and knight d2 indicates the idea perhaps playing pawn to f4 for white to strike at that center, but sometimes you can also play on the queen side as white, maybe like a b4 plan, pushing that pawn from a4 to a5 just to restrict and prevent black from being solid with a move like b6.
Yeah, f4, as you mentioned, the queen side push, both opportunities. I actually played Magnus recently on the white side of this, and I can say it didn't end very well. These are some slow positions from both sides. Black would like to play f5 at some point. You have the bishop pair. You'd like to open that up, but you have to be very careful when you play f5 because the e5 pawn could become critically weak, especially you see this rook on e1. There is some potential. When you play f4, that's a good way to improve the bishop. I actually thought Denis was going to play the knight to e6 as a means of defending against f4 and stopping some of the ways that white would open up the position.
Yeah, that's a common one because not only do you stop f4, you also head to the d4 square. A move that white is not that interested in playing is the move c3 because it controls d4, but you permanently weaken that d pawn. So sometimes black brings the knight to e6 to tempt white to play that c3 move.
Oh, I think that should be played, but here you need to clear the e6 square.
Yep.
Bishop f7 might feel passive, but if you give up your bishop pair, that's another tough decision.
Yeah, it's basically you're not even just giving up the bishop, but you're kind of trading it for the knight on d2 in effect because the knight's just going to recapture and you're not really achieving that much. Here is a very similar idea, trying to encourage c3 because knight b4 could be annoying to deal with.
Yeah, white, if you're looking at this position from white's perspective, wants to keep the pawn on c2. Otherwise, any c3 really weakens the center and the d3 square. So Magnus maybe will react with knight e3 after knight b4. But on the other hand, how does white push here? If you play, you want to maybe time e5 properly, maybe queen g3. You just have to be careful because even though this bishop on g7 is blocked right now, it's just one or two moves away from this being a very open position, and maybe things aren't timed properly.
Yeah, I like your call of queen g3. It gets off the f file, which makes the move e5 a little more desirable. And also after e5, should black capture or maybe push, there was bishop g5 in the position. So that's why black has also sidestepped with queen d7. If you could trade those bishops as well, potentially queen e3 and bishop h6, that's another idea to just soften the king side. But we're going to see a lot of maneuvering in this one, and I'm still wondering how that c-pawn is going to be defended. If black plays knight to b4, probably going to see either rook c1 or knight e3 in order to watch that pawn temporarily.
Yeah, I think knight e3. I wasn't sure after knight b4, rook c1, if you can play knight a2 and then knight back to
That's
b4.
right.
I'm not sure about that. Probably not.
And knight e3, g5. You have to start considering that bishop does not have many squares. So perhaps there is this knight a2, almost repetition available if white doesn't want to play knight a3.
Big thing for Denis here. He's down about 30 seconds. Knight a2, I was tempted by that. Okay, we do see the repetition.
Now he's calculated something here, obviously, because g5 is quite a risky.
Fortunately, yeah.
Bishop c7, rook c8, bishop d6. So you clear a path for that bishop, even though it looks like there's not one available.
And then after you clear the path, if it gets attacked anymore, you might have e5 cementing it.
Yep, and the knight can rejoin the c4 square. And the move g5 for black is not good. right? At its core, g5 is a move you would never want to play, so you can only do it if you're 100% sure that you're trapping that bishop. In this case, not only does it not work, but I think Denis is also not that risk taker.
Well, b5, this is a blunder, and it's just the same idea we looked at. The problem is c5 is hanging after the pawn pushed to b5. So after bishop c7, rook moves, bishop d6. You're either losing an exchange or a pawn.
Yeah, in the end, it was actually a more significant error than the move g5. And look at how quickly that bishop just rerouted, take the pawn back to b2, where it puts pressure on f6. Black now has to move the rook back to defend. It is all white in this position. The c4 square is also under white's control.
Yeah, f6 is the most important pawn in the game. I think Magnus, with h4, he's indicating, I'm not worried about a4. I can attack the king's side. The queen, investing that much time away from the king, it's going to pay off for white. And just long term, this knight on a6 feels like Denis lost a lot of time maneuvering the knight.
Yep.
Has to find a way to come back in this game. And maybe trading queens is practical. A lot of times you don't do that when you're down material. But I think he recognizes with the queens on the board, maybe his king is not in a good position. I'm going to trade and play an endgame.
Yeah, this could help, and the move g4 is permanently stopping all f5 ideas, and also has this plan of playing g5 for white. You play that, you get that bishop trade that you're looking to get, and perhaps control of some dark squares. So let's say how he handles this position, but honestly, Eric, there's no rush. Everything is defended. That knight on e3 is a hero at the moment.
Yeah, everything's defended, and it feels like Magnus has a few moves ready to be played, like rook e to f2. At some point, knight d2 to c4. Ways to improve the position.
So knight d2 to c4 here, because the e3 knight is everything. If that knight gets captured or moves, c2 falls, g4 falls. So you have to keep a knight on e3. So that's why knight c4 was played. Should the bishop capture on c4, look at how the rook on e2 now defends the c-pawn. You can recapture nicely with the knight. So really great maneuvering, getting the pieces to the right squares.
Yeah, we look at this position. What can Denis attack? Everything is nicely covered. And under a minute, there's a 2-minute time advantage. This is close to being lost.
It is. f6 is hanging in this position. One of the reasons that I think Denis has gone for this is because bishop takes on e3, puts us in an opposite bishop situation. But Eric, we're not close to a draw just yet. It is all Magnus. And in terms of the current position, you got f6 hanging. You could even push forward with d4 and d5. But I like the counterplay with c4. I think this is a good practical attempt.
Yeah, if you don't play c4, you're just permanently defending f6. That's passive. It's not going to work. c4, make things a bit sharper. You know you're likely behind either way, but this forces Magnus to find some tougher moves. And I think d4 is generally how you want to react as white.
Yep.
Grab the passed pawn. You can push to d5 later on. And we're expecting c3 from Denis.
Yep.
Something like bishop a3, but...
critical moment after c4, how you react to a move like this. If the knights get traded, we really do get closer to those draw tendency positions with opposite colored bishops on the board, but you need to know what's coming next. So if d4, black might play the move c3, and then there's bishop a3, another pin against that knight on the side of the board that Magnus is counting on.
If Magnus takes on f6, that's okay, and I think that's pretty safe. Probably a 2-result game. d4, probably the best move here, but the position gets a bit sharper. And I see some positions where maybe Denis plays a5 and at some point wants to target the a4 pawn as a means of counterplay.
Yeah, starting with bishop a3, black needs to capture just so there's no c3 move, which might win that knight. And instead, we're getting a very similar position, but I think Magnus didn't want the risk of a black pawn on c3, so just traded the c-pawns first, or chose a variation where Denis had to play this way.
Well, if I'm playing black here, Amon, I think I'm trying to target the a4 pawn. There's nothing else that's loose right now.
Yeah, completely agree. a4 being on a light square.
And there's not many pieces you can use. The rook on f8 is still tied to the f6 pawn.
There you go, bishop b3.
He just has to play moves. I mean, just down a minute and change. Can't afford to get under a few seconds and with a sharp position.
No, not at all. This is a position that will require some technique as well. So bishop b3, rook c3, I think this is the right way to play.
I think you can double the rooks here. Oh, rook e8. There's an f5 move if you move your king up. Wait, I think Magnus's blunder. Rook takes e4.
You can just take it.
And then you can take rook e takes e3.
Magnus,
just a massive mistake.
His hand is in the air. He can't believe what he's just allowed because, first of all, he has to compose and not end up worse. But this is just a huge error. Let's see if he can pull this position back after rook takes b4, rook takes d5. We should be headed towards a drop. That outside a pawn, Eric, and better king placement for white, still a little bit tricky.
And the time situation. Even though this is a theoretical draw, you might be between 2 or 3 moves and you don't have time to actually recall which one it is.
Yeah, the counterplay with black's f-pawn is going to be really helpful here. This has definitely been a mistake, an error from Magnus, but still, we're used to seeing him get to this position without a mistake before and turned it into a win. So let's see if he can do it here.
Yeah, there's a couple approaches. White runs the king over to the queen side to support that pawn, or something like this, where you get the king
about,
you get split past pawns and the king is out of position.
And that's how quick it happens. You blink and you'll miss it. Magnus Carlsen now has the pawn all the way on h7, and if you bring the king to g6, it's no help, Eric. You can't capture the pawn because the a-pawn goes all the way, and Magnus wins that game after initially making a mistake.
Yeah, I think being up on time really helped him there because Denis probably knew with best play he could hold it, but so hard with under 10 seconds to play down a pawn against Magnus Carlsen.
That's the name of the game. That's the name of the event, the Speed Chess Championship. It's obviously very relevant how much time you have on the clock. It's a weapon just like being up material is.
That's a tough break for Denis. He probably felt he's suffering the whole game. Magnus really did blunder. And sometimes you blunder, you can lose the game. That type of blunder, fortunately for Magnus, didn't cost him the game. Maybe just half a point with best play, but wasn't the biggest mistake.
Well, in this position, Eric, I couldn't help but notice it looks like we've got the same game, but if you flip the colors. Because this is actually the exact setup that we saw used previously by Magnus Carlsen. So kind of interesting to see a 100% flip. And what I'm used to is that bishop for black goes to e7 instead of d6, and that's a little bit because of this e5 push. We see e4, and Eric, this is the same idea that was used because of that loose g7 pawn, and in this case, the pawn's protected on e4 anyway.
Yeah, I'm not used to. I think Denis has definitely added some more openings to his repertoire since every year like this is used to some Catalans, some very solid d4. This is, changing things up, trying to take Magnus out of his comfort zone. But just immediately looking at this position with bishop e5, looking to trade off the dark squared bishops, that's a pretty comfortable or easy
Magnus
position.
looks like he's literally in his comfort zone right now.
Oh yeah,
on
he's
the
leaning
camera.
back.
Yeah, I don't know if he's really succeeded, but I think that was the intention. Trading off those dark square bishops and playing e5. To be honest, I think this may have backfired from a practical perspective. We can see the evaluation bar, enjoys White's position, but I look at this a little bit differently, Eric. I see that White has that bishop on f3, not the best piece, of course, a very equal position, but I think from a practical perspective, you're happy to get e5, fix that e4 pawn on a light square, and look to play queen e7, kingside castle, keep it nice and safe.
Yeah, it's a long-term plan for White to figure out how to best deploy the light squared bishop because you don't want it aimed at just your pawn on e4. Ideally, you have a rook or another piece defending it and trying to find a diagonal for the bishop. One idea, maybe, is eventually play g3, bishop g2, and go for f4. But it's a bit more of a simplified position.
Long castle, Eric, what do you make of that move? I mean, it's actually matched immediately by White, which makes perfect sense, but I was surprised that Black didn't go kingside. It did not look that dangerous on the king side.
No, I think Magnus was just like, I'm just going to symmetrical castle queen side. Doesn't see much danger in this, which makes sense. Limited material. It's not like White's in a position to just storm on the queen side and loosen up Black's king. Really depends. Is White's pressure on e5 real? Can you actually turn that into, can you create a weakness? The knight looks good on c4, the queen looks good on c3, but what's the next thing? What's the next additional piece? If you just play natural moves, I mean, I guess there's an issue here, right? This knight on d7, when it moves, there's rook takes d8 and e5 falls. So is Denis just arguing, Black's running out of natural moves?
Exactly. Yeah, the knight on d7 can't move currently unless there's a well-calculated line that also wins the e4 pawn back. That does not look easy to do. And benefit for white is that while you've both castled, white's king has an escape square. So black has to spend that extra time to maybe play a6. And I know you mentioned it's probably unlikely, but a good waiting move for white almost seems like a4, a5, or maybe your idea of g3, bishop back to g2, and you could even consider h4 and bishop h3, a piercing pin on that long diagonal, Eric.
Yeah, the more I look at this position, I think I underestimated white's setup. It's hard for Magnus to trade off or challenge the position. Just this long-term pressure on e5, black's not in a position to get a pawn on f6, and even if that happens, you have just some free space on the queen side to play a5, maybe hint at a6, grab a little bit of space. You also have the d file. It might be somewhat of a symmetrical position, but where white has all the advantages. A little bit more space, the d file. Like rook d2. If I'm just going to play simple chess, rook d2,
and
rook
Eric,
e to
I think
d1.
I can hear there's a "Let's Go Denis" chant live in the audience right now. We get a glimpse of that on the cam there. So they're rallying behind Denis also because of the situation in the match and with the time ticking down. They know, the fans know how important this game is, and you've seen how Denis has been playing it so far. You mentioned underestimating the position. I feel the same way. Perhaps Magnus also did.
Yeah, Magnus is definitely down a few moves in what looks to be a normal position, but knight c5. The question still is, how does white break through? And I said before, it doesn't seem like you should attack on the queen side, but Magnus is just a couple moves away from maybe getting a setup. Knight to e6, rook to d8.
Yep.
So right now, white is ahead in development, but that's not permanent.
And the move c6 for Magnus to kick that rook out of d5 is not a desirable move. You give up the b6 square, you give up the d6 square. So he's looking to hold steady, and while this gives up d7, it's only momentary. Because that knight can jump into the d4 square, it's not like that rook's staying on d7 forever.
Definitely not. And I want to say a long-term plan, if white doesn't get pressure, look for Magnus to maybe consider h4 as a move.
Yep.
Fix these pawns. The knight will be able to slide into f4 and put long-term pressure on g2. Right now, though, Magnus has to find a safe place for the queen.
Yeah. No, it's important that you mentioned that.
I might play h4 as
I was
white.
going to say, white might want to play h4 just to prevent that, because that's a long-term problem. If you don't make something happen as white in the middle game here, black plays h4, knight f4, and you could be in some trouble in some of those endgames, even with the kings and pawns.
I want to play h4 Mon, but there's rook d8. And again, too many trades, there's no edge for white if you allow too many trades.
It feels like it's disappearing slowly. Magnus is, he's still kind of in his chair looking comfortable. I think he's had to do more work than he expected, but what seemed like, tons of pressure in the position has turned into the e5 pawn fully defended, the knight on e6 heading to f4, d4, and rook d8, supported by the queen, the knight. I mean, what do you do other than acquiesce to all these trades?
I guess with knight e3, the knight's good on d5 in some positions without the rooks. You can target f6, but also frees up the queen for this queen c4 move. And the point is, just to prevent Magnus from being able to play rook d7, trade off the rooks, and bring another rook behind.
That's right. Now,
wow, there's a line here.
No.
You see these arrows, Amon.
Oh,
that's easy to miss.
Okay, yeah, I was about to say, that is crazy. Queen takes e6, everybody. Would have been a pure sacrifice. And we have to show that, Eric, on the board. King to a7. And the problem is if you play c6 in a position like this, there's a mating net on a8 with knight b6, with knight c7. This is an unbelievable concept, and honestly, no wonder it wasn't spotted.
It's a nasty concept, and we can go even further. Like b5, you find rook a8 check.
Oh my goodness.
Rook takes a6. Very hard to find.
That's insane.
People will analyze that after the match, but that was a remarkable chance.
And back to the live position here. That would have been a crazy way for this game to end. But honestly, much more expected is what we see on the board here. In terms of the pawn structure, h4 was played by white. Bit of an achievement there. But Eric, at this point, it doesn't feel like a position that Magnus is going to lose anymore.
No, I don't think he's in any trouble. And Denis is the type of player, if the position's equal, he's generally okay with the draw. I mean, there's still time in the match. He doesn't have to go for a win here. And this isn't the position to do so.
Yep.
There's no real edge for white, no weak pawns.
That's right.
Technically e5.
Well, I was going to say, it'd be
but
interesting. Knight c4 actually wins the e5 pawn outright, but then knight f4 wins g2, and I don't think you're trying to take on that type of risk.
Yeah, so it's true. e5 is the weakness, but Magnus is baiting it, it seems like.
Yep, exactly, because at this point, after king to f2, now you have to think about the e5 pawn, but I think that was the moment. Are we going to see king c5 and maybe play for something more? No, king e6, of course. Magnus with the lead in the match. No need to do anything crazy.
If they keep playing this on, though, something could happen.
Yep. Yeah, that's right.
b7 could be weak. Knight a4, knight c5 is an idea. Magnus moving his knight back is an accomplishment for white. You don't want to have to defend g2 for the rest of the game.
Yep. If you play g3, that's not necessarily the best situation, because then you're tethered to that tension. If you capture on h4, you hand an outside pass pawn over to Magnus. So I don't think you want to play g3, which is why we might sort of see the deadlock here with maybe king e3 and king e7.
But you have to be careful if you just keep pushing your pawns. At some point, Magnus might switch and move his king over to the queen side, and we'd start looking at pawn races.
Exactly. This exchange right here locks up the queen side completely, and g4 solidifies that despite the amazing outside pass pawn, which is protected on h4, by the way. There's simply no progress for the kings, and that game ends in a draw. Look at that match clock, 40 seconds. We are going to get one more game aired in this 5+1 portion.
Yeah, as we mentioned, Denis, a lot of draws, but in some ways, pretty impressive.
Yeah.
He's going toe-to-toe with Magnus in most of these blitz games.
Yeah, and in a lot of positions where you feel that Magnus excels, thrives. Like he's going toe-to-toe in positions that, at the young age of 19, you might not expect that type of maturity in his game, but we're seeing it here on the board.
Yeah, in terms of those technical positions, I think he's always been really strong, and he's just trying to add a bit of pop to his chess.
Yep.
In those critical moments, those like more tactical opportunities.
Yeah, we saw a crazy possible sacrifice in that last game, which I'm sure we're going to be talking about after the match. But right now, we're focused on this one right here. H3 has just been played, such a crucial square to take control of in this opening here. Knight g4, bishop g4 both, and with knight a5 here. The question is, after bishop c2, will we see bishop b7? And we do, targeting the e4 pawn.
Yeah, this is a very sharp opening. White has the pawn center, but black has very active pieces. You see the bishops developed, hitting e4 and d4. So it requires quite a bit of maintenance for white, but if white can hold on, that's a space advantage.
Yeah, and the move queen b1, I was just going to talk about on the board here. To me, that's still a more unusual move. It's a way of defending e4, and we might need to see knight d2 now in order to keep that e-pawn supported. Black kind of going for an all-in approach. Knight c4, trying to undermine the support of that e-pawn, and white just maintaining it, hanging on.
Yeah, really double-edged, because, I mean, if white wants to play f3, at some point doesn't want to defend e4, there's tactical ideas. There's knight d5.
Yeah.
The bishop on e3 is a little bit loose. And right now, c4, is it hanging? Well, you can take it, but then you lose e4. And then white's stuck with an isolated pawn on d4, which definitely means black's doing okay.
Yeah, rook to e1 is a move that supports the bishop so that f3 is more possible, but also, supports the pawn on e4 as well.
So rook e1, maybe long-term preparing f3, bishop f2. At some point, you want to take c4 or provoke black into playing d5. d5 is not a good move, because after e5, your bishop is blocked, and it's opening up white's bishop and queen.
Yeah, at some point, another move that I was thinking of is bishop to a5. Sort of a weird way to put pressure on the e4 pawn, because that bishop cannot really help attacking e4, but on a5, pins the knight to the rook, and just somehow looks like an annoying square for white to deal with.
It is annoying. I actually don't see a move right now. I mean, it's white's move, but bishop a5 would be... That's a Magnus taking on c4. It feels like that's a concession. I'm pretty sure he knows that, but couldn't find anything better. Because this type of position, yes, the knight's on c4, but d4 is weak, and the d5 square also could be something where this knight jumps into the future. It feels like black usually is close to equal when they can remove white's center.
Yeah, this will be interesting because there are some weaknesses in black's position as well. The a6 pawn, you see the queen on d3 is eyeballing that one, and also simply bringing a rook to the c file. I suspect that this bishop on e3 is likely to go back to the d2 square, while black's knight wants to go into d5, and that's kind of why the move d5 was just played. That looked like an amazing outpost. I thought could have been occupied even on the previous turn.
Yeah, we're going to see, you know, a battle of weaknesses. A6 is what Magnus is targeting. C7 maybe in the future. And D5 is the target for black. This D5 pawn, long term, doesn't have support with any other pawns. And so Magnus is arguing, you know what, we can trade. I can defend D5, put a rook on C1, and slowly maybe get a rook up to C6, put pressure on these two weaknesses on the queen side.
Yeah, there's something about this position that, while it does appear equal, it seems like there's almost more pressure on black because of the dual weaknesses, C7 and A6. And so there's this idea to play knight C5 and A5, or perhaps A5 first, and you cement the knight there because you're controlling the B4 square.
Yeah, I like A5 a lot. As you said, cementing it, but also like maybe rook A4, there's rook B5, and you're not in time to bring that knight over unless you give up the D5 square. So, but these are positions where Denis does do very well in. I mean, just technical defense, no problem. Problem is, at some point, he does have to start thinking about where am I going to get my win. But with black, I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, I agree. And especially, you know, towards the end of the segment here, Magnus has been the better player in the 5+1 thus far. But, you know, this is probably just not the moment to go all out. But thinking about the match situation, eventually, he's going to have to go for a little bit more than equality. With the black pieces, though, I think you can always be content.
Rook C to C4. I'm curious what Magnus is doing with those rooks. As black, G6, King G7, easy moves. White can maybe bring the king up to G2. It's hard for either side. We'll see if anyone takes a risk, but so far, with the way the match is going, headed towards another draw.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it. However, a result here for either side would be monumental for the match. And given how equal and drawn the position is at the moment, it would be a big blow to either player. They can see the match clock there in front of them is at 0-0-0, which means this is the final game for them to focus on.
Yeah, just hard for either side to make progress. You can't move your queenside pawns as white because B3 is always hanging. And you can't target the A5 pawn with two pieces. At the same time, and you can't get to C7 because the knight's blocking it. And black, well, D5 is well defended. So you see the H4 because every other part of the board is pretty much covered. There's
That's
not
right.
many ways to
maybe H5. I mean, we're grasping at straws trying to come up with a real active plan. At least this gains some space here for Magnus. And the idea is perhaps H5 in order to encourage G5 or G takes H5, but very difficult to assume anything.
Well, I hope Denis with rook A8, if he's trying to play A4, that would be a big mistake. I don't think so because then you could go B4 and this knight blockade is gone. C7 all becomes a target. But otherwise, rook A8, I'm trying to understand. I think he might just shuffle back. It's just a waiting move.
Yep. I don't think we're going to see it, but if rook takes C5, does it float into your mind at all, Eric?
I wish it would. It's tempting, but black's in position to open up the rooks with maybe A4 right after. I can even show a variation where it feels like black is getting lots of counterplay down up the exchange. Rook E3 is an idea, rook A2. Feels like the rooks are too active. When you look at exchange sacrifices, the best case is when your opponent's rooks are stuck in a closed position. This is not close enough for me to pull the trigger.
Yeah, and obviously the match situation, there's absolutely no reason to go for something like that, but we are seeing a repetition. I'm wondering whether this is going to be fully confirmed, because at the moment, this is sort of like the pre-draw offer, Eric, where both sides are sort of willing to do it, but no one's willing to go all the way just yet.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's the, like last game of the segment here. Rook E5, tough.
Yeah, just slow moves, controlling E4 here. I do think that the king makes sense.
But H5 now, maybe.
That's true. Rook on E5 supports F5 and H5.
I like this.
This is something.
Earlier, if H5 was played, you would take, and that'd be a weakness. But now the rook was ready to recapture. Now H4 would be weak. Maybe F6?
Yep.
Or at some position, rook F8, preparing F6. I see a little something here.
Yep, and it's hard to prevent F. Like if you go rook to F8, there's no rook F4 because the knight will jump into the D3 square. So it's not that easy. Meanwhile, the knight on E3 is not going to f5, it's not going to g4. Those squares are controlled. There's an outside pass pawn on h5 that can be created with the move g5 in the future. So small progress here, incremental progress for Denis Lazavik.
Yeah, how often do you see Magnus moving back and forth, and he's the one with, like, he's been outplayed a little bit, where black can decide if he wants to play for a win or not. And as you mentioned, there is that pass pawn potential, and at the same time, white's pawns have been split on the king side. The f and the h pawn are both isolated now. Could be picked off in some rook endgames.
Not only is this going to require incredible technique, but it's also going to require a big decision. There's going to be a moment where if Denis wants to push further for that win, he's going to need to take a risk. And we wonder whether he's going to do that when the time comes.
Maybe he was waiting to see the clock situation. Magnus is still even on time.
Yep.
But I feel like if black is ahead on the clock, Denis should be playing this for a win, but not quite.
No, he's not going to take that risk. And the segment ends with a draw, but Magnus Carlsen ultimately the better player, Eric, in that 5+1 segment.
Yeah, Denis, it felt like the score doesn't maybe represent like the quality of the games. These have been very, very high quality games from Denis, and he's acclimated himself well, but he's that elusive win. You know, the very beginning of the match, he got that win. Since then, hasn't found an opportunity to really punish Magnus.
No, it really was that flurry in the very first game to start things off, and Magnus has sort of settled in since then. We have John Sargent, who's with Magnus Carlsen for an interview. Take it away, John.
Thank you very much, folks. Magnus, a successful opening segment, but Denis showing us that he has what it takes as well. Your thoughts on him as a competitor in general?
He's really good. He plays well. Doesn't make it easy for me at all. So it's been a bit of a grind so far, and expect that to continue.
All right, thank you. Best of luck in the next segment. All right, folks, we're going to head back to Danny on the stage now. We hope you guys have been enjoying the chess so far. More to come after this.
Thanks, John. All right, first segment in the books. The score at the end doesn't reflect how it began. Levy, Denis Lazavik gets the first dub. What happened there? Where do we go next?
What I have learned from that first game and the emotions I feel inside is like the tennis world over the last couple of years. So whenever Novak Djokovic loses the first set, it's actually a problem for his opponent. I definitely was cheering a little bit, not because I want to see Magnus lose, but I want to see a close match. And then I glance back and it's like 5 wins for Magnus. So yeah, it was kind of like everybody has a plan until they get punched in the mouth moment, and he locked in after that. The quality of play has been amazing, and I don't think the scoreline quite reflects just how accurate the games have been.
So what's the pep talk then for Denis? We know that he's comfortable in fast time controls on chess.com. 3+1 is the Title Tuesday previous time control. Your thoughts on what he's doing to get his head right here?
I think he's just going to rely on what he knows best. As you said, he plays a lot on chess.com, and the 3-minute time control is probably his favorite. I was watching his account. He's playing non-stop as a preparation between Puzzle Rush and the 3-minute blitz games against anyone and everyone on chess.com. He will have a chance. I feel like, as you said, Levy, this match is a lot closer than what the result is reflecting.
Yeah, well, and I also wanted a close match, not even biased to Denis, but I walked out in the crowd at one point, was leading a "Let's go Denis" chant.
Ooh.
Whatever people do in the middle, remember, they really can't hear you. We'll see what happens as it goes. Let's go, Magnus.
We gotta do the chant better. It's just, we are not used to it, right? At chess tournaments, you shouldn't talk. You can't say a word, but this is esports. We gotta remember that. I need to remember that. I'm so quiet.
And also, like, it's London. It's the home of chants for the home team. Yeah. You know, they got to think of some melody.
I know. I feel like in America, they come out in sporting events and they lead cheers. I shouldn't have to do that in London. You guys know all the chants. Invent your own one.
They have chants for every player. They got to get something going for Lazavik.
There's got to be something going on here.
Hey, I don't want to get copyright struck. So
it might take a little more than a chant to help Denis and his chances against the number 1 player in the world. We understand that, but we'll see what the 3-1 has in store. Anyway, all right. Well, now.
Go, Denis! I heard it.
There you go. Well, we've got something coming up right now, which.
Let's go!
Okay. Well, they can't hear you anymore. Too late. No, I'm kidding. All right. Well, we've got a lot of chess to get to. Of course, this is just the first match of the day. You all know that. But before we even get to the 3-1, we want to give you one of the best moments of the 5-1 segment, which Levy is going to have for us right now on. Oh, never mind. Okay, we're not gonna do the breakdown right now. It's not happening.
It was going to be great, I promise. It was going to be really good.
It's going to be great. It's going to be awesome when it happens. You're going to be like, that was worth the wait. Better than the bow tie, even. All right, keep it on. All right. Well, we are going to then throw to a break. Before we do, I want to remind everybody, fans in here can play on chess.com in a match versus Judah Polgar versus the world. We do these things now. We've had Gotham Chess versus the world.
I won.
We've had Magnus Carlsen versus the world. Yeah. Now we have Judah Polgar versus the world. The first move was made, I think, as of yesterday, or it's coming up this Friday. I don't know. But yesterday, her documentary appeared and premiered on Netflix. If you haven't checked it out yet, it's amazing, Queen of Chess. But go grab your phone and sign up. Use the command Play Judith. Everybody can vote in this game versus the world, and it should be a fun thing to do this week and always. So don't go anywhere. We always have more chess here at the SCC. We're going to be right back with more. The Speed Chess Championship from London returns in just a couple minutes.
I think one of the things that maybe can be overlooked with Danya's commentary is like the amount of empathy he has, like not only for his co-commentator and the way he's able to adjust and work with so many different styles of co-commentators, but also his empathy for the viewers, understanding that a lot of the people who have watched chess online are quite new to the game, are beginners.
Oh, he's go! He played it with 0.1 seconds.
Oh my gosh, he's getting a queen! But knight takes a2.
Knight takes a2. Oh my god, it's c2.
Dimitri on Drake is a wizard.
He wins again.
And he had such a great way of breaking down very high-level, complex concepts in a very understandable way for the general audience.
As soon as White's king goes to c5, whoop, king comes back to d7. King goes back to d4, whoop, king goes back to e6. And there's literally nothing that White can do.
I've always appreciated him as a co-host, as a colleague, but I also truly enjoyed the moments when he was just the goofball Danya and he would do impressions.
And not to say that he would, actively lie, but, sometimes he could fudge it a little bit. Yes, this was preparation, but, okay, not this exact position, but something similar, okay.
Also, he's one of my most favorite commentators. The way he uses the English language is just something I could never hope to achieve. Very beautiful to watch.
He's not bobbing his head any longer. You can see the sort of consternation on his face. I mean, both players are just locked in concentration.
What are these words? Consternation?
Consternation. Like he's...
That's not a word.
At one period, only for one period, we were both commentators at the same time. I was looking forward to doing it with him, but it was a rotating roster, and he was with Levy. And when I was watching them commentate, him and Levy, I thought this is probably the best duo chemistry that I've seen. But also his commentary with Robert, with Danny, I think you could just see how much fun they were having. It was not at all performative. It was just a very genuine love to talk about chess.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Speed Chess Championship Finals. This is the first match of the day between Magnus Carlsen and Denis Lazavik. But before we continue with the chess on the board, I do want to introduce Lauren DeCosta to everyone, because Lauren, you are doing something incredible here in London and in England, and I would like you to talk about it, please, for everyone to know. What is your charitable project about?
Sure. So my name's Lauren DeCosta, international master. Born and raised here in London, live in North London. So glad to see this tournament here. Yesterday we were invited by chess.com as part of their Chess is for Everyone project. They're trying to promote chess for all, basically everybody, right? And we were very happy to be invited yesterday. I brought 20 girls as part of my chess charity. We're called She Plays to Win. So the idea is to try to promote more girls into chess. You know, it's about 8% participation, not just in the UK, but in most countries in the world. So how can we get more girls into chess? And being inspired by other females like Anna.
And the other Anna, where are you,
and the other Anna, actually. Although I have yet to see the other Anna. Actually, I started the charity about 6 years ago. We've been growing. We've got nearly 2,000 girls in the UK from primary school, secondary school, and university who are playing chess, making a really strong community of girls. Yesterday, we were invited by chess.com and the Chess for Everyone group to come yesterday. They were so happy to have pictures with Magnus, Hikaru, Denis, and Alireza. They had signings. They met Levy, I believe.
That's the footage. Oh, that's me.
Yeah.
I was just going to talk about Magnus and Alireza, but sorry, I ruined it for you.
Yeah, so as you can see on the footage, the girls are so happy to meet all the stars. They got to play Badana Sivanandan, our very, very top superstar girl, and they played her in some blitz games. Basically, as you can see, the girls were having super fun, and I'm so proud that not only am I doing what I'm doing, but that chess.com and the Chess is for Everyone group has partnered with us to kind of realize what we're trying to do, and I think it's really important to get more girls into chess.
This is such a beautiful... Can we get a round of applause? Thank you, thank you. Can we get a round of applause for that? Such an important project and an important mission. Lauren, what can the rest of us do? How can we help your project, and how can we help globally to get more girls and women into chess? Because I'm one of those that I would like to have more friends in the chess world, all right? Girls and ladies, I need you to start playing chess.
So basically, we're a charity. As I said, we've been going for about 6 years. So the idea is, we need support. We've had a lot of people believe in what I'm doing. But for us to grow even more, I think what will be reaching out to everybody, if you don't mind, is to say, we just basically need any support. If you go on our website, sheplaystowin.co.uk, there is a contact page. If anyone wants to support us, just get in touch and say, hi, Lauren, I heard you're on the chess.com Speed Chess Championships. Tell us how we can get involved and help you promote the game to girls. And actually, it's not just about chess. What I'm trying to do now is talk about chess as an educational tool for girls as well, to gain confidence in areas like STEM and maths. How can we use chess as a way to get more girls to reach those top jobs and basically be where we think they should be? And I think chess is a fantastic way to do that, as well as to have fun as well. The girls love playing online too, like on chess.com. But what can we do more than just use chess as a tool just to enjoy the game? You know, I play chess, I love chess. But how can we get more girls to really get together and form a community? And I prefer, not just online, but in-person events. That's why I'm so proud that yesterday, Chess is for Everyone allowed us to come. Plus, the girls got to miss a day of school, and they were super excited about that. So thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Lauren, for sharing that. An incredibly important mission. You heard it from here, from Lauren, what you need to do, and we're going to throw it back to Aman and Eric, because this is it, the Speed Chess Championship, the finals. And we are about to start the 3+1 portion, 3 minutes, 1 second increment. Aman and Eric, how are you doing?
Thank you very much, Anna. Eric, we're in great spirits here. The chess has just been so electric. It delivered on everything, and just nice to see that segment. Girls in chess. I know you and I both know Lauren in the chess community, in the chess world as a player, but so nice to see him involved in promoting girls in chess.
Yeah, very good timing with the Netflix documentary with Judith Bolger, the GOAT of women's chess coming out. I think it's how things have changed since COVID, with chess exploding among youth and women has been awesome.
Amazing, yeah. And we're about to get into the 3+1 section. So I wanted to first talk about, Eric, what the difference might be between 5 and 3 minutes. The score right now is 6-3 So Magnus, obviously with that early lead, but when it comes to 3-minute chess, perhaps the time control that Denis is the most familiar with, that he plays the most online, what is the main difference that might affect the play style?
Well, we look at some of these games, they were very solid, they ended up in draws. You take a couple of minutes away from each player's clock, way higher likelihood of a mistake showing up. And Denis is one of the youngest, I think, Titled Tuesday winners ever. As you mentioned, 3-minute time control, one of his best.
Exactly right. And we look at the difference in some of those positions. You mentioned take 2 minutes off the clock, it completely changes. Now, that might mean that perhaps Magnus wins a lot of those positions, but I think the extra risk involved, given that the match is the way it is with a lead for Magnus Carlsen, I think you want more risk involved and more unpredictability from Denis's perspective.
Yeah, no, variance is definitely good when you're trying to come back. And 3 points, we've seen many comebacks in the SCC with even larger margins. 3 points is nothing.
Absolutely right. I mean, things are going to be moving a lot quicker here as we get into the 3+1 portion. We've got a full hour of 3-minute chess, and of course, always Eric in the Speed Chess Championship with that 1 second increment.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many games where it came down to players trying to flag each other. I mean, that one endgame that Magnus won, time was a factor, but for the most part, the players have done a very good job of, I mean, they're just playing strong chess and keeping, avoiding time trouble.
Exactly right. I wonder what Magnus is asking about here. Hopefully he can't hear you and I. That might negatively affect performance. So
that was.
I want to make sure.
Let's see if we can hear Magnus. That'd be nice.
Yeah, we always want to try to pick up the hot mic moments there, but probably he's just ensuring that everything is exactly the way that it was in the 5-minute portion, and looks like the players are absolutely ready to go now as the 3+1 segment, Eric, awaits us.
Yeah, it was a brief interview with Magnus, but you could tell like he's happy with the lead, but it can be a frustrating match. I mean, some of those games probably felt he could have extracted more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Magnus holds himself to a high standard, and I'm really excited that maybe we're going to see more and more of this, but this is Denis Lazavik, Catalan, a system, and an opening that he is truly becoming one of the world leaders at this opening. Eric, he plays it all the time, and it's something he feels completely confident in.
He plays it all the time, and you kind of wonder how you pick your openings. Well, you've seen his style, I think, through this 5-minute portion, what he's strong at. Catalan, positional, lots of pieces, solid. It suits his style very well, and he's had world-class results.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the first thing that I was going to draw attention to is exactly this. How about c5 and knight c3 directly going for that a4 pawn, and bishop d7 very quickly, reminding white that there are some tactics in the position to sort of defend that a4 pawn indirectly.
And Magnus is going to have to figure out how to open up those bishops on d7, e7. Right now, white enjoys just a healthy space advantage, which is all you can ask for coming out of the opening.
Yeah, I'm immediately looking at a move like, first of all, in this case, maybe black wants to play knight h5, which is sometimes a move you play just to kick the bishop, and then you even retreat the knight. But from white's perspective, I'm also looking at rook to d1 and starting to ask myself, would that actually prepare knight takes a4, just as a way to perhaps win that a4 pawn, defending the d pawn with the rook?
You can, bishop d2, keeping the bishop, and f5. A very common idea, the knight on h5 will circle back to f6, maybe find a better square in e4. At the same time, it does weaken the dark squares a little bit, especially this e5 square, which is critical.
Yep, and this makes sense because there's really not much for black on the queen side. It's all about the center. Can you achieve the move e5? Looks very difficult. So instead, we see f5. It's going to be difficult for white to play f3 and control the e4 square. So knight takes a4. I mean, knight takes d4 was what I thought we were going to get there, Eric. But the e6 pawn a little bit loose, right?
Yeah, and Magnus played g5 right away. I love it. This is going to be an exciting game.
Absolutely.
White's up a pawn, but Denis's knight, it's going to take a little bit to get back in the game, and there's a bunch of space being gained by Magnus on the king side.
So this, in some ways, is probably a little bit more of the position that that you'd like to have with white, where you've got f4, you've got e5 controlled. Once again, a battle of color complexes here. Black owns the e4 square, but that e6 pawn and the dark squares are a little bit weak. Plus, of course, you got those pawns on the queen side, Eric, that are moving up the board very quickly.
Yeah, I like white's position. The good thing for Magnus is by pushing the pawn on g4, it means when you place the knight on e4, you're blocking the e-file, and at least the e6 weakness is covered. Problem is, as you just alluded to, the queen side pushes, and this bishop on g2, are you looking to trade on e4? No. I want to play b5. Maybe in some positions, the bishop goes to f1 to assist a queenside assault.
Yep. And how confident are you going all in on the queen side? Like if you play rook f to b1, in this case we see rook a to b1, because I thought it might be an overcommitment to bring the other rook over. Look at that, h5. You know, if you start going for that b5 push, suddenly h5 is scary. And we all know, Eric, if you're attacking on both sides of the board, it's much scarier when someone's attacking your king.
Definitely. And I think with how pushing the queen side, but the way pawns have, you know, see them here on a5 and b4, they're stuck here. And right now it feels like Magnus has all the time in the world to set up something on the king side.
Yeah, and we can see here, d takes on e4. It's all light squared pawns, dark squared bishops on the board. It looks like this is slowly favoring Magnus in this position as the pawns are all fixed on dark squares. You see that dark square bishop on f4. So looking at the position visually in terms of the color complexes, Eric, I'm liking what's happened for black.
Really like what's happened for black. It's a sharp position. Denis thrives in positions with a lot of control. Feels like he's losing a bit of control here with the h-file opening up. And even when you look at moves like rook b1 preparing b5, well, the position's different. Now white has to worry about getting checkmated. So you can't play moves like b5 as easily. You have to really watch out.
Yep,
the h-file is about to open up.
This is scary. And the move played instantly, rook d1. You have to guard that pawn. Bishop e5 is no longer possible. It feels like an achievement a little bit to get queen g7, and now bishop to e5 is really difficult to get.
It's a huge achievement. I mean, even b5 you can't play, a5 is loose. Where is white's counterplay? Black is ready to open up on the h-file by taking on g3. The moves are easy to play. You're already seeing a big time difference. And
I think at this point, after taking on g3, now we're going to see things double, perhaps triple even, on the h-file. You're looking at moves like swinging the rook from a8 all the way over to h8. The queen, although it's just moved to d7, that was to defend the e6 pawn, and at any point, that queen can slide back over to h7, but no, queen d5, and this will undouble the pawns if it's captured. So queen takes d5, look at that, e takes d5. There's a lot of pressure in this position, and most importantly, pawn from f5 can now, in some cases, move forward to f4, so there's a lot to watch out for. That bishop on g3, Eric, could be trapped soon.
Yeah, king g5 supporting f4. You can't afford to have your bishop trapped. But moves like bishop d6 push f4 anyways.
Yep.
And Magnus is going for checkmate.
Yeah, you don't even care what happens on the queen side at all at this point. The rook can slide over to h8, f4, even f4 with f3 coming soon. This looks difficult, and you're going to have to run your king.
Yeah, I think f4 played first. It disconnects this bishop from defending h2. Then you can swing the rook over. Taking on d4, not a problem. It's just everything looks good for black here.
Yeah, what's the calculation? E3 was played obviously very decisive. Magnus spent some time, invested, he wanted to play this variation. Here comes f4, disconnecting that bishop that you mentioned from the h2 pawn.
I think black is going for a mating net, arguing if you take on b7, it's going to be some issues.
Yeah, what happens if you double? I think, are we... Okay, he doesn't double the rooks. I thought that f3 you wanted to wait for.
I agree.
Because now the bishop's covering h2, so that's interesting. He's gone for it right away.
Magnus has this other win condition. Bring the king to e4, maybe push the d pawn, and you've split past pawns. And problem for white, you can't take on b7. Your back rank is weak. You ever take on b7, a5 falls, and then a1, there's mating threats.
That's a great point. There's no way to capture b7 without the other pawn falling. Look at the breakthrough. Now you finally take on c5. You have to probably drop that rook back. And no, he allows rook c1. That will That will be a win for Magnus Carlsen. Great technique, Eric, in that position, transforming it from what we early on we thought was just a nice night, but he turned it into this amazing light square versus dark square game.
Definitely, and it felt like when he played G5, we knew there's a different kind of game coming.
Yep, you called it. That was going to be an exciting one. It certainly delivered on that. And now we get back to something perhaps a little bit more tame as the score continues to improve for Magnus Carlsen, 7-3 currently.
Yeah, even though there's a few draws in a row at some point, Denis has been fighting very well. Magnus just hasn't given many opportunities for his opponent, Denis, to take advantage of. He's been playing very well, and when Magnus is playing at his best, tough to take anyone else.
You can be playing your best, but if Magnus is playing his best, it's often just not good enough. So that's, to some degree, it does feel a little bit like that. We see one of the most common maneuvers in this structure, this E4, E5, Italian, even Marie Lopez, knight E2, knight G3. That can happen from a few different ways, whether it's knight D2 to F1, knight C3 to E2. In this case, something very standard, the knight on G3, but also the pawn on E6. It is a double pawn, Eric, but very functional here. Controls F5 and D5. Black can decide, do I want to push D5 in the middle of the board or play on the queen side a little bit more with moves like B4?
Yeah, this is very fashionable these days. As you mentioned, that pawn on E6. If you play D5, you really have to worry about E5 being weak. So Denis, he's a very patient player. Going to play more standard moves, challenge the A file, trade some things off. Black does have the F file, some possibilities there, but as pieces get traded off, I can't really imagine there's much pressure you can generate on F2. So very solid, and I think that favors Magnus with the current match situation.
Yeah, knight G4. Now, there is an idea to perhaps play the move F4 later on, but even just having the pieces on the king side, queen G4, knight H5, and we see things start to get traded off a little bit. The pawn structure is just ever so marginally better for white due to the double pawns, but the double pawns also help with an open F file, control over D5 and F5, so overall a very balanced game.
I like this move H4. You want to play H5 and just grab a bit more space, make that king feel a bit uncomfortable. Queen G6. I don't think I'm trading queens, just queen H3, queen E2. One idea here, sometimes you shift the queen over to B3 because his B5 and E6 could be a little bit loose.
Yep.
Just if black overpresses ever so slightly, this bishop on E3 could become much stronger.
Yeah, and you mentioned H5. It's probably the idea next, right? To play H5, kick the queen away, then maybe work the position up slowly. G3, king G2 on the king side for white, and bring the rook over to H1. So just see these small incremental gains, but ultimately the overall evaluation is not changing that much.
It isn't, and we see the time difference here. Denis, he's got the rook on A8, just challenging the A file, but in the meantime, he hasn't really improved his position, whereas we can argue white, by playing H5, you've grabbed space. Now the queen is safe on G4 because there's no queen G6 contesting it, and in the future, maybe we see moves like rook F1, preparing F4, opening up this dark squared bishop.
That's something that we talked about in the pre-match. I know the hosts were alluding to it as well. Denis is overall a very quick player, but we're just not seeing that, I feel like, in this match so far. This game is another example. You see the time difference there, more than a minute, as it continues to tick down for Denis Lazavik.
Yeah, but probably a combination of Denis playing a bit slower and Magnus this match, making sure he's doing well on the clock.
Yep. Elevating, and queen F7 has been played. There isn't that much progress being made. For white, we can see a few small moves, G3, king G2. The other thing about G3 is I feel like it does at least allude to the potential of F4. And then if you can recapture with the G pawn, you could open things up on the king side.
Oh, this is nice. Trading rooks, why are you giving up the A file? Because you're playing B4 right away, and you see the immediate tension. Threatening to take on C5 and open up the rook. This bishop on E3 is getting better every single move.
And he's traded it. Knight F6, winning the H pawn. That was a long maneuver. The knight from C6 vacated to go to E7 and all the way to G8 to grab the H pawn. That was a long-winded maneuver, but it's evened up the material again.
It has, I'd say white has a bit of an edge, just because this pressure, this rook on B6, looking down on D6, E6. I think black is doing fine, but it's kind of a typical game we've seen from this match. Denis plays this well. he can earn a draw, but not really getting opportunities to put Magnus in serious pressure.
That's right. The moments where he has had that advantage, you really have to capitalize on those moments. You're not going to get too many opportunities. Rook d7. I mean, I'm just looking at bishop b4, adding pressure to the d pawn, but ultimately, how do you make progress from here? You're going to have to commit with the move c5. If those pawns exchange, Eric, double isolated pawns in the middle of the board. I'm looking at c5.
Oh, I think c5 is great. That e5 pawn would be weak, e6 is weak. But Magnus isn't even in a rush. Black is running out of moves.
That's right.
This is exactly where he wants to be.
Yeah, he can continue to improve the pieces so that they're maximized when he plays c5. He determines that they are. There's going to be a long defensive road ahead for Denis Lazavik. And the payoff at the end of all this, Eric, is a draw. And that's if he does everything properly.
Yeah, I was saying that was the payoff earlier. The more I look at this, this is close to being lost. You reroute this bishop somewhere to target e5.
Yep.
And you can't defend e5 as black.
No, you're going to have to, I mean, the pawn's already being given up. You don't even need to grab it right away. Bishop b2, taking with the bishop makes even more sense. This is just trending from bad to worse.
Yeah, not only are you up a pawn, you have the bishop, which is a better piece than the knight, and these kingside pawns are in the same color.
And the time pressure. I mean, it's one thing to defend this position as black, which we don't even know if that's feasible, but to do it under time pressure as well is extremely difficult.
Denis is pretty much pre-moving, just shuffling the knight because there's nothing else to do, and he has to hope for Magnus to blunder.
Yeah, Magnus is not one to do that usually in the technique phase of the game, the conversion. Knight g6 hits the bishop, kicks it out, which is nice, but it's really up to Magnus how he wants to advance the pawns. He could decide to bring that bishop around and play the move f4, bishop e1, g3, try to get the move f4, or he can continue to, just play those, rook c7. He says this endgame is winning, Eric. What do you think?
Yes, because this pawn on h6 is on a dark square, so you can distract black's pieces with the d pawn, and eventually...
Just a permanent weakness. The king's joining the game. Knight f7 in defense here.
It's dominated, though.
You can bring the king around the outside of the pawn as well.
Move the king up.
And king g6 because of bishop g7.
Yes.
If you go the other way to e7, bishop g7 would have tied black's knight, and therefore the entire game up completely.
You can just take on h5, bring the king in, just
bishop
very
e5.
Tough.
Yeah, bishop e5 dominates the knight, but
just d6 here.
Yeah, what you really are calculating is the direct d6. And I think that's what Magnus is doing. Is like, do I even need to move the bishop? The answer is no, and I think reality may set in here for Denis, who doesn't have anything better. And of course, keep that pawn because you're going to need it to win, while the bishop covers the loose g-pawn.
Very nice technical win by Magnus.
That was a really, really nice game. And he's now built that 8-3 lead, a 5-game lead for Magnus Carlsen. Denis is going to need some support right now. I feel like this is the moment. I heard those "Let's Go Denis" chants in the audience before. I feel like if there's ever a time, it's now. He needs the support from the fans because he's out there playing good chess, Eric, but I just feel like Magnus has got him. He's just at one level up right now in the conversion. He's always pushing.
Yeah, he hasn't found himself in much trouble, and the clock situation, looking like going into the tournament, Denis was maybe the fastest player.
Yep.
That's not clear in this match, for sure. And in terms of move quality, Magnus is always keeping equality or a little bit of a push, which makes it very hard to come back.
And this opening is something that's kind of risen in popularity more recently, Eric, this sort of Tarrasch system and these double B-pawns here. So we've kind of, just jumped right into the middle game phase because both of the players played the opening extremely quickly. This is all very known and discovered territory. We see the move h5, which might, as it does to me, look a little bit unusual, allowing bishop g5, but playing h5 against that g3 fianchetto structure, when there's no knight on that side of the board, no knight on f3, is usually a good idea to try to play the move h4.
It is, but I'm still a little curious. It feels like white has achieved a good position. The bishop on g5, bishop pair, d5 is a target. You see the double b pawns. Black, usually has compensation in terms of very active counterplay, but I'm looking for that right now. I don't quite see it. If this feels like this looks very good, knight d4, why isn't white much better here?
Exactly, and honestly, the pawn on h5 feels so much better if it were a square back on h6. That way the bishop would be forced to take on f6, and just to highlight, for those watching, you might think, well, the bishop is pinning the knight on f6, why wouldn't I just take it and grab the d5 pawn? Well, the b2 pawn would be hanging after that, the rook on a8 also pressures a2, so you don't really want to trade that. What you'd love to do, Eric, is more what you were suggesting, a3, knight d4, and just occupy and control the center and take that pawn later.
Well, that's the thing. These weaknesses are long-term weaknesses, so you don't need to be in a rush. No reason to turn this into a tactical battle. Strategically, the long-term pluses are all for white, so it's just about making sure maybe this h-pawn doesn't harass the light-squared bishop, making sure you don't lose your queenside pawns. Like, no reason to rush into anything. The d5 pawn is isolated for the rest of the game.
That's right. Now, I'm curious to see how this is going to play out, because if black takes on d4, yes, you might get an isolated pawn there for white after queen takes d4 and e takes d4, but that doesn't matter. That's okay for white to take because the bishop pair is still going to be very, very strong. And we see h4 played in order to finally prevent black from ever thinking of h4 themselves.
Yeah, and if you talk about long-term, maybe some trades on d4, the bishop on g2, it's not going to take on e4. At some point, develop to f1, and it can still join the game without giving black any sort of exchanges that make the endgame easier.
I think what's important to pay attention to, if you're watching this, you're thinking there's so many possibilities for pieces to take one another. Why aren't they happening? Because Magnus is offering to trade the knights on c6, but that's because the b7 pawn will take back and the structure will seriously improve. And by the same token, white's offering this trade on d4. I think we're going to see exchanges, and the knight can drop to potentially e6 to hit d4, or you can jump back into e4.
This is the best position Denis has had in a long time.
Yep.
So I'd almost say this is like must-win territory. It's got the bishop pair and plenty of weaknesses to target on the queen side here. d5, b6, b7, and not much counterplay.
Yeah. What about the initial pawn on d5? I mean, it's just a pawn that you can start thinking about just grabbing. If you play queen d8 to guard the pawn, you can throw in rook takes on c8 and then bishop takes on d5. So you're starting to think about just picking up material at this point.
Very tempted, but he might think Magnus has something planned here.
Yeah, I do too, but I mean, at some point, you do have to make those decisions. We haven't seen Denis maybe do it enough in this match, which is at some point, cash something in. Take that risk, play for the advantage, even if it takes more risk.
I guess we got to talk about it. If you take on d5, he's expecting rook d8. One of the rooks to slide over to d8 and maybe play f6, and you might lose the d4 pawn and some of that stability. So I think Denis is looking for an alternative.
Yep. Rook to e1 chosen, and if you take on c3, you might feel that you're sort of detaching and weakening white's pawns, but you're actually strengthening the d4 pawn, which makes me much more comfortable taking on d5 in the future.
That's right. And at some point, if you take on c3, you can see queen b3 being a very effective move, hitting b6 and d5.
Exactly right. At some point, though, this is going to build up. I'm looking at also a move like rook f3, hits the queen, perhaps forces an exchange. That could be a very annoying move to me.
I'm even looking at this move, bishop e2, and the point is f6, g4, and is that a queen trap?
Yeah, bishop f3 and g4 as an idea. Instead, we see bishop c7, which actually, the bishops that are left over really favor white. We talk about the pawns that are fixed, d5, h5, light squared bishop, favors white, but the bishop pair is no longer.
No bishop pair, but this endgame is really dreadful for black.
This is a big moment for Denis. I agree with you, Eric. I think he's got to cash in a full point here. Time is equal as well. It's much different than usual.
Queen e7, force the rook. Okay, queen e3 also safe, but we were trying to look for positions where you don't give up any material.
Yep.
And this is traded off weaknesses, which favors black.
Yep. The quality of the pawns is now kind of equal, whereas previously it definitely favored white. We're into the time scramble phase of the game, but the advantage is definitely dwindled.
With materials equal and black managed to get rid of their double B pawns, huge accomplishment for Magnus.
Yep. Yeah, everything is solid now. Maybe a slight preference to white, but it's completely meaningless at this point, Eric.
Down to 3 seconds. He's got to start almost pre-moving.
Yeah, we could just see a repetition here, but
build
let's
up
see.
some time.
Rook d6. Not sure that you could take that. That might have been a potentially losing endgame.
Where do you place the king here? Magnus is looking to be tricky. When you see your opponent down that much on the clock, you've got to make them earn the draw. Rook d7, is that a repetition?
He really doesn't need to push for more than this, but he's considering it.
Another really missed opportunity by Denis. I mean, that one has to sting. He knew he was much, much better. Makes it a lot worse that he had Magnus without much counterplay, and at some point, just one inaccuracy, that's all it took.
Eric, those are the moments that are going to add up that you look back on. Should the match not go his way, those are the moments you think, I had a full point that I could have claimed in that one. Ultimately, ends in a draw, but unfortunately for Denis, the games that are ending in draws are the ones where he has an edge. So Magnus is doing a good job at neutralizing tough positions, neutralizing his opponent's advantages, and capitalizing on his own.
Yeah, Denis, that last game, I think he has to feel very good about the opening position he got, but that was a game with the white pieces. He's got to play black in between now and then and make sure not to let that deficit grow. If he can hold things with black, get another chance like that, that's the best opportunity, because we haven't seen him with black have much counterplay since that King's Indian game, I think, in the first segment.
It makes you think, this is the part of the match where the players have to be thinking about what openings they're playing in terms of what's going to yield the best result. You've kind of experimented in the 5+1. Now the points really start to matter as things ramp up towards the finish line. Knight back to d7. In this position, it definitely looks as though the d3 pawn, immediately comes to your attention. It's a backwards pawn, but the d4 square is something that white controls, and it's not going to be a pawn that's that weak.
Yeah, bishop f6 stopping maybe white from playing d4 in certain positions. Bit double-edged here because you give up control of the d6 square. I'm not sure if there's any tactics. Magnus says maybe there are, or I can put my knight on d6 and cause some chaos. And my question is, where do you place the rook? Rook c7, is there any discovered attack that's effective here?
Well, immediately you start calculating every single one of them. Magnus, no doubt, doing that right now. If the rook moved, what was interesting is that there may be a move that takes advantage of that bishop on c6, that loose bishop, such as a move like potentially e5 or maybe d4 in the center.
Yeah, e5 or maybe bishop d6 and then e5, locking that bishop in. If you're trying to be ambitious, you're looking at that. There's probably some other solid moves, but e5, I think e5 is asking to be played. But there's a risk there, putting your pawns on dark squares, maybe a bit overextended.
Interesting reaction there. Magnus seemed quite unhappy with his own move, Eric, as he has played that move, bishop d6.
I don't see why. I mean, you play bishop d6, you play e5. This looks pretty decent.
I thought so as well. I wonder if he thought he saw something in the knight d6 variations that he wished he had maybe repeated one more time. But ultimately, yeah, going for this exact plan with e5, cementing the bishop. And remember, if the black bishop takes on d6, the knight on c4 is ready to recapture. So this is not an easy position to navigate.
It's really hard to navigate because you pretty much are resigned to the fact that white will place the knight on d6. And it's probably going to stay there unless you sack the exchange, because e5, controlling that square, can always be supported by f4. So how does black undermine the c5 pawn? If you can't undermine it, you have to play around it.
Agreed.
Maybe knight b8, knight c6.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, you can go for your own square. Knight b8, knight c6, knight d4. Right in the center of the board. The d4 square is great, but this b5 move to kick the knight, it kind of kicks the knight where it wants to go, which is that d6 square, so not that effective.
So I think Denis wants to play knight b6, knight d5. That's how you grab a little bit of space. If Magnus plays f4, you can see this d5 square being pretty effective, but wouldn't want to play against the knight on d6 long term, and
No, and
tough to see equality here.
C4 has just been played. In come the rest of the pieces. Rook to A7, maybe doubling the rooks. This knight on D7 for black wants to be on D5. That actually could rival the D6 knight as one of the best pieces in the position. So rook A7, allowing that possibility.
I'm not sure if I like what Magnus has done. Okay, taking on B5 makes sense because if you didn't take on D5, black would put the knight on D5 and maybe start pushing the queen side where there's potential for a pawn majority in a passed pawn.
Yeah, this is obviously what black had to give up in order to achieve this, but still, I do think this is some sort of progress here for Denis. But at the end of the day, if you start trading so many pieces, the best result you really are going to get with the black pieces is, again, probably just a draw.
You're going to win B2 and lose C4, even though white's up a pawn, black has a strong knight on D5. But as you mentioned, a 2-result game in the wrong direction.
Yep. You do have to be careful of knight E3, but that is covered at the moment. Knight E3 taking advantage of the pin, but the knight on C4 watching over that. And if we saw rook to C2, I think white would be able to create a back rank threat there.
I mean, we're pretty deep in the match, but the players aren't blundering much, right? We can talk about that. This has been a high level, like no forks, nothing, even in time pressure. So that makes it pretty hard for Denis because he's wondering, when is Magnus going to make that? He makes blunders. He's made one-move blunders before. But today, it's been very rare.
It is. And we're again in those positions where the evaluation bar might be hovering around equal, but I would not take that as gospel, right? Because you're undermining the knight with knight E3. All of a sudden, you trade into these endgames.
Wow.
And he doesn't, because he's been beat so many times in this match in those endgames. Perhaps he's starting to lose some confidence, Eric.
For sure, but by moving your knight from the best square on the board, you're conceding, and now the knight on E3 takes away D5, supports F5, and where's this knight going? You lost your best square, and so now white's up a pawn. White has better pieces, better rook, better knight, and has the tension.
Yeah, F5 is concerning. This is almost impossible to react to. If you take it, it's just a... And that is it, actually. If you take that pawn, it may lead to a checkmate. Eric, this has gone from bad to worse, as it almost feels like the confidence to play the best move, knight takes on E3 there, and going to the rook end game was just not there for Denis.
I think so. I think you're right about the confidence, both based on the move and the time situation. More and more, we're seeing Denis in severe time trouble, and you're not going to beat Magnus from behind, playing with 10 seconds on the clock.
Yep, and we've got just under 30 minutes remaining in this 3+1 section, 9.5 to 3.5. That's 6-point lead for Magnus, and it looks like it's only continuing to grow. Speaking a little bit to the mentality, we see a Benoni on the board, Eric, and that to me is an opening that someone plays when they're feeling really confident with their chess.
For sure, it's a risky opening, gives white lots of ideas, ways to push for the advantage, but Magnus has handled the segment very well, and we've seen him do this before in other matches where he starts varying the openings, having a bit of fun with it, feeling better.
Yep, and this is a position where, structurally, it's just inferior for black. That is the basis of the opening, but you get a lot of counterplay, and there's a reason that this didn't come out, I think, in the 5-minute. It's something that becomes more playable with less time on the clock. There's going to be counterplay. Heck, sometimes you can even leave this knight on H5, Eric, to be captured. I don't know that we're going to see that here, but knight H2, you see bishop takes on H5 is the threat, and usually that D6 pawn comes under some fire.
Yeah, in this position, Denis, I think, is playing it slow. Even if you move the knight away, you can see knight G4 being quite problematic.
Yeah.
The piece that you want to target as white is the dark squared bishop. That's why, even in this position, Denis isn't too worried about this exchange, because that's considered the best piece for black, that dark squared bishop. Especially with considering that black's weakness is the pawn on D6. It's a dark square. If you don't have that bishop, you can really envision a future where these dark squares around the king are pretty problematic for black to defend.
Yeah.
So
this is risky. You mentioned it, and Magnus is playing in a way that, as someone who's down 6 points in the match, you're very happy that black's playing a Benoni. It's given up the dark squared bishop, now playing F6. Another golden opportunity here for Denis. But Eric, should Magnus sort of, I'll use the term, get away with playing like this? That could really just, the score could just keep going up from there.
I don't think he should get away with it, but we know he often does. He's played these openings and done well with it. But this position, even though, yeah, like I love this position for white. You know, take away the material. Like, black is up a pawn, but look at the pieces. On c8, on g7, white can play c4, white can play rook b1, just put long-term pressure on b6. Feels like the attacking chances are with white, and there's not much fun to be had for black, even with that extra pawn.
Yeah, just point out, you know, you're not supposed to have your knight's fianchetto out. So the knight on g7 is not ideal. This knight on e5, I don't know if it's a threat to play knight takes d3, but I would prevent it. And now, after bishop to f1, it's actually been given a double question mark.
Yeah, there's a tactic on h3.
A little bit harsh to me, but yes, tactically rooted. Yeah, bishop takes h3 with the idea of knight f3. Really tricky stuff. And it seems like Magnus is not really on the lookout. You know, the move that I'm kind of looking to play here is f4 to remove that knight. The problem is, as soon as you do that, you really blunt your own bishop on e3. Suddenly it's not really part of the game anymore. And again, we mentioned it last time, it's probably not as good now, but that's why these moves are being flagged as a huge blunder. And finally, bishop takes h3 on the board, and that will be a shot.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to play f4 here, attacking the knight, so I gain time to take on h3, but it's probably knight g4.
Yeah.
And it's just not in time. f4, knight g4, if you take, h6 falls.
That's right.
Doesn't benefit white. I just want to say, Denis needs to start playing faster. Like, ignore all the moves. He's had moves that he could have played rook b1, c4, without spending seconds.
Yep.
It's a more natural position.
Agreed, and now he's sort of pivoted to playing on the queen side, which is not what you'd expect. Given that the dark square bishop has been given away, this is not exactly what you'd like to do. And it's funny, just leaving that bishop hanging on h3. You know, rook takes c5. I mean, look at the moves that you need to find.
He's found it, though.
In order to play this position.
Whoa.
That is a huge moment here. And after rook e7, he needs another one. Is he going to find this, Eric? Rook takes e5 is incredible.
It is, and I think what you then bring the queen in after, this is his chance. Rook e5.
This is going to be a masterpiece if we see this on the board. Ladies and gentlemen, this is rook takes on e5, played
Queen
on
G5.
the board, and queen g5.
And there's also queen takes c5 after knight h5. If knight h5, queen e5, the rook spin, you're threatening queen h8 mate.
Is this Magnus
Here we
getting
go.
punished? Queen e5 played. Magnus has missed that. The look of shock and almost admiration.
Yeah, he knows it. He knows it.
And there's the cheers from the crowd. Everyone can appreciate that.
Magnus was playing with fire the whole game, finally got punished.
And what a moment there for Denis Lazavik. To the cheers of the crowd, he does win that game and, you know, kind of does what you'd expect, Eric, against the Benoni. So it's duly punished and perhaps a reminder to Magnus Carlsen that this match is not over.
For sure. I think Magnus was just feeling so comfortable. He'd done it before, but Denis, first win in a long time.
That's right. Yep. Perhaps since the very beginning of the match. And the players are on a break right now in between the rest of this 3+1 segment. You can see taking some time to sign some autographs for the fans, Eric.
Yeah, was he doing that earlier?
I think I did see him do one, but you know he's clearly feeling comfortable right now and comfortable enough to spend some time talking to reporters, signing some autographs, and just love to see that interaction in the arena.
Yeah, I mean, for those that are attending the event, they can probably attest to how close you are to the players.
It's incredible.
And this is where chess is headed. And I think for a lot of people, maybe the first time they've seen Magnus in that capacity, just being a few feet.
Well, we're down with John Sargent, who's with Denis Lazavik for a quick interview. John, take it away.
Thank you very much, folks. Denis, the energy in the room, the crowd when you played Rook takes e5 there. Talk to us about the live experience playing in front of this audience. Can you feel the energy? Can you feel the crowd?
Yeah, but unfortunately, even with headphones, I can hear the crowd. So I will be fair that, I mean, I can say that when they started to screaming, or I don't know, I understood that there was something. So I mean, it's a bit unfair, but even with headphones, I can feel it, I can hear it. So that's.
Look, the headphones are doing their job, but you can feel the energy in the room. Obviously, there's some scoreboard pressure against you at the moment, but you've had some absolutely amazing moments so far. Talk me through your strategy for the rest of the match.
I don't know, finally I won the game, but, you know, it felt like Magnus decided to even play the Benoni, so he... Well, it's very hard to win against him, but, you know, I will try to continue to play somehow. Probably, I wish I will improve my game, but we'll see, I don't know.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Denis. Good luck. Let's go. All right, folks, back to the desk now before we head to a break. This was Denis Lazavik. We'll see you for more chess in a second.
Thank you very much, John. And it's nice to hear the very candid thoughts, Eric, from Denis, who's alluding to the fact that, you know, you can actually feel not just the energy, but almost like the crowd is literally in your ear sometimes. It's that loud, and, you know, that's the excitement, but also the duality of having these live finals.
Yeah, that was a very good interview, but trying these new formats, he gave some feedback, and I'm sure people on the internet are reacting to that because, you know, he did mention the energy helped him find that combination, which we'll see. We'll see.
Honestly,
he'll take it.
Exactly, he'll take it. And, you know, well, that combination for Denis was probably second nature. You know, everyone else at home can practice finding their combinations on the Chess Up board, which is sponsoring the event. Play on chess.com. You can take 10% off your smart chess board. Use that code CHESS. And, of course, Chess Up. I have also tried this board. It is something we brought live to Vegas for F1. The people who passed by absolutely loved it. And honestly, it was a hit. So go.chessup.com/chessup to get 10% off. Take advantage of that as we head to a break before we continue with this 3+1 segment.
You're a grandmaster and I'm a retired IM. So I'm gonna actually use this board to have the advantage. If I'm touching a piece, it's gonna show me whether it's a good move, a bad move, or a decent move.
Okay.
What if I touch this? Oh, taking is not a good idea. So what's a good idea?
It's ridiculous.
That's it.
It's ridiculous.
I know it.
A lot of people fall for that.
I know you want to flag me, but I'm just like, I'm gonna go sometimes with my intuition, sometimes with the magic of this board.
I think we need to try to bring the pieces back.
No way, Aman! Take that!
There's just no way this works.
I calculated it till the end.
I mean, I have to, you know, out of respect for the move.
I got it. It's not a good move to take it. Is it Queen H6? It's Queen H6 first. Of course I knew it.
What? I don't know how I stop this. I got nothing here. I can't even move. Anna.
Thank you, Mom.
Good game.
What do you mean, good game?
Good game.
It's the best game of my life.
You are actually now 1-0 against me lifetime.
Yes. Does that make me a grandmaster?
Hello, everyone. This is Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky.
He should have this game.
This is actually pretty close.
Yeah, it might even be a win for White.
Oh my goodness, he runs king? He wins! How did he do that?
Unbelievable. And you saw that little encouragement, the little oomph he gave himself after that win. That meant a lot.
Probably the best move here is Queen C4. That's a very, very high level move. That's a very high level move because it... Okay, well, what's interesting is that's actually a blunder. I did that deliberately. Both rooks are staring at the rook on d6. All of this should lead you to the very pretty tactic, knight takes e5.
And if the knight recaptures on d4, I think there's this move, knight d7 to c5, exploiting a tactical foible, which is that queen takes a7, rook a8.
Tactical what?
Foible? I don't know. I just wanted to use a fancy word.
How do you spell that?
F-O-I-B-L-E, foible.
Foible? When did you learn that word?
I mean, I've got a lot of foibles, including liking fancy words for no reason.
Black will be losing if this bishop can somehow get it. Oh, and I just thinking of any way in. Look
Bishop
at
takes
g5.
g5. Danny, the idea is hg. Bishop takes g5. Holy smokes, my brain is exploding. fg, f6. He's not bobbing his head any longer. You can see the sort of consternation on his face. Both players are just locked in concentration.
What are these words? Consternation?
Consternation. Like he's.
That's not a word.
He goes queen winning. It's over.
Holy oh my god, cheese balls.
What would XQC do in this position? It would bang, bang, boom. Bang, bang, let's make a check and make a mate. Make a check, make a mate. Takes. Well, then I play rook f7, knight f7, rook f7. King g8, rook g7, king g7 with it. Oh, okay, here's that GG, yo, GG, good.
In modern chess, this is the reason I quit chess in 2005, because when I played Corpo, there was a certain romantic, charm to the game, now it's just kids with computers,
Now I have 3.5 points out of 5. I'm playing quite well, but, so far I'm getting quite lucky on it.
Have a great day and good luck in your chess career.
Welcome back, everyone. The Speed Chess Championship continues. Magnus Carlsen, Denis Lazavik, the first semifinal of today's matchups. And Eric, an early lead for Magnus Carlsen. However, what do you make of that final result going into the break? We don't want to make too much of it, but we also don't want to gloss over what a beautiful combination that was and what that might be doing for Denis's confidence as we enter the most unpredictable phase of the match, which is the second half, where anything can happen.
Well, I think Denis alluded to it in the interviews, like it's very tough to beat Magnus. He went 2 hours pretty much without a win from that very first game. So Magnus, he took that risk, didn't pay off, just trying out the Benoni. But still a long ways to go for Denis. I think we've seen pockets of the play required, but it's going to have to be 2, 3, 4 games here in a row.
And I think we can say Magnus Carlsen, not likely to play that opening again. I think we could say that, Eric. Probably no more Benonis. He's had the experience. He's not that interested in repeating.
Yeah, I don't think he was he's advertising the Benoni very well. We're not going to have new Benoni players. Oftentimes you follow the world, follow the top players. I don't think that opening looked very fun.
No, I could see Denis bringing more Catalan players than perhaps Magnus Benoni players from this match right here, as it looks like we're getting set. The players are getting settled in for the second half of the 3+1 section, which has predominantly gone the way of Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah, we're seeing also, I think, the tournament director there. I'm not sure if they're making any tweaks or something, but
yeah, it looks like we're very close to games beginning here as things are underway, folks, as we're back in with what looks like, Eric, a London system to start things off here, as we are live in London as well. So obviously, nice to see this opening make an appearance.
Yeah, I'm sure you have a few comments here. This is one of your specialties.
Oh, it certainly is. Yep, we have a very dangerous line in terms of a move order chosen here by Black, and that's because you can include a move like knight h5 as early as right now, which is why the move knight f3, it honestly does invite the move knight h5. I'm curious if we're going to see it. Usually the move knight to f3 this early is not one that I would recommend instead of playing the move h3 in order to secure the bishop, because in this case, sometimes you'll see a variation, knight to f4, another one, you'll see this knight drop back. I don't think you'll actually capture on h4 here, but strangely enough, knight to f4, I think, is one of the top moves here, and likely the move that we're going to see. pawn will take, and now you take on h4 with some interesting dynamic play. The g2 pawn weak on the open file.
Would you say this is Magnus taking risks again by even allowing this variation?
I do think so, because I think this is an achievement for black, put it that way. And you'll take any imbalanced position, in my opinion, given the match situation here. I don't think this is ideal for white. So yeah, after the Benoni, a little bit surprising, but more risks being taken.
This just looks good for black. I mean, is queen e5 the only move? How do you defend f4 and d4? But queen e5 allows a queen trade. The bishops are open. Rook g8 is a move. g2 is weak. d6, it feels like just two bishops.
Yeah.
Steady advantage.
I'm concerned about h3 as well. If you play queen e5 and trade, pawn h3, taking advantage of that diagonal. That's why we see d5, which might be the best move, that being considered. However, you're opening that diagonal for the dark square bishop. On g7, if you're going to castle queenside, it's going to come under a lot of fire. Not to mention, we dropped a pawn here. This is not the way that you wanted to come out of that break, Eric.
I don't think so, but we're not sure if Magnus made that choice or not. Did he allow this line on purpose or maybe misremember? But for Denis, getting this type of position, maybe it's not in his normal style, but the match situation, it's just a good position.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Bishop c4, look, at this point, the knight on c3, there's nothing you can do. Black wants to take it, the pawns have to be doubled. There's no way you can just allow that pawn on d5 to fall. This move, not what I was expecting. I kind of thought that we might see the knight. Well, I don't know if knight a6 was the right move right away, but queenside castling. That felt like the move that you wanted to play, but d takes e6 was a threat in that previous position, so you can understand why he wanted to get the king out.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if Denis should have given up his dark squared bishop, taken on c3. This looks okay, but feels like white's lead in development is a bit noticeable here. You have a move like rook g1 next, and I can envision a future where the rook lifts up to g4, you win back your pawn, or you get some counterplay on that bishop on g7.
Agreed. Yeah, this doesn't quite seem right. As black, it almost was correct to take on c3, as you mentioned, play this exact variation, but perhaps the other way around, before castling. If that would have been a lot different. g4 is a way to keep things closed, but Magnus is starting to take control of the position. Maybe h3 or f3 next, Eric. Things are going to open up, and black's king is looking exposed.
Yeah, winning the pawn back and having, like, the moves are easy, and we're seeing the time situation. Magnus he's up a minute. Obviously still playing against the bishop pair here. So if you go, double rooks in the g file, I think the bishop on g7 can find a safe square. But there's some tactics to watch out for. So let's take a look. Rook hg1, maybe bishop h6.
Yep, exactly. Bishop h6 is fairly safe. There are some ideas with rook g1 and rook h5 that you need to be careful of as well. I think
that's critical here.
Yeah, in this
Can you
position,
play bishop h6, rook h5? Does your rook get trapped?
That's right.
What's going on?
That's right. Rook h5, king
h7,
h7, bishop d3 check, and having that move f5 available is key.
Is his plan to meet rook g8 and play, like, I don't know, rook g5?
Yeah, rook g5, rook g3, just something to discourage the capture, and both moves look very tempting as you still have that idea of bishop d3. This is such a funny position. Rook g5, rook g6. Black is trying to shuffle the king over to g7 and threaten bishop takes on g5.
Just see a position here where white drops the bishop back to d3, provoking f5, and then, knight f3, knight e5. A very natural path for the knight. Some things to solve for Denis.
Absolutely. This is not where Denis wanted this position to go. I think Magnus will be very happy. Despite the fact that there is the bishop pair, this is not the bishop pair that you're used to, right? No scope for the bishop on b7 or on h6 currently due to this strange position, and time, yet again, becomes a factor.
You can take on g6 at any moment. So Magnus is thinking here, do I take now or can I build the position? Play f4, maybe h4, start grabbing more space in the meantime. Because, the rook on g6 is stuck.
Yeah, and I almost want to guard the g-pawn before I capture so that if the king takes, I can just play rook h6. And I don't have to worry that my g-pawn is not defended.
f4 seems the most natural in that case then.
Yeah, especially because h4, I start to get worried that my rook will be trapped on h5. So f4 I like because now there's a path backwards. Now this is exciting because you're not actually taking the rook right away, continuing to delay it. Bishop takes f7. You're not actually winning.
Just sacking the exchange.
Just sacking
going for a mating, pretty much a mating net, I think.
Yeah, f6 is there.
Bishop g6. You can't trade rooks on h8 because of knight f7.
Oh, that's really tough.
Well, and that's it.
Yep. And now there's knight f3 among, maybe knight f7 among other things. 2 pieces for the rook plus the extra pawn there as well to go with it, and the fact that white can just play h5, maneuver the knight to g4, and another win for Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces. That smile, Eric, almost says, I think I might have got away with something in the opening, and he knows it.
Yeah, but his wins are starting to become more decisive.
That's right. Yeah, it's always a good sign. And actually, we're seeing the King's Indian again, but this time Magnus is playing. It just speaks to that confidence level. Well, we might not see the Benoni again, Eric, but we are seeing experimentation.
For sure. And this is a 3-minute time control, and this line is a bit more solid for black, not playing for like the f5 and kingside pawn storm. It's a bit more. You usually go for the d5 break at some point, loose pieces on the e file. Knight e4 is in fact what I'd have to look at now, but can't remember.
Yeah, it feels like we could be deep in theoretical.
This is theory, exactly. It smells like theory, and I'm pretty rusty.
I seem to remember some bishop c1, bishop d2 repetition here. Yeah, that I've seen some players, some top players go for. It's obviously not forced. You can actually see the evaluation bar favors white, but I have seen this repetition if you're not feeling more ambitious.
So if we don't repeat now, maybe rook b1, preparing bishop b4, trying to trap the queen.
Yeah, because queen takes a2 is much more of a risk than an escape route. So rook b1 probably be met by something like knight a6, just to cover the b4 square.
But it's close to trapping the queen anyways, because if you give me a couple moves as white, probably queen c2, maybe bishop c1, something like that.
Yeah, d5 is definitely an indication that the queen, Magnus was not comfortable with that queen on a3, and for a good reason. Bishop b4 can be played, but it does hand over the e3 square as a means to escape.
And then the queen can, I don't know, find its way over to the king side.
Yeah.
So a good moment to probably think here for Denis. And I like this decision. I said he needs to play faster. In a lot of these games, he's really found himself in time trouble. Whoa, knight takes d5.
Wow.
That's a blunder, I think.
Well, so the knight on d4 is hanging.
Yeah, I think you have a bishop c1 move at the very end of this. So
this is critical. Yeah, put that. So e
takes
d5. This is the idea.
Bishop c1, take here, queen d4, and you think the rook is hanging, but then you just move the bishop.
Wow.
Queen's hanging, and it's a mating net anyways, and that's not too hard to find.
Yeah, especially because it's forced. If you take on d5, you know the reaction. Magnus on the camera, you can feel that he started to notice it as well. You see the reaction. Now, e takes d5 becomes critical. You're spending time here. You have to find it.
So what happened? We had, bishop c1 was played. He didn't take on d5.
I wonder if the same kind of idea can be transposed to, because first of all, bishop c1, you don't have to actually sack anything technically. The coordination is really, really suspicious here, but it might just work after rook b2.
It looks like it works, and at the same time, look at black's development. Magnus has been pretty greedy this game with his tactics. White's fully developed. Black still has to develop the queen side. Makes a bit of sense that there's something off here.
So if bishop takes d4 on the previous turn and rook takes e2, another way to try to make a tactic work, there was that same idea, right? We looked at that bishop h6 idea. It doesn't quite work there, but you have to remember, Magnus has miscalculated, and once he realized that, he's abandoning all of those same ideas.
I mean, Magnus lost that Benoni game on the dark squares. If you consider bishop takes d4, you know there's so many mating nets on the dark squares there that it's probably not correct, and you have to find other counterplays as black, but right now just down a piece.
Is he just winning the queen here now? Because I'm starting to look at knight c2, bishop b5. It hits the rook, but it's also defending the a4 knight. It's kind of a tricky way of actually threatening to win the queen on a1. And what a unique way to trap that queen.
I think Magnus has to sack his queen.
Yeah.
Knight c2,
That's for sure.
just take the bishop. But certainly not planned.
You could start by taking the rook
Knight c2.
and then take the bishop on b5. But you have to give up the queen. There are no more squares available. You can take on b5 and also take on b2 directly. The queen has got to go. This is another game that could swing and just build some confidence for Denis. I don't know if this is something that Magnus can rely on.
Well, definitely can't rely on it. It's just a consequence of the position here. But as I said, take the bishop on g7. Even in a position like this, you're getting some material back as black, if we count it all. We have a queen for white and a knight for 2 rooks. But look at that, the dark squares, right? Just queen a1 check.
Yep.
They say when you look at imbalances, queen versus 2 rooks, it's kind of king position. Here, it's queen and knight versus 2 rooks. And those dark squares are really, really weak long term. So as long as Denis doesn't blunder back rank, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, agreed. And really, once you play h4 or h3, as soon as you have an escape square, I feel like you're no longer concerned. And obviously now, material is just so heavily in white's favor that it's hard to imagine the comeback.
Well, you might be wondering, why is Magnus playing on? There's one goal, a fortress. And that's if you take the knights off the board, and white can even win some of the queenside pawns. There's some ideas there. Problem is, Denis won't trade off the knights. He's going to use the knight and the queen to coordinate to generate attacking chances against the king and against these pawns, and just keep that knight on the board for tactical opportunities.
Yeah, this looks like he's trying to build a fortress, but we know Magnus doesn't believe in those, so don't expect it to succeed.
The queen and knight are coordinating to get ever so close to that black king. And rook d7 not playable. You have queen e6 check. g6 falls.
Yeah, this has got to be over.
Another check here. The h-pawn can now push. Resignation. Another win for Lazavik. And Magnus getting sloppy.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Eric. Getting sloppy with that lead. We know how quickly in bullet a lead like this can truly disappear. For that to happen against Magnus Carlsen would be a different story. But this is the beginning of it. So you just don't want to get sloppy. Where was everything that worked in the match so far for Magnus? He doesn't need to be taking these risks and playing these double-edged positions. It should be up to Denis to create them, but Magnus is kind of handing them to him.
Yeah, and sometimes you see this in the bullet portion when a match is out of reach. Right now, it's not. They're still in blitz. A couple wins for Denis. There's some momentum here. And even this opening that Magnus was playing, it's playable in blitz. I like to do it as well, but not the most theoretically challenging. Black can definitely find themselves with a very decent opening position, and also just sharp. It's a sharp position.
Yeah, exactly right. I think this...
Exactly what Denis wants.
Yeah, this is an opening, almost a fan favorite, I want to say. Queen f2. Knight jumps into the center on d4. Usually, bishop takes d4, you'll play bishop e3 as a, of course, forced reaction, so you don't actually lose your queen there. And if the pawn takes on d4, which I've seen, the knight moves, and then suddenly you put pressure on the c-file, on the c2 pawn, and start to push in the center.
It's a big think here, but I think bishop takes d4 for black is the move, and then just bring the bishop back.
Yeah.
After bishop e3, you're not trading. Bring the bishop back. White would love to play f5, but there's enough defenders for black, especially with knight f5 in the future. d4. So it's a bit like d4 now. It's transitioned from a bit of a closed Sicilian structure to an open Sicilian when you play d4, but I'm not sure if that's favorable for Magnus.
Yeah, I look at the bishop on a2. That's the main piece.
That's the issue.
That feels like it's out of place for an open Sicilian kind of setup. And actually, the move d5 has been played very combative. But again, I think it comes back to not only the pressure in the center. If e5, suddenly that f5 square, that knight can jump in, but that bishop on a2 is just not in the game yet.
And that's why bishop a2 is not the most common, like this opening is maybe not the most popular, because you're committing your bishop to a diagonal that you're not sure is the right one yet. And it can really be out of the game. Denis is playing this very actively, very well right now.
Completely agree. After D takes on c5, now we're seeing the position open up. You know, chances for both sides, but this is exactly what you want as Denis Lazavik, and he's sort of being handed these opportunities by Magnus. You know, this is a moment for sure, Eric, that, you know, if this match gets out of hand and Denis starts to really ramp up the wins, you look back at this and think, why did you play in a way that handed opportunities to your opponent?
Yeah, there's been a few games in a row where we've been talking about this. Black is very happy with the opening. Take on a3. Yes, you know, maybe we play bishop b3. Okay, the last decision, by the way, I can't say. Giving up that dark square bishop, I'm sure about, because it feels like now Magnus can play bishop b3. White's up a pawn. They're double c pawns.
Yep.
Maybe not worth a lot, but probably good enough for equality. You'll lose a pawn, play an endgame, equal material. Felt like tactically there are opportunities a little earlier for Denis to continue to put on pressure.
Yeah, exactly. Now I'm actually wondering about f5. Is that is a huge move, tactically based. Eric, you know, the move f5 there, if that was spotted, that would have been a huge shot.
Yeah, we can take a look at that briefly. I think the idea with f5 is just to play f6, no matter what black does. You take the piece.
Yeah,
I go
f6,
b3. F6, and I try to play queen h6 mate.
That's amazing. And if you take with the e pawn, you'll lose the bishop. If you take with the g pawn, not only does your pawn structure get ruined, but you're also thinking about queen h6, rook to h4. All of a sudden, there's a huge attack that develops. So we'll get back to the live position here, but just there are those little moments in these games. Overall, very well played by both, but man, there have been some big tactical shots that honestly would be crazier to see on the board than not.
Yeah, Magnus is one of those players. He generally is very practical. He doesn't spend a lot of time unless he's got that feeling there's a move. It's been working for him so far, except for some of these opening choices.
Yeah.
Denis here, okay, g4. Okay, just trying to force the queens off on good terms. Queen d4, you can do rook 2 takes d4, and again, it's kind of a position that Magnus wants. With the queens off, you're not worried about king safety. The king is, and then you're just playing an endgame where you probably know it's about equal, but you can't really lose this.
Yeah, it does feel like if black does nothing, this could actually go very bad. You allow rook d8, trade a pair of rooks, king e3, king d4, that starts to look bad. So it almost feels like black needs to play in a way that fights a little bit. That's e5, that's g5. You want to test the pawn structure a little bit. Maybe you take on g4, maybe you play h4 and fix that pawn as a weakness for bishop g2 in the future.
Yeah, h4 is double-edged. He's taking, and this is fine, as you mentioned. g5 is a good way to trade things off. e5.
Yeah. Difficult to make progress. You got those double pawns. I do think that if the rooks come off the board, there is something.
Oh, the rook is trapped. Wait, king b6. Is it trapped? No, it's rook d8.
So
no, it's not. I don't see it.
Well, rook d8. Where do you put?
So king b6, rook d8. No, like it's trapped, but I don't know how to win it.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to figure out.
But you don't even need to win it. Even an exchange, perhaps, good enough. So rook d8 threatens rook b8 check, and you know bishop b7 is no good. There's no place to put the rook. You probably have to start thinking about, well, in this case, bishop to b7 played, but this is not easy at all.
And g5 is hanging in some variations.
That's right.
So we have rook b7, and
there's no time to take it. You can take on f7 and take on f4. That's one way to do things.
Denis was down to 3 seconds there, so I wonder if Magnus could have invested a bit of time to find something tricky. But this is still very good.
This should be more than enough. You will have the move c5 available in some lines. I wonder if we throw in rook to e4 first, but bishop d1 rerouting the bishop and starting to take full control of this position is Magnus Carlsen.
Do you trade the bishops off as white, or do you keep the bishop on to help push that c-pawn through? So bishop e2, bishop g4, maybe bring the bishop to g5. Sorry, b5.
Yeah, rook back to f4 makes sense. I think at this point, bishop's off the board is also completely fine. Decides to take. You can't even capture.
Because of the pin.
Because of the pin. And now time is so low. There's 3 extra pawns now. This is way too much.
Oh, that's a nice move.
Yep, starting to maneuver. The bishop can go to c2, help the pawn go one step further to g6. Difficult to stop, and now it's just technique, but down 3 pawns, you're not saving the position anyway, let alone low on time.
Rook takes d7, finishing touch, okay.
Yeah, at this point.
Just no chance here.
Yeah, this is a position that he knows is winning.
Nice.
Any way that he wants. Take that rook, there's no way to play rook f3. Now the king hides, and that is going to be a victory. It feels like Magnus Carlsen is oscillating between a game where he hands chances and maybe gets punished, and then a dominant game just to right the ship and sort of remind his opponent of the scoreline.
I still get the feeling, though, that he's playing maybe a bit for the crowd with some of those choices. Like the last game was a very nice finish, but the opening, I'm sure he knew was a little bit dubious.
Yep, exactly right. Knight G-E2 here might look unusual. Why isn't that knight on f3? There's an additional bishop G4 move that you need to contend with when you put the knight on f3. And in this case, you would be able to play f3 to kick that bishop away.
Very solid. Usually white can claim a bit of a small plus here. Just take a look. Everything's symmetrical, but look at white's bishop on d3. Yep. It's developed. It has control of that, whereas black's bishop on c8, you're not sure where do I place it because you can't play it on f5. So just a little bit of a better setup for white, but shouldn't be too much.
No, there's been pretty slim margins, it feels like, in this match. Knight g3, and again, relying, for example, knight takes d4 in the middle on that tactic. Bishop takes on h7, which would equalize the material. And it's just, again, light scored bishop on d3, a little bit better than the bishop on e6, but that's about it, Eric. It is really equal here.
That's about it, and there's not ways to necessarily gain space as white. I mean, maybe we're looking at pushing the h-pawn down the board. That's kind of something to look at when you don't know what to do. But outside of that, tough.
Yeah.
Any trades just make it easier. Like if the queens come off the board, we're looking at a pretty drawish position. Maybe black's going to even bring the king to d6 and something like that. Like there's a weakness on d5 for black. White has a weakness on d4, and it's just both sides have to invest in defending that. Makes it hard to actually apply pressure to the other isolated pawn.
Yeah, and the difficulty is, I think, stylistically, Denis, he's good at these positions, but unfortunately extracting a full point from these positions against Magnus, it's not something that you can reliably do, to come back 5-6 points. The match is close, or if he's ahead in a match, this style looks really good, but here it feels like he just needs something a little bit more.
A little bit more, maybe bishop b5, try to create the structural imbalance.
I like that.
So yeah, knight fe2 here. Okay, I'm not sure if he should have taken, but bishop b5 is the only move I have here. King f2, bishop b5, try to take on c6. I don't think Magnus will allow that, but...
Yep, you can always drop the bishop back. You can play rook c8. But bishop b5 did look like sort of the final way to imbalance the position. You see the move g5, kicking that knight out. White was not interested in taking the bishop on e6 in black's position and helping the pawn support the center. So instead, we do see a number of trades on the h-file. And again, just getting towards that very, very drawish and completely equal position.
Yeah, you see Magnus, his clock management. He's up a minute, obviously very comfortable here. Denis, at some point he's got to think, is this worth playing on, or should I just roll the dice again, play the next game with black the way Magnus has been playing? I still have some chances.
Yep, exactly right. Also, the match clock expiring as well in this 3+1 portion, so the players know that there's bullet ahead, which you start to have to gear up for, and you want this deficit to be as small as possible if you're Denis Lazavik.
Yeah, bishop b5 can still be played, but I'm not sure it does anything. This is just headed to a very, very drawish endgame.
Yeah, but at least you're thinking about creating
I'm trying,
imbalances.
but he's not playing it, so I feel like there's something wrong with what I'm suggesting.
Yeah, or just the, they've played so many games. Yeah, the upside is just not necessarily there, and being content with the position and things wrapping up with the objective evaluation, which is most certainly equality.
Yeah, king reaches d6, which is kind of the square you want. As I said, you want to use your kings to defend your weaknesses, free up the pieces to move around.
The maneuvering phase of the game. A tough one to fully master. These players certainly have. Watching the h5 square, the bishop on e8. Otherwise, knight h5 starts to be a consideration. And in this case, wanted to get the exchange. If knight h5, there's always knight g8 temporarily to hold on to that pawn.
If you look at the pawns, you talk about color complex. Well, the d5 pawn is on a light square, but black also has f6 and g5 on dark squares. So both sides have pawns that are vulnerable in, against the bishops. So it's a bit of a tie there. And knight f1, going knight e3, trying to reroute the knight to e3. You get a bishop on, I don't know, let's say f3. It's just not enough. I think this is...
I'll be shocked, Eric. I'll be shocked if anything except a draw happens here, especially with those last moves. And given that the players have elongated the game, if it was even on their minds, so there's no other 3+1 game that's going to start. You can see top left of your screen, it is 0 seconds on the match clock. So we are just waiting for this game to wrap up in a draw, maybe with a repetition here. That looks like the last thing ahead of us, just the method of how it's going to become a draw.
Yeah, the players are filling out the position, hoping for a blunder. It's not happening. I mean, this is maybe, would you say, surprising? It doesn't change anything.
It doesn't, yeah. Just that the knight can stay on e3, and now we'll see that repetition, and ultimately the game ends peacefully. We can see that the score opens up 12-6 for Magnus Carlsen, who, Eric, he's actually equaled his result in both segments so far. The 5+1, the 3+1, 6-3 in both of those segments. A very similar experience.
Yeah, I think it played out a bit differently because he lost a couple of games, but the high moments in that 3-minute segment were very good for Magnus. He had some very clean wins there, and you can see the body language. He seems very comfortable. It's definitely not like expected, I think, to go around signing autographs in the middle of a break.
No,
during a match,
I agree.
So
I agree. This definitely looks like, is he giving an interview in Norwegian while he's signing? Ever the multitasker.
Yes.
That's amazing. I mean, thinking about how the match has gone, he's understandably satisfied, right? We're looking at a match where it's 6-3 in the 5+1, 6-3 again in the 3+1. I would say the way that we got there, at some point, you and I had that moment where we had to criticize and say, I don't know if he should be that loose with the openings, bit double-edged, but Eric, does it really feel like a match that Magnus feels he can lose at this point? His confidence seems to be very high.
No, I think he knew that he took unnecessary risk in those games, and he's okay with it. And going into the final portion, he's up by 6, and bullet is not Lazavik's strongest time control. So Magnus is definitely, I think if you ask them heading into today, you're up by 6 going to the bullet, he'd probably take that.
Yeah.
We even saw that prediction at the start of the match. Some of the models had it 14-10.
That's right.
He's outperforming that, and most of his losses have been from risky openings.
That's right. And as we get ready for the bullet section, which is ahead, we hope that everyone watching gets ready for King's Gambit, which is a new chess-inspired survival arcade game from the creators of AnyChess. Guide your king through a sea of enemy pieces. You can build combos, try to survive as long as you can. Remember, there's no ads, free gameplay, and King's Gambit will help put your chess skills to the test without the 2 a.m. ELO crash, which I am capable of myself. So how long can you survive? That's code !King's Gambit in chat. Use it now. Check it out, everyone. And we will be back for Bullet, Eric, after the break. Don't go anywhere.
2 a.m. Stop the tilt.
Clear the board. Buy yourself time. Magnet. Pull every shield your way. Royal Frenzy! How long can you survive? Come on, the board's waiting.
Another pep talk? Nah, you're past that. Hype fades, but good energy, that stays. Workout, workday, whatever. We're here for it all damn day. It's never just one thing. Be ready for everything. Mind sharp, focus locked. Don't just move forward. We've got good energy. Neuro Gum and Mints.
Welcome back, everyone. The Speed Chess Championship continues. Eric, we have Magnus Carlsen, Denis Lazavik in a matchup that at the moment is trending towards a Magnus Carlsen victory, but we have one more segment where that can still change, and that is bullet. 1 minute, 1 second increment. What do you think Denis's chances are realistically up against a 6-point deficit?
Well, Magnus did lose a bullet segment to Jose Martinez. He had a tough, close one against Fabiano, so he has shown in the past that you can take games off him in the bullet. We'll see if Denis he's probably been training every time control, but you know, Magnus has, he can bleed in bullet, and I think the last segment kind of set the stage because there were more decisive games than the very first segment.
Yeah, now the pressure's on in the sense that I think it really starts to become reality. When only the bullet remains, you can't keep making those draws. It's more likely that a game that might have been drawn before, Eric, might now turn into a loss because of excess risks that just have to be taken as things are underway and already we're getting something fresh.
You've commentated many SCC matches. It's a 6-point edge for Magnus, but we've seen leads like that shrink a bit. I know we're talking about Magnus here, and it's a bit harder, but it's happened.
No, we have to talk about the reality, which is that it has happened. We have seen leads like this disappear in the bullet segment. Whether or not it will happen here remains to be seen. That's what this game in front of us is all about. Getting off to a good start, Eric, in the bullet is absolutely key. It really sets the tone, and especially just for your mental, because bullet, a lot easier to tilt and have the previous game affect the next one.
Well, already a tough spot for Denis here. He just loses that d6 pawn, and there's no compensation.
No, at this point, you're hoping for the right imbalance with minor pieces because the material is just immediately an issue here. F4 to kick out that knight as well. Kick that knight back to d7, but at this point, I think can probably just cement that knight on d6.
Because you were talking about a good start, and this is not a good start. This is an easy-to-play position for White.
Yep.
And you know, at some point, you got to start doing math. If you're a Denis fan at home, it's like, can only take so many losses before it might almost be mathematically impossible to come back.
Yeah, and with that plus 1 second increment, don't think that a bullet game is 2 minutes.
No.
We've easily seen them last 5-6 minutes. It's incredible how long a single game can last in bullet just with the increment.
And there's a strategy where when you're in the lead, you prolong the games a little bit because you can start to see the finish line, see that counter go down, you know it's only so much time left.
Absolutely. Queen takes e6. We just have another pawn dropping in the position. You know, of course it's game one. You play this out no matter what, but at some point, if the position gets bad enough, playing the position out simply takes time off the clock.
Yeah, no, you have to be realistic at a certain point. Can I actually win this position? Because, and my answer for this one is probably no, but I think he's waiting for a couple more moves because there's still heavy pieces on the board.
That's right.
So you just wait for that to dissipate, then you decide.
Yeah, this right here, queen takes c6, the rook on f7 is hanging. I was going to say there is bishop d6 in order to try to win some material there, but you don't need to have finesse at this point. Just about anything should get the job done. That c-pawn is passed. The king is running out into the open here. This is all Magnus Carlsen in the first game of bullet.
Okay, are there any tactics? It's gotten a little loose here, Amon. It feels like Denis is, bishop e6. That's a nice find.
That's a painful move to see. Right when it looked like things actually were turning into a bit of a tactical skirmish.
Still a couple moves required here. I don't think Magnus is happy with his conversion. Let me say that.
That's absolutely correct. Rook c4. Now there is rook c2, but you have to be quite careful, so it's time to bring the king in.
Yeah, problem is you're down a pawn, so white can make this move like king d3, because every pawn endgame is winning.
And here is, again, this is actually a position that's, I won't say it's worse than a loss, Eric, but you might know what I mean.
No, I know what you mean exactly.
It can go on forever and ever, and you might lose it.
And there's no way you win except for like a mouselet. Magnus can play this in his sleep.
Okay, so king f4, g3, and at some point, if the king goes far away, what's going to happen is rook takes on a5.
Yeah, that advanced king with that advanced pawn, black's looking to sacrifice that rook and get the g pawn running down the board, because that might force a draw.
Yep.
Whereas if you just shuffle like this, as you mentioned, a lot of time can go off the clock.
Yep, and this is a move that's still important to play correctly. But here's rook f5, got to bring the rook down, and this is going to work out, but you might try king e2 here.
King e2 is the right try to check from behind. And now, again, what you talked about, this could go on for 50 moves, right? That's what's going to happen.
Think about when we began, right? This is a 30-minute countdown. It's at 25 minutes. I bet everyone was saying there's no way a bullet game can go 5-6 minutes. Well, look at what we've got here. This is not what Denis is looking for. To be honest, just about the worst start that you could have to the segment.
For sure. It's a very easy endgame to hold, but
yeah,
the
we don't think he's going to lose it.
The opportunity cost of all that time is very significant here.
Yeah, because you could lose a quick game and win one in the time that it's taken for all this to happen. Magnus is absolutely going to play this one on as long as possible.
Just by reaching this endgame, probably 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes will disappear.
Yep. And the score won't change in terms of the deficit. 12.5 to 6.5 if things go as we expect. This looks like it's about to be a 5.5, 6 minute game. Remember, the amount of time that is on the clock for Magnus can just be, you can wait that out at the end.
Yeah.
There we go. That is game number 1. If that's a sign of things to come, Magnus is looking very comfortable. Denis has to be careful, not only to get more double-edged positions, but obviously to not get in a spot where the match clock can just be whittled down like that.
Well, it's hard to suggest what to do differently there. I mean, in the end game, that was just, I don't know if it was unfortunate. The opening is where he's got to be critical, because he was lost right in the early middle game there. And you have to think that Denis needs to take some swings.
Yep, completely agree.
And that might lead to some quick losses, but just in terms of, a loss by, 10 points, 8 points, what's the difference?
I agree. It's tough to have that mentality and let the score really get away from you, but that's probably the approach that you need. These are the finals here in London, and I like the way that
push,
Denis has come out in this game. There's clearly a dark square idea that Magnus is going to have. Bring that knight maybe to d7, trade the bishops, but I think that this is the right way to play.
Knight takes c4, though. Magnus sees it, because that pin would have been really annoying, and this is a huge problem. That's the best piece for white is the dark squared bishop.
And you can solidify things with f6. It's not the prettiest move, but it really holds everything together. White has to try to break the position, but it's just everything is so well defended.
I would like to see Denis up on the clock, but Magnus's clock management today has been impeccable.
Yeah, very reliable so far. The pawn might keep pushing all the way to f4. You got bishop d7, rook e8. It feels as though Denis does not have anything.
Well, the math doesn't work. There's a bishop on e5. You can't remove it. You have no f-pawn, so you need to maybe swing the rooks to the e-file, or the knight on c2 needs to go e1, f3.
Exactly.
Needs to be some imbalance, because Magnus has everything under control here.
Yeah, knight e1, knight to f3 definitely looks like what I'd be considering, but of course, concessions, every time you do that, the knight's no longer pinned. So the position is just getting better and better for black.
It's a sharp position, it's bullet, but Magnus is still playing like excellent moves. And
D3.
So
Yeah, just look at that queen on G1. Cannot move in the position.
Rookie 8, or let's see here. All the fun is for black here with the bishop pair and the pin.
Exactly. Multiple pins at that. The queen is well situated on G7. Now, this is not the end of the world, but again, the best it feels like you can do for Denis is to bring things back to equality.
This is pretty, yeah, as you said, pretty tough though, because we have to really factor in the clock.
Yep.
And it's a type of position that feels like Magnus is only either going to win or we have like a 100-move draw. The last game was 118 moves.
118 is incredible. It's exactly what you want to see if you're leading the match.
Okay, Denis has made some progress here though.
Yep, it's hard to involve another piece, but in terms of the
now
position,
there's a problem. Queen E1 check is coming.
And then E2. So that's why Queen G4 was played, but H5 ruins the coordination here, and you do not want to trade queens on F2, and so this has to happen instead.
Nope. Magnus blunders a pawn, and
I think he just forgot about it, if I'm being honest.
And the position is still bad for white.
Oh, that's a bad sign. I thought we might see bishop D3 there.
I think you can eventually win the A4 pawn and black.
So is it down 2 pawns and it's still okay?
Yes, that's right.
It's unbelievable. That's how good the position was, everyone. That 2 pawns have been in loss. Of course, he got the A pawn now, but this is still a position you play on for a win with black.
And now black can use that light squared bishop. The bishop on A2 is doing nothing but stopping the pawn. So now Magnus has 2 bishops versus a knight. Can he make some progress here? Oh, he's like, you know what? Give me opposite bishops because I can shuffle and shuffle and shuffle and probably take another 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, if he wants to. They might just repeat here, but that smile, he knows he could have maybe taken more time if he wanted to. Eric, we have played, what, 2 bullet games, and a third of the match clock has disappeared.
Yeah, this is opposite of what Denis wanted. As I said, you mentioned almost the point that's better to like lose a game in 30 seconds than draw after 5 minutes.
That's right. Yeah, because you'll start another game, maybe even 2 in the time that it would take. We're jumping into another game here, but at this point, you really start to think about the mathematics of winning every game. It's been tough to beat Magnus, period, in this match, let alone what's going to need to be 5, 6 in a row.
Yeah, I'm looking for some open positions and just very tactical opportunities. But the way Magnus has been playing, he really isn't allowing much of that. Or he's been handling the positions very well, like last game. That was a risky setup for Magnus, but...
Yep. He didn't start the match going for those, but he's trended towards them as the score has improved and his confidence is there. Here with the white pieces, Magnus handing over that bishop pair, but would love to maybe trade, perhaps get the knight in. If we see opposite bishops again, Eric, I feel like we could be in for the same story.
We could, and oh, by the way, this decision, do you take with the queen or the f-pawn? Maybe take with the queen. Black wants to play f5. If you're Denis, you have to start, f5, loosen up the position.
That looks good.
The problem that you can encounter here is that the bishop on c4 for Magnus will dominate the bishop on g6.
Yeah, and the king position as well. Start to get nervous about the H file. If you trade queens here with
well, there we go.
F4,
already issues here. At some point, if black's queen vacates this diagonal, f4, f5.
F4, f5 is big trouble. Not to mention, you're going to have simple ideas like rook e7, hitting the a7 pawn, doubling the rooks on the 7th rank. This is an easy position to play with white.
Yeah, rook e7. Problem, it's hard to blunder here. And without blundering, this position is just simply good for Magnus. So we're getting ready for another long game. I think he's going to just slowly make black feel very uncomfortable.
Yeah,
okay, I like this. I like this. Bishop e8 played immediately. Bishop c6 check. You can at least see a future if you can get this bishop on that diagonal. Maybe rook lift on f6, something.
Yep.
But mating ideas, a chance.
A chance, definitely.
Bishop c. I know, I like it. Bishop c6. He realized I can't tactically put pressure on Magnus with my bishop stuck on g6.
Is he going to take it? Yeah.
And that's very practical by Magnus to sack the exchange. I think that's class.
Yeah, and even trading the queens here, not the end of the world. And by the way, rook f5, back rank threat with queen b8 if that was captured.
Wow. Not only is this like a winning position, I think, for white, but it's very hard to blunder.
Yep. Because you need an escape square. As black, you can't use the rook from e8 unless you've moved one of the pawns, g6 or h6. And the a pawn is also going to go to a6, where it's defended. White just has everything guarded.
Queen d8, try to play rook e8. Without the rook and queen coordinating, tough to imagine that Denis has something here.
Everything is just defended here. e1, g1, all the checking squares, and there comes another pawn. Just seems to have such good control of the position.
No, this is excellent bullet chess.
Yeah, queen g5, not even needed.
Wow.
h6, side to side. Now, do you include bishop d5?
Well, if you move your queen now, you can force the queens off.
Yep, take bishop d5. Wow. Wow, what a game. Pure domination when it comes to bullet. I think you alluded to it, Eric. That was just a classy game. No counterplay. And ultimately, what we thought was Denis's best decision, bishop e8, turned into one of Magnus's best decisions to sacrifice.
For sure. But he had to try it.
Yeah.
I mean, the positions that Denis is getting, yeah, has to keep trying to play aggressive. But the problem is, even in those moments where he's playing aggressive, he's playing it from a worse position.
That's right.
Magnus's openings are starting to get stronger, it feels like.
Yep, and we're just about halfway through this final segment of this matchup, Magnus against Denis. We see long castling. So again, Magnus continuing to play in a provocative way, double-edged, but it's been working. Right? He's been able to handle those imbalances, and at this point, the confidence is through the roof.
For sure. Denis has to be playing e5 at some point here. This is a position, just push, push, push.
Yeah, he's got the 4 pawns. You have to...
Knight g5.
Have to go forward. Knight g5.
What does black want to do at some point? Find a way to trade off the light squared bishops. That's kind of like the weakness. You can see the g2 square is a bit tender. e4 and c4 would be weak. That's the reason why Denis can't just play c5 and open everything up.
Yeah.
What is that? That's a move.
Well,
d5, he's going to fianchetto his queen?
I think so. Maybe all the way back. You know, the Alpha Zero style. Queen a8 to hide that queen out there.
Just play d5 and c5 anyways. d5 and e5 anyways. d5 and c5, sorry. That has to be played, I think. Okay, this is good too.
This is fine.
This is good.
The knight on g5 you mentioned earlier, it's even better now because it can't be dislodged. No h-pawn, no f-pawn. But I rarely see these positions succeed without some sort of c5 push from white. And that can still happen, by the way.
So you know why I wanted d5? So I don't get mated on g2 if I force the queen all the way back to b7. Because there's a one way to mess it up. But here, bishop takes c5 from Denis. And
it must be played. There's rook b8 as a checkmate.
Yes.
So of course it won't be captured. But the position's very solid here for the black pieces. I mean, rook a4.
Rook a4 is serious. Magnus isn't in time to find a way to get the queen involved.
Yeah, it was actually the move king b8 that kind of cost him. The king was maybe safer on that c8 square. But this knight on e6 and the rook a4 idea, this might be too much.
You can probably take on c7, take on b6.
Just full sacrifice. And this is the way you should play. Double exclamation mark, knight c7, sacking the knight, and potentially, even more after that, the bishop comes in. And this looks like another really nice attacking game for Denis. He's found success in those types of positions, Eric. It's not the first time where he's gone ultra sacrificial. You know, as a fan, as a spectator, you're almost just sitting there and say, do that more. You know, whatever that was, do it again.
Well, he played an opening that leads to very rich positions. That f3 Nimzo structure is very rich. I think those following chess for a while remember a game between Vichy Anand and Magnus Carlsen from that World Championship match, where very rich play. So Denis has to take a lot of risks there, and that was a very good start.
Yeah, we can see the queen being attacked with the move e5 from long range.
Dubious opening for Magnus, but he's done that before. He's feeling comfortable today doing that.
That's right. Yeah, definitely lost some time there. f5 achieved. Now, you can go ahead and take this with either piece, but I have to say bishop takes f5 makes more sense in order to develop.
Rook f6, I like it. At some point, move the queen to e7 or c7, swing the other rook, pressure f2.
Okay, just have to watch your d pawn. Otherwise, yeah, the d3 pawn is also weak, and there is going to be some pressure on the f5.
d5. If you don't play d5, white's going to plug d5.
Yeah, you don't play pawn to d5. White plays knight to d5 instead. So instead, we see d5, d4, gaining more space. And we mentioned that d3 pawn earlier. I don't know that you're going to play bishop takes c6, but it's played on the board. Very provocative.
Wow. Giving up the fianchettoed bishop.
Yeah.
Those light squares are very weak. Denis certainly has chances this game.
Yep, no doubt about it. f4 also weakens the second rank. So this is now a very combative position, Eric.
Well, what does Magnus play? I mean, there's the bishop going to d5. You know, even g5. I know something like g5, just because you have a queen on f8, a rook on f6. They're not in the game. Got to find a way to involve them.
Yep.
Because otherwise, this happens.
Bishop b3, you know.
There's stability for Magnus.
I think bishop b3 are almost happy to sack material there. So this makes more sense. I do like the move g5. I'm kind of waiting for it to happen, but
now it's too late.
Yeah, it looks like it might be too late now. Watch out for that knight. Knight d7, knight g6. There's forks almost everywhere. In that case, discovered check was threatened. That's why king h7.
Yeah, that knight is staying there on e5. That's very... Oh, rook d3. Rook d3. The knight was pinned. Oh.
There was a moment there, and no, rook d4 was not a mouse slip. Probably just overlooked that tactic.
Well, he's also low in time, so he can't think as much as he'd like
he's
to.
Not expecting a blunder.
Yep.
Of course not. That outside pawn, the A pawn, watch out for that in a potential endgame here. The position looks better for white with those queens and rooks on the board, but otherwise that A pawn is a big problem.
The A pawn's the problem, so Magnus is pushing this h1. He wants to kick that bishop off of the diagonal, then there's tactical chances.
Mm-hmm. You might see rook e3. Takes the A pawn. Why not? This is now in white's favor. If you get rid of that A pawn, everything else remains the same.
Yeah, this knight on e5 is a problem. It's just sheltering black from getting access to Magnus's king.
Oh, there's mating ideas all over the place here. Rook e8.
Oh, rook e8 and rook f8 and queen f5.
Yeah.
That was the mate.
At the very least, he's going to get something done here. Queen e8, rook h8 is the checkmate, and rook g2 is just not enough. This is a permanent
Look at that. The bishop's trapped, or you get mated.
Oh. That's amazing.
He's not taking because of stalemate ideas, right?
Which is even more, it makes the final position even more picturesque. King takes h1 may have allowed a stalemate, and with under 10 minutes remaining, not only in this segment, but in the match as well. We're back to the London system, but the score, Eric, he's almost got double the points now of his opponent. Surely enough.
Definitely enough, and we might, see some of those openings we saw earlier. Denis is fighting, but he's run into a very informed Carlsen today.
100%. Now we've said before, you can play your best chess, but unfortunately, if Magnus is playing his best chess, sometimes it's just not enough. Great control over e5, the dark squares in the center. Want to play g4 and maybe pawn to f5. It's a nice way to try to open things up on the e file as well. And the knight kind of keeps the c file closed, so there you go.
This is a rare game where Magnus is down on time. He's definitely worried about this f pawn, just f6.
Yeah, just all the way up the board. This has not.
You got to be happy. This is looking like a dream London.
I agree,
it's almost
perhaps not a victory in this match, but certainly a very nice game here. And this is the thing, Denis has had a number of these really forward attacking games that he has had success with. These are the ones that he needs to be going for.
He doesn't win by attacking normally, but against Magnus, because they both, excel at some of the same type of chess, he has to
That's a good point.
incorporate attacking.
Yes, to change things up. In some ways, that could be a criticism for Denis. He's so good at what he does do, but we've seen him find success in this match, which was something he does not usually do, and he perhaps needed to go for that a little bit more. Yeah, you don't want to take that G4 pawn and open up the G file, open the floodgates there. But counting up the pawns, Eric, the extra pawn here, definitely helpful. But certainly without the queens on the board, I think Magnus is a lot happier.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think there's a piece hanging earlier in the game that he could have taken. In case you're watching at home, you're wondering, wasn't there a knight hanging? Yes.
It certainly looked like it. Something's got to give here. If you play G5, you hand over the F5 square. You can also continue to chase the H pawn with rook H2.
This is getting tricky because Black's managed to contain the pawns on the king side, control White's position a little bit. I mean, the knight can't move, F4 is weak, the B4 pawn controls, that queen side. Denis is struggling to make progress here.
Absolutely. H6, the move you want to play, just have all the pawns connected. Well, at the same time, it gives Black all these squares.
You can maybe take on C2.
Yeah, knight takes C2. He's going to blockade the pawn first, but he's certainly going to play.
Oh, knight check from behind. Then you can bring your rook to 8.
And then knight C3.
You have to sack the exchange or there's a mating net.
I think so.
Yeah.
It's not the worst position. You got to go knight C1, knight D3, it looks like, but with C2 falling.
Oh, everything falls.
Yeah.
Wow.
Without the C pawn, you can't do anything about that. Just about 5 minutes remaining in this match. Both players might at some point be ready for this one to be over, Eric.
Yeah, you might have to start growing out a mustache. So far, it's looking good.
1-0. Yeah, we'll be carefully tracking the record that Magnus posts with the new look. Got another London here, but this time from Magnus Carlsen himself. We're in the final couple games here, and just start to reflect on the match as the scores balloon to 16 to 8. And I really feel like at some point it just kind of got away because in the 5+1, 3+1, we were feeling as though Magnus was showcasing he was the better player, but not by huge strides. I think what you mentioned about having the same style, but maybe Magnus just executing it a little bit better, summed things up really nicely.
Well, I was saying I think Lazavik's weakest time control in the field is bullet, and maybe we're seeing that a little bit here because, we saw lots of competitive blitz games. You might be wondering, the match is out of reach right now, what are the players playing for? Well, I think in Lazavik's case, as he's ascending, trying to play elite players and do well, he has a third-place match tomorrow, and these games are great training because no matter who he plays, he's probably the underdog in the bullet segment. So as much practice, the mouse, the time control, and playing Magnus Carlsen, you got to maximize it. That's why he's still trying to play good chess. Mm-hmm. Some players, when they know they're losing for sure, they'll start clowning around. No, this is valuable experience. You got to maximize it for sure.
Absolutely, and we've always talked about Denis's maturity that he's able to show in his chess, and you can see the way that he's continuing to fight in these games. Some of his most exciting victories have happened here, just in this bullet segment. So we're absolutely still seeing the fight. The knight comes back to d6, and this is a position that visually I'm very drawn to White's position, but the reality is perhaps it's not as good as it seems.
Yeah, a lot of tension here.
It looks like everything is going to explode. Yeah, queen takes e6, bishop d5. Yeah, there's f5 as well. It feels like in a bullet situation, this is something you just go for. You don't have it fully calculated, but there's something there.
And it works too, which is frustrating. Magnus has initiated some tactical lines today, and they've almost never been flawed. The intuition's really been on point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the resulting position is not even necessarily a huge advantage or anything like that, but
not losing.
No, and there's going to be counterplay here. Rook d7. And I wonder, we may even see a repetition of sorts.
He's going to take on f4.
Yeah, watch out.
Careful.
Yeah, if you go to G4,
Rook takes
it's with
F4.
check.
Yes.
Now it wouldn't be with check. Very important. Coordination here is a little bit off.
Wait.
There's Rook G1. Hang on a sec. King takes G7.
Oh, Bishop F2 check, and
Oh,
then
wait.
Bishop E3.
I think that could be it.
He sees it though. Like this is incredible. If you queen take on, this is
It's just little moments like that remind you how sharp Denis really is. That was a great finish. They're back to an opening that has made an appearance here throughout the day. By both players, in fact. The King's Indian, and you rely as black on that F5 idea, move that knight from F6, play F5, very, very standard approach, and try to keep the queen side as closed as possible.
As soon as that knight takes on F5, the E4 square wants to be plugged. That's where White's placing a piece, restricts the pawn on E5 from moving, which means the bishop on G7 doesn't join the game. So even though it's a tactical opening, it takes a bit of a positional nature once you install a piece on E4.
Yeah, A5 makes a lot of sense. Now the bishop on D2 is actually supporting the A pawn, so you can kind of use that rook to swing elsewhere. That's why I think we see B6, the last chance, take advantage of that pin. Now you're going to have to hand over a protected pass pawn.
Bishop F5. I think Denis is blockading with Queen D3, making sure that pawn doesn't move. These are hard to evaluate. I mean, it's probably okay for both sides, but whenever there's a protected pass pawn, some of those endgames can be very tricky.
Yeah, if you go to a pure endgame, of course, you might still be looking at a draw, but take the rooks and queens off the board, it becomes very easy for White to bring the king into the middle, and the pawns in the center are not easy to target for black.
Yeah, you're right. If the queens were off and White can just blockade the D pawn and target the dark squared pawns, definitely favor White.
Yeah, we might see the queen trying to get to F5 or even further up
G4?
the board. Yeah, a little further up the board to make some more threats. But the queen's on the board is definitely what's helping black's position.
I guess D6 is loose, so probably okay. Tricks. Bishop takes D6.
Queen E1. H4
and then
to
Queen
king
F1. I don't even know if hard to keep up.
Yeah, exactly. At this point, you really don't need to play the game out, but I understand why both of the players are. I mean, it's match clock expired. Last game, it's nice to remember it going out on a win, but let's see if there's anything other than a repetition here. Queen A3, maybe start to get that rook down to A7. Yeah, watch out for G5.
At some point, White's going to maybe push the F pawn. I don't know, F3 or try to play G4. Get into some endgame where all of black's pawns are on dark squares.
Yep.
You can trade here and play G4, for example, or blockade, rook E6 coming.
Yeah, G5 is hanging, rook E6.
These are positions like Denis, very good technician, just during the actual blitz portion and most of the bullet, wasn't getting positions like this.
No, this is something you can definitely fight with. He is going to go for G4. But now there's no follow-up. There's no threats. D5 starts to hang as well. You can connect things with C4, but he's first going to stop rook D4.
Yeah, Magnus wants to end on a win here. Queen H7, but the king is safe on D7.
Yeah. Not to mention the D pawn can start to run.
Oh, there we go. Queen E2 check coming. Win for Magnus.
A win in the final game, and most certainly a win in the match. As Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen, your winner against Denis Lazavik. The handshake there, great to see between the players, but a well-deserved victory in this semifinal era.
Yep. Punched his way into the final. He's probably relieved. He can now relax, watch the next match just in the audience.
Stopping to take some photos, sign some autographs. But he's been doing that throughout the match. Just shows the, his comfort level throughout the entire thing. And look at that fan engagement. If you were here live in the venue, what an opportunity.
Yeah, imagine the audience is at its biggest right now. I mean, in terms of the time of the day, North Americans have woken up. It's kind of peak time.
Well, as the day wraps up here, we are going to throw down to John Sargent, who I think is going to be waiting nearby. As Magnus rounds that final corner, right? You can imagine John will be there, waiting to hear those final thoughts. Eric, as what a thrilling match we just saw in a deserved victory, but taking nothing away from Denis, right? A really great match.
No, taking nothing away. I think styles make fights a bit, and what happened today, not many people can do to Denis. A lot of those draws could have been a different story.
Yep.
And I think we'll find out tomorrow.
Exactly right. Denis still has a match ahead, and with the Esports World Cup qualification on the line, that is a very meaningful third-place matchup. Magnus Carlsen 17-9 over Denis Lazavik. And Magnus Carlsen, a deserving victor. And we are with Magnus Carlsen. Take it away, John Sargent, who's with Magnus right now.
Thank you very much, folks. Magnus, congratulations on making it through to the final. Let me cast your mind back to the beginning of today. You're back in front of this wonderful live audience here in London. Talk us through your thoughts before the first match. Were there any jitters? Were you comfortable being in the arena, being in front of the audience?
Yeah, for sure. It's been a little while since I've played any sort of serious event. So I wasn't quite sure about my form, and then, but I did feel that I was well rested. The conditions should be there for playing relatively well. But yeah, of course, when I lose the first game as well, it's a little bit worrying, and then second game was a bit. Second and third games really were quite shaky, but I felt after that I got my footing. But yeah, always a bit nervous at the start, of course.
Talk to us a bit about your understanding, your psyche after that first game. Is that sending a message to people saying, you know what, don't beat me in the first game? It helps me hone my mind. You focus a lot more after that. What was going through your head?
No, I just I played a poor game. I blundered a pawn at some point, and he converted it well. So those things can happen, but it's game one of a very long match, I guess. I expected to play 25 to 30 games, and then losing the first. I mean, it's obviously unpleasant, but he hadn't really showed me anything in that game that I didn't know that he was capable of. So in that sense, nothing that much had changed.
All right, well, you get to kick back and relax ahead of the finals tomorrow now. So I'll ask you the last question that's probably quite predictable, but one that a lot of people will want to know. Do you have a preferred opponent that you would like to face in the final?
I actually don't have a preference, since they're both incredibly exciting in their own way. And the match is going to be very, very open. I would say I think Alireza is a very slight favorite, but there's every chance that this next match is going to be a lot closer.
All right, well, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us. And we'll be back with more chess after a longer break, of course. We'll head back to the stage now, and we'll come back with the next semi-final. Thanks again, Magnus, and congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, well, you heard from Magnus Carlsen there, everybody, and the fans cheer as they should. He put on quite a show. That's what Magnus does, and you called it at our halftime show. Magnus kind of agreed, although he said it took till game 3 for him to really find himself, but I guess the message is don't beat Magnus Carlsen in the first game.
Yeah, just or at all. But yeah, no, when that first win happened, I was quite excited because I thought, oh, this is going to be maybe a little bit different than everybody thought. But then I looked back at the screen and he had racked up a bunch of points. I did say Denis is going to have to show a new level, and he showed that he's obviously a top 4 in this format. But that's not enough to beat Magnus.
Yeah.
If you think about 79, that's 8 games. How do you beat the guy? Like, you can score 12 points. He's still winning the match. So somebody's going to have to beat him about 15 to 16 points for a finalist victory.
Well, I want to jump, and I know lots of thoughts to get into. We got a long halftime show. We're about 35 minutes before our next match starts, everybody, just so you know. But the comments he made right at the end, Anna, saying that he thinks Alireza is the favorite. Our stats say Hikaru's still the favorite. What do you think about that? He said he doesn't necessarily have a pick, but your quick takeaway on that.
I think Hikaru agrees with that, at least when it comes to the bullet. As Hikaru said in his interview, he believes that now, as of present day, Alireza Firouzja is the best bullet player in the world, and he put him ahead of himself, Hikaru, and ahead of Magnus. So I think if it comes to the bullet, Alireza is the favorite, and Hikaru feels like that too, but that probably will mean that Hikaru will be pushing more at the earlier stage of the match in the 5+1 and the 3+1.
Yeah, well, being the favorite in bullet often tends to make you a favorite because you get about as many bullet games as you do in the other segments combined. But okay, pretty soon we're all going to be on the edge of our seats getting answers to these questions. Until that happens, we want to get an answer to what happened earlier when Levy picked an amazing moment from this first matchup, but he didn't have a chance to do what he's doing now. He's going to go to the board and show you. We're going to do something fun. Anna, you go over there so everyone can see it. We're going to, for the first time ever, have a big jumbotron. I'm going to race you there next time. Go ahead, Levy. Tell us what happened.
They should have told me there's a gap. I almost fell. That would have been fun.
Don't hurt Levy.
All right. So Denis lost the match, but won our hearts. You should have seen me backstage when this game was going on.
I was there. I can tell you, he did say.
I did say the thing.
He did say what he's gonna say.
Now, contrary to what you might think, I don't walk around on the street going the road. Like I don't twitch and just like a crazy person. But during this game, we had a series of brilliant moves, and I really thought Denis was going to stage a comeback. Let's go. Magnus struck first with bishop takes h3, and I don't know why that was a brilliant. But we're going to keep moving to this next move, and right here, I was looking at this, and I saw the bar, just like all of you. And I was like, can he play rook takes pawn? And so he did the thing. He sacrificed
the rook.
But then I was like, wait a minute, why is this better? I don't understand. We got bishop takes, the rook blocks, and I was like, oh my goodness, he's gonna do it again. But I still didn't fully understand. He sacrificed the second rook. Rook takes e5. I still didn't know why this was winning, only to realize that after pawn takes, the queen comes in, the knight stops the check, but after you take the pawn, there is no move for black. I could not believe this position. He's just up 2 rooks, but black has no way to stop the checkmate to the corner. Producer, draw me an arrow to the corner of the board. Right side, in case you're confused. No way to stop this move. Unbelievable. You can block with the knight, but then there's another mate. So it was an amazing game, and he still lost by 8. Like, how do you beat the guy over the course of such an amount of games when you can do something like this? Magnus was smiling. He was smiling because he was up like 6 games, and then he won the next one on the break. So. Yeah, that was
almost like we scripted that for Levy, given that there were 2 rook sacrifices, and half the viral audience here knows. I mean, it's a meme that we throw on the screen during the show, the GIF for all subscribers. So that was pretty incredible.
That was an awesome game.
Like you said, though, it's not enough to get the job done against Magnus Carlsen to win games in brilliant fashion.
What was our stat before? Oh, Denis Lazavik hasn't won a section in the entire event. He lost every section today. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, when you meet the final boss or bosses who are all in this field, they expose all your weaknesses. I mean, really, Denis had a lot of really good positions, but sometimes to capitalize on them, you almost have to morph your style. You have to go from being solid, positional, to like dynamic in the moment, seizing the opportunity. And he's one of the best defenders in the world. It doesn't matter if the bar says you're slightly better. Very quickly, you're not, so.
And Anna, you know, there were Amon and Eric were calling some moments in the bullet, and even in the 3-1 portion, where we get to this end game, and we're like, yeah, this is where Denis Lazavik, you know, makes his money. This is where he beats a lot of people. But in the end of most of those games, Magnus would out-Magnus anybody, right? And when Robert was here earlier, he talked about how Denis has a style very similar to Magnus. Magnus is just, you know, bigger, faster, stronger still at this time, right? But what do you do in that case if you're Denis right now? You're excited about the fact that you showed up. You know you got some positions, but just still have work to do to improve to get to that level.
I think so. I'm sure that he's disappointed. I think he wanted the match to be closer, or even like try to beat Magnus. I'm sure that was the objective. He really tried, but he will feel like he missed out on so many of the good positions, Levy, as you mentioned. At the same time, I do want to point out, I think today for Denis has been an incredible masterclass. He's going to get so much better just from having played Magnus Carlsen one after the hour. This is just the best possible experience for a 19-year-old, and he's going to come back stronger. maybe next time the match will not only be closer, but he's gonna get this.
I agree, and I also want to say that while Denis would never say this ahead of time, using Magnus Carlsen as a training match to get ready for a third, fourth place battle tomorrow that, by the way, is worth, I mean, objectively worth like probably hundreds of thousands of dollars in this young man's career, and that's because, remind everybody, that the Speed Chess Championship is a part of qualifying for the Esports World Cup, and the prizes available in Riyadh, the prizes available throughout the year are very meaningful for the players. So let's remind everybody that this event directly qualifies 3 players to the Esports World Cup. Get a little hype video about what the players are looking forward to, and we'll talk about that after the video here.
This is the Esports World Cup, and in 2026, we're raising the bar again. For 7 weeks starting in July, over 2,000 players from more than 200 clubs will compete in 24 game titles. And with a life-changing prize pool exceeding $75 million, the club championship stakes have never been higher. The club with the most points will be crowned as the best esports club in the world, taking home an incredible $7 million grand prize. But that's not all. With over 300 plus activations taking place across the event, the Riyadh Boulevard will become a must-visit destination for families, friends, and fans alike. EWC is where players become legends, fans become a part of history, and the best rise above. See you this summer at the Esports World Cup 2026.
Now, if Denis does qualify for the Esports World Cup, it'll be his second esports-style live chess event. I think today is actually his first. But he would have to win a third, fourth place matchup tomorrow or continue to make moves in the standings, because as you can see, the players highlighted in gold as of right now would be qualified if the Esports World Cup were to start now. Now, again, as we said, whoever gets to the finals automatically secures their spot. Magnus has one. You have to get second and third in order to take these other spots. And so a lot on the line for Denis remaining here throughout the weekend, Levy.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, last Speed Chess Championship, there was no Esports World Cup. That was in Paris in 2024, and the third place match was kind of like, you know, you didn't get the job done. It was still kind of a death match. It was Hans versus Hikaru. Like, that was still epic just from a rivalry standpoint and a history standpoint. But this is completely different. Yeah. As you said, hundreds of thousands of dollars on the line, basically, because if one of you win the third place match, you just make it. You don't have to care about the leaderboard anymore. And we saw those prizes. So whether it's Alireza or Hikaru that Denis has to play, he doesn't have a lot of time to lick his wounds. Like, it's back to the training room, seeing what he could do better, seeing any openings that he could improve against either of those two, and keep it moving.
Like Anna said, you get better when you play Magnus Carlsen. That's one of the things that happen even if you lose. But okay, there's also another thing about to happen. There's actually 2 things about to happen. I'm going to make sure that the